Welcome to a story built on love, heat, tension, and that kind of pull you can't walk away from. Turn up the volume, lean back, and let yourself fall into the moment. Let every emotion hit exactly where it should. Don't forget to subscribe. New audiobooks every week. Want to win a free bundle of 3 audiobooks? Just comment Dark Mafia Romance below for your chance to win. There's no limit. Comment as many times as you want. 5 random winners will be chosen.
Chapter 16. Knox POV. The digital clock on the bedside table is mocking me. 3:14 a.m. Red numbers bleeding into the dark like a fresh wound. I'm lying here, rigid as a corpse, while the high-rise ventilation system hums some low-frequency bullshit that's supposed to be soothing, but just makes me want to put a bullet through the wall. I should be at the desk. I should be running the encryption protocols on the Roche Group's offshore shells, or mapping out exactly how many miles Rowan needs to put between us and the city before Marcus decides my silence on the Victoria situation is actually a confession of treason. My father doesn't do patient. He does cleanup. And right now, Victoria Cole is a giant red gold stain on the Hennessey ledger that I'm refusing to wipe away. It's a liability. It's a death sentence. And yet, I'm pinned to this mattress by the sheer weight of her breathing. She's right there. Asleep. Unbothered. How the fuck she can sleep while her life is hanging by a thread I'm holding with sweaty palms is beyond me. I'm watching the rhythmic rise and fall of her shoulder, the way her hair is spilled across the silk like a goddamn crime scene, and my knuckles are buried so deep into the mattress that I can feel the springs resisting. I'm gripping the edge of the bed like if I let go, the whole penthouse is gonna tilt into the Atlantic. I should get up. I should be the professional. But my brain is stuck in a loop of her terror, and the way she looked when I snapped that gold collar around her neck. The moonlight is coming through the floor-to-ceiling glass in these long, cold streaks of blue and silver, and it catches the glint of the metal. I shift my weight, the silk sheets rustling like a warning, and lean over her just enough to see it. The non-removable gold band. It's sitting there against her pale skin, a physical manifest of the fact that she's mine. I reach out, my thumb grazing the cool, rigid surface. I'm checking the connection, making sure the lock is flush. Click. A tiny, metallic sound in the dead air. It's not enough. Seeing it isn't enough. Marking her like a piece of property in the daylight was a start. But in the middle of the night, when the rest of the world is quiet, and the threat of Marcus is a physical pressure in my chest, I need more than symbolic shit. I need the visceral. I need to feel her heart rate spike because of me. I need to know that every inch of her yield is real, not just some performance for the cameras I've got tucked in the corners of this cage. You're so fucking still, Victoria. It's offensive. It's like you think you're safe, just because I haven't killed you yet. I run my hand over my jaw, feeling the jagged ridge of the scar there. A reminder of what happens when you let your guard down. Then I move my hand to her hair. It's soft, too soft for a world this sharp. I wind a heavy red gold strand around my knuckles, tightening the coil, until I can feel the tension in her scalp. I pull, just a little, forcing her head to tilt back toward me while she's still drifting in whatever dream she's having. You're a liability I chose to keep, and I hate that you sleep so soundly while I'm losing my goddamn mind. If I didn't hold you, you would vanish. You'd become just another number, another ghost in the machine. I can't have that. I won't have it. I need to disturb this peace. I need to remind you that even in your dreams, you don't belong to yourself. I lean down, my face inches from hers. She smells like the expensive soap from the ensuite, clean sheets, and that underlying scent that's just her, something musky and warm that makes my blood feel like it's turning into lead. The dark urge is a physical weight now. It eclipses the logistics. It eclipses the safety. I don't give a fuck about the morning, or the meeting, or the syndicate. I just need the friction. I need to break her open again, just to make sure the pieces still fit me. I press my forehead against hers, the heat of my skin transferring to her cool brow. Wake up, Victoria. Her breath ghosts across my lips, hitching. Open your eyes for me. Knox. What time is it? Her voice is thick with sleep, confused, tiny. Her amber eyes flutter open, blown wide and dark as she tries to make sense of the shadow looming over her. I see the exact moment the fog clears, and the first flicker of fear returns. It's a beautiful thing, that spark. It means she knows where she is. She knows who I am. She instinctively tries to pull the sheet up to cover her chest, but I've got my weight on it, pinning the fabric and her body to the bed. I am claiming what is mine, Victoria. It's the middle of the night. I can't fucking sleep because of you. You're under my skin, twisting everything. You've spoiled me, cunt. You think you get to rest when I don't? Do you think the world stops just because you closed your eyes? Tell me what you are to me. Knox, please. I'm exhausted. I don't give a shit about your exhaustion. I need to hear it. I grab both her wrists in one hand, slamming them into the mattress above her head. My grip is a vice, my knuckles white. I can feel the cold pressure of my ring scar against her skin. Her pulse is thrumming under my thumb like a trapped bird, fast and frantic. It's the only rhythm that matters right now. I'm staring down at her, and I see it, that traitorous flash of heat in her eyes that contradicts the way she's trying to pull away. She's terrified, yeah, but she's also reacting. Her body is a goddamn snitch. Are you going to keep me awake all night? Don't try to dictate terms, Victoria. That's a reminder of who decides when you sleep. I drop my head and bite her shoulder, right where the skin meets the edge of that gold collar. I don't do it gently. I want the mark. I want the bruise. She lets out a sharp, involuntary hiss, arching her back, her body jerking under mine. Bastard, you just bit me. Get used to it. I slide my free hand down her body, over the curve of her ribs under the silk sheet. She's already damp. It's immediate. It's ridiculous. See how quickly you answer me. Stop fighting the friction, Victoria. I own the heat in your core. I own every fucking drop of this. You're my red gold asset, and I'm here to collect. I flip her onto her stomach before she can process the insult. I use my full weight to crush her into the mattress, my chest against her back, my mouth at her ear. She's clutching the pillows, burying her face as if she can hide from the reality of what's happening. Say my name, Victoria. Not the title. Say what I am to you. I need to hear you admit it in the dark, where there's no one else to lie to. Don't you dare bite your tongue. I'm yours. You bastard. Good. Now earn that rest. I use the silk sheet, twisting it into a makeshift cord, and tie her hands loosely to the headboard. It's unnecessary. I could hold her down with 2 fingers, but I want the visual. I want her restricted. I want her to feel the limitation of her own skin. I kneel behind her, the low growl in my chest echoing the rattling of the bed frame as I position myself. I enter her with a single forceful thrust that sends her gasping into the pillow. I don't give her time to adjust. I bury my face in the crook of her neck, tasting the salt of her sweat, the faint scent of the cologne I had on earlier that's rubbed off on the sheets. It's a perfect fit. The only place in this godforsaken world where the noise in my head actually shuts up. I'm driving into her, heavy and punishing, pouring all the adrenaline and the suppressed rage I have for my father into the movement. Look at us, Victoria. I reach forward, grabbing the gold collar, using it as a handle to pull her head back. I force her to look at the massive mirror on the opposite wall. In the dim blue light, we look like a fucking painting of a haunting. My eyes are steel, focused, predatory. Hers are wide, reflecting the breakdown of her own will. Look at what I made you. Do you see the marks I leave? Look at your master. This is what happens when you keep me awake. No rest for the wicked, Victoria. I own the pulse in your throat. I own the air you breathe. You were meant to be broken by a man like me. Tell me you belong here. She doesn't answer with words, just a muffled, broken sound against the pillow, her fingers clenching the fabric until it rips. She's yielding. Her exhaustion is making her fluid, her movements heavy and slow, soaking up every hit like she's trying to drown in it. I reach around, my fingers synchronized with the rhythm, demanding she stay with me, demanding she hold my gaze in that mirror as the friction reaches critical mass. Say it louder, cunt. Say my name as you break. Come for me, or I'll take it from you. I bite the back of her neck, right over the scratch she gave me the other day, reclaiming the injury, reclaiming the skin. She flinches, a raw, jagged sound tearing out of her as the pleasure finally snaps her spine. She's convulsing around me, a total loss of control that sends me over the fucking edge. I lose the coldness. I lose the detachment. I'm just a man taking what's his before the world ends. Fuck. Victoria. Don't move. Don't speak. I find my release with a guttural sound I don't recognize, my weight crushing her into the mattress as I fill her completely. Mine. Mine forever. You are marked. The silence that follows is heavy, but it's not that poetic bullshit. It's the silence of two people who just ran a marathon in a cage. I don't pull out. I stay pinned to her, my heart hammering against her shoulder blades. I can feel her heart slowing down, syncing up with mine. I reach up and shove a pillow under her head, a small, stupid gesture of comfort that feels like a betrayal of my own rules. Don't move, Victoria. Just breathe. The air from the AC hits our sweaty skin, turning the heat into a chill, but I don't let go. I roll us both over, shifting her so she's draped across my chest. Her head is right over my heart. I stroke her damp hair, the red gold strands sticking to my fingers. Sleep now. You earned it. If you run, I will always find you. She doesn't answer. She's already out, her hand resting over the scar on my ribs. I stare at the red numbers of the clock. 3:52 a.m. Marcus is coming. The Roche group is coming. But for right now, the only thing that's real is the weight of this woman on my chest, and the fact that I'm probably going to have to kill a lot of people to keep her there. Fine. I've always been better at math when the stakes are blood.
Chapter 17. Victoria POV. The cold weight of the collar was the first thing I felt before I even opened my eyes. It wasn't just jewelry, it was a physical anchor, a constant, sparkling reminder that my autonomy had been signed away in blood and ink. I reached up reflexively to rub the metal plate where the diamonds met the lock, my skin already slightly indented from where I'd been sleeping on it. The latch felt permanent. Knox was already up, sitting in that high-backed leather chair like some dark king watching his favorite taxidermy project. He was impeccably dressed, black suit, crisp white shirt, the kind of expensive tailoring that shouted Syndicate royalty without saying a word. His steel-gray eyes were locked onto me, tracking the movement of my hand against my throat. I hated how he looked at me, like I was a puzzle he'd already solved, but wanted to keep around just to see if the pieces shifted. Up, Victoria. We have business. I sat up, the silk sheets sliding down my chest, feeling the draft from the floor-to-ceiling windows. My skin still felt sensitized from last night, every inch of me humming with the weird residual friction. What kind of business requires me? I wanted to ask it, to scream it, but I knew the answer would just be another reminder of my status. I was a ledger thief turned pet. A hyper-intelligent accountant, currently wearing a 5-figure leash. The irony was so thick I could choke on it. I looked at him, trying to find a shred of the man who had been buried inside me hours ago, but that version of Knox was gone. This was the fixer. The cold instrument of the Hennessey family. Don't let that pretty head confuse things. You are furniture tonight. He didn't wait for a response. He walked over to the massive walk-in closet and started pulling things off the rack with a clinical detachment that made my blood boil. The audacity of this man, choosing my clothes like I was a doll in a glass case. He pulled out an emerald silk dress, backless and dangerously low-cut, the kind of thing you wore if you wanted everyone in the room to know you weren't wearing a bra. Or anything else. He held it up, the fabric shimmering like oil on water. Is this necessary? I stood up, not bothering to cover myself because what was the point? He'd seen everything, marked everything. I watched him run his thumb along the zipper of the dress. Silence is a currency, Victoria. I purchased yours at a high price. The dress is for him. The lack of underwear is for me. Put it on. The cool slide of the silk against my skin was a sensory assault. No bra, no lace, just the raw fabric clinging to my curves and highlighting the fact that I was completely exposed beneath the surface. Knox stood behind me, his large hands lingering on the bruises he'd left on my hips, his touch proprietary. He zipped me up, the teeth of the zipper catching slightly against my skin, creating a sharp spike of friction that made me jump. He didn't apologize. He just turned me around to face the mirror, forcing me to look at the reflection. I looked like a stranger, a high-end consort, the red gold of my hair clashing beautifully with the emerald silk and the ice of the collar. You breathe when I allow it. You speak when I command it. Clear? I felt the heat rising in my neck, my defiance warring with the very real knowledge that Knox wasn't bluffing. This wasn't a game. We were in a penthouse that was essentially a high-rise cage, and there were people coming who wouldn't hesitate to put a bullet in my brain if Knox gave the nod. I am not a dog, bastard. My voice was a low whisper, but he heard it. He leaned in, his lips brushing my ear, his scent, expensive soap and wood smoke, filling my head. The man downstairs knows my methods. Any sign of insubordination reflects poorly on my control. And I punish disloyalty ruthlessly. Don't test the limits of my patience tonight, Victoria. It's a long drop from this balcony. He grabbed my arm, his grip firm and unyielding, and led me out of the suite. My high heels clicked against the marble floor of the hallway, a sound that felt deafening in the sterile silence of the penthouse. I focused on the pattern of the stone, trying to ground myself, trying to find the accountant Victoria who could compartmentalize anything. But that Victoria didn't wear diamond collars. Every step was a performance, a curated walk toward a potential execution. Jesus, I need a drink. I need a drink, and a way out of this emerald silk coffin. Walk straight. Shoulders back, acid. Knox's voice was a low growl in my ear as we approached the dining area. The air pressure seemed to shift as the room opened up. Malachi Thorne was already there, sitting at the long mahogany table like he owned the place. He was thick-set, with a face that looked like it had been carved out of granite and then left out in the rain. His eyes immediately went to my neck, his gaze lingering on the diamonds with a voyeuristic intensity that made my skin crawl. He didn't stand up. He just nodded stiffly, his attention drifting down to the exposed skin of my back. Knox, I see you finally found a way to quiet the help. Thorne's voice was like gravel in a blender, sneering and full of the kind of casual misogyny that usually made me want to file a lawsuit, but here it just made me want to disappear. Knox's grip on my arm tightened, a subtle signal of ownership. Victoria is mine, Malachi. A reminder you won't need again. The diamonds suit her, Knox. Looks expensive. A lot of overhead for an accountant who lost your ledger. Knox pulled out my chair and I sat down, feeling the cool leather against my bare thighs. The table was set for a feast, rare cooked meat, dark wine, the smell of blood and rosemary heavy in the air. Rowan appeared from the shadows, serving the plates with a silent efficiency before disappearing again. Thorne didn't waste time on small talk. He leaned forward, the smell of his cheap cigar smoke clashing with the gourmet meal. Marcus is losing patience. He likes things clean, Knox. This mess you've made with the girl and the Roche group, it's becoming a liability. My father's impatient is predictable. His judgment, however, is poor. Knox took a slow sip of his wine, his expression unreadable. I watched the way his throat moved, my heart hammering against my ribs. They were talking about me, like I was a broken piece of equipment. They're talking about sending a professional cleanup crew, Knox. Not just local muscle. Marcus wants the ledger, and he wants the loose ends tied off. And that, Thorne gestured vaguely at me with a fork, is a very pretty loose end. I nervously slid my glass of red wine slightly out of Knox's reach, afraid my hand would betray the tremor running through my fingers. The talk of cleanup crews and executions was turning my stomach. I looked down at my steak, the center ruby red and swimming in juice. It looked like a crime scene on a plate. The ledger is irrelevant now. I have the asset. Irrelevant? That data could put 3 countries on lockdown. It's the only thing keeping the Roche group from burning our ports to the ground. I wanted to speak. I wanted to tell them that the ledger wasn't just data. It was an encryption nightmare that only I could navigate, but I remembered Knox's warning. Silence is a currency. I bit my tongue, the metallic taste of my own blood mixing with the heavy Cabernet. Under the table, I felt a shift. Knox's bespoke trouser leg brushed against mine, a sudden jolting contact. Then his hand, heavy and deliberate, found my knee. I stiffened, my breath catching in my throat. He didn't stop there. His palm began to slide up the bare skin of my inner thigh, the heat of his touch searing through the emerald silk. The duality of it was unhinged. Above the table, they were discussing the mechanics of murder. Below it, he was claiming me with a terrifying silent focus. I forced myself to maintain a neutral expression, my smile feeling like it was glued to my face. Stop. Knox, stop. But I knew he wouldn't. He was grounding himself, using my body as an anchor while he navigated the lethal politics of his world. They made a point of making him scream. The wife too. Thorne was describing a recent erasure, his voice casual, as he detailed the specifics of the execution. I felt Knox's fingers reach the apex of my thighs, his touch becoming invasive and demanding. He applied a sudden sharp pressure, his thumb finding my center through the sheer silk. I almost choked on a piece of bread, my toes curling inside my shoes. The psychological friction was unbearable, being intensely aroused while hearing about the messy death of a traitor. Focus on me, Victoria. Only on me. Knox's voice was so low only I could hear it, a ghost of a command under the drone of Thorne's storytelling. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck, the moisture immediately cooled by the diamond setting of the collar. Knox wasn't just touching me, he was working me with the same cold, brutal efficiency he used for everything else. He engaged Thorne in a complex debate about Syndicate loyalty, his other hand casually holding a wine glass, while his fingers beneath the table drove me toward a precipice. I clenched the silver fork in my hand until my knuckles turned white, terrified I would drop it and shatter the illusion. A tiny tremor ran through my shoulder. I pressed my arm hard against my side, trying to hide the fact that I was vibrating. The problem with sentiment, Malachi, is that it breeds weakness. Don't disgrace me with the noise, Victoria. Thorne looked directly at my flushed face, his eyes narrowing. She's a high-maintenance mistress, Knox. But expensive tastes can be cut. Is the accountant still useful, or is she just a risk at this point? Knox's hand stopped for a fraction of a second, the sudden stillness more terrifying than the movement. Then he resumed, his pressure punishing and demanding. She serves her purpose. She knows her role now. I managed to lift my water glass, taking a long, slow sip to steady my lips. My vision was starting to blur at the edges. Knox told Thorne with surgical precision that I was no longer an accountant, but a pretty thing with a quiet mouth. He was bringing me to the very edge of a shattering climax while staring Thorne down, asserting his control in the most depraved way possible. I felt the dehumanization like a physical weight, but beneath it, there was a perverse, intoxicating rush of adrenaline. I was his. In this moment of extreme danger, his absolute authority was the only thing keeping me alive. I accepted the shame, because the alternative was a body bag. I leaned slightly toward his touch, a silent surrender. I saw Knox's eyes darken, his focus never wavering from Thorne even as he added a second finger, deepening the claim. I had to grip the underside of the heavy mahogany table to keep from sliding off my chair. The wood grain pressed into my sweating palms. Thorne noticed the contortion of my face and raised an eyebrow, mock concern dripping from his voice. Are you cold, Miss Cole? You're trembling. She's fine. Just appreciating the conversation. Knox's voice was smooth as glass. He hit my sweet spot with a deliberate, sharp hook of his fingers, and I had to bite hard on the inside of my cheek to keep from whimpering. The taste of blood was real now. He was relentless. He brought me to the very precipice, my breath coming in shallow, frantic hitches, and then he abruptly withdrew his hand to pick up a cracker from the cheese course. The sudden cessation of his touch was like being dropped into a frozen lake. I felt hollowed out, vibrating with thwarted need and a sudden sharp anger. I wanted to scream. I wanted to throw the wine in his face. Instead, I folded my hands tightly in my lap, pressing my fists against my thighs to absorb the tremors. A brutal joke, Malachi. Even for you. The wine, Knox. Excellent choice. The dinner wound down as abruptly as it had begun. Knox escorted Thorne to the elevator, his posture shifting from the host to the predator. Thorne paused at the doors, giving me one last searching look of predatory hunger. Protect your assets, Knox. Or someone else will take them. Marcus won't wait much longer for results. Get him cleaned up, Hennessey. You look tired. Thorne flicked his cigarette ash onto the pristine marble floor before stepping into the elevator. The doors closed, and the silence in the penthouse became deafening, thick with the smell of smoke and unfinished business. Knox locked the heavy security door, the click of the bolts sounding like a gavel. He didn't look at me. He just slowly pulled off his silk gloves, folding them with meticulous, almost obsessive care. The adrenaline and the frustration were a volatile mix in my chest. I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly, the emerald silk clinging to my damp skin. That was intolerable. My voice was barely a whisper, but it cut through the room. Knox's gaze snapped to me, his face going cold, the mask of the host dropping to reveal the coiled viper beneath. It was necessary. Now we returned to the bedroom. Do you really think that collar and a quick fuck beneath the table will make your father forget I'm the key? You think this performance actually protects us? The words were out before I could stop them. Defiance flared in me, hot and reckless. I saw Knox's stance shift, his shadow enveloping me as he took 2 slow steps toward me. Did I give you permission to speak, Victoria? You were told to keep that treacherous mouth shut until we were behind locked doors. You almost broke me at that table, and you think that makes me safe? I wasn't told to be a mute whore. I was shouting now, the fear and the arousal twisting into something ugly. Knox's face was a mask of stone. I saved your life tonight, and this is how you repay my mercy? You're weak, Knox. You can't beat him. I called him a bastard one more time, my voice cracking. Knox answered by gripping the solid diamonds of the collar, his hand tightening around my throat. He yanked me flush against his chest, hard enough to steal my breath. The rough leather of his glove caught against the silk of my dress. You risked both our lives for a few cheap words. You've forgotten your place. I told you silence was your protection. Now you will learn what happens when you discard it. He shoved me back just enough to look into my eyes, his finger lingering on the white gold latch of the collar. There was no mercy in his expression, only the chilling promise of a correction that would be far more permanent than a hidden touch. He didn't have to say anything else. The way he looked at me, like I was a problem that needed to be broken, told me everything I needed to know about how the rest of the night was going to go. I'd pushed him, and now the cage was getting a lot smaller. I stood there, breathing hard, the silence of the penthouse pressing in on me like a weight. Knox turned away, walking toward the bedroom without looking back, knowing I would follow. I didn't have a choice. The lock was on the door, and the only man who had the key was the one who was currently deciding how much skin he wanted to take for my silence. I smoothed the emerald silk over my hips, my hand trembling as I touched the cold diamonds at my throat. I'd survived the dinner, but the real audit was just beginning.
Chapter 18. Knox POV. The elevator lights ticked down, floor by floor, until the little digital display hit G and stayed there. Dermot was gone. The smell of his cheap-ass cigar was still hanging in the foyer like a bad memory, mixing with that overpriced cologne he probably bought by the gallon. I stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the city lights and feeling the fucking vibration of my own rage humming in the small of my back. It was that cold, sharp kind of fury, the kind that makes your vision go a little tight around the edges. I didn't move for a long time. I just let the silence of the penthouse do the talking. It's the kind of silence that screams when you've just spent 2 hours watching a woman you've spent weeks breaking try to play hero at a dinner table full of vultures. I walked over to the granite countertop and grabbed the glass Dermot hadn't even finished. 20-year-old Scotch. Total waste on a mouth breather like him. I drained the whole thing in one go, feeling the hard chemical burn slide down my throat and settle in my gut like lead. It didn't take the edge off. Nothing was taking the edge off until I dealt with the girl standing 5 feet behind me, trying her dead-ass best to look like a statue. Victoria was still standing near the dining table, her posture rigid as a board. She was wearing that black silk slip I'd picked out for her, the one that made her look like a fucking dream and a nightmare at the same time. I could hear her breathing, shallow, jagged little hitches that she was trying to hide. She knew she'd fucked up. She had to know. You don't just drop lines about unaccounted liabilities in front of a guy like Dermot and expect to walk away with a gold star. That was a $20 million mistake, Victoria. Did you think I wouldn't notice how your eyes betrayed you when you spoke? You think you're being clever, hiding your little jabs in corporate speak like I'm some kind of intern who doesn't know the game. Marcus does not tolerate loose ends, and tonight you made yourself look like a frayed fucking cable. I turned around slowly, taking my time, letting the weight of my shadow stretch across the rug until it hit her toes. The glass beads in the hem of her dress rustled faintly as she shifted her weight. A tiny sound. A nervous sound. I walked toward her with that slow, predatory crawl that usually makes people start praying. She didn't look away, though. I'll give her that. Her amber eyes were wide, brimming with fear, but there was still that spark of defiance deep in the center of them. It's the spark that makes me want to protect her, and the same one that makes me want to crush her into the floor. You wear the silk, Victoria, but you forgot who tailored the role. Every word tonight was supposed to be mine. You tested me. You sat there at my table, eating my food, wearing my clothes, and you decided to open your mouth and put a target on both our heads. I stopped inches from her, close enough to feel the heat radiating off her skin. The citrus scent of her perfume was cloying now, mixed with the sweat of her own anxiety. She opened her mouth to say something, probably some smart-ass excuse about how she was just trying to help, but I didn't want to hear it. I pressed one finger hard against her lips, silencing her instantly. I didn't just stop her from talking. I hooked my thumb into that white gold collar I'd locked around her neck and lifted. I forced her chin up until she was staring right into the mess of my own head. I purchased your silence, Victoria. Not your opinions. When you wear my silk, your tongue is captive. We don't argue with company. We don't provide context. We don't exist outside of the box I put you in. I scraped my thumbnail against the delicate etching of the gold, feeling her pulse thudding against the metal like a trapped bird. It was fast. Terrified. Good. She needed to be terrified. If Dermot had been even 10% smarter, he'd be calling my father right now to tell him his fixer had a leak in his penthouse. I didn't give her a chance to breathe before I started moving. I kept my hand on the collar, leading her toward the master suite. It wasn't a gentle walk. I forced her pace, making her stumble on the thick carpet, her silk heels clicking sharply against the floorboards as we crossed the threshold. I pushed her into the center of the room and stepped back, reaching for the door. I slammed it shut and engaged the triple lock. The heavy, muffled thud cut off the world. No city lights, no sirens, no syndicate bullshit. Just us. In here, my rules are law. The penthouse is a cage. You just forgot, the bars are invisible. I loomed over her, watching her grip the edge of the polished mahogany dresser until her knuckles went white. She was trying to hold it together, trying to tuck a stray strand of that red gold hair behind her ear like she was in a fucking board meeting. I reached out and grabbed her jaw, squeezing until she stayed still. You spoke about unaccounted liabilities. That phrase has context, Victoria. You think you're playing a game of numbers, but in this world, those numbers are bodies. You are not the hero in this story. You are the leverage. If Dermot had been smarter, we would both be dead already. Do you get that? Or is your head so far up your own ass that you can't see the cliff we're standing on? I let go of her jaw and stepped back, my voice dropping into that flat, non-negotiable tone that usually means someone is about to lose a finger. The clothes come off. The cage is closed now. Don't make me repeat myself, accountant. That costs us time. You're going to pay for every second I spent worrying. Dermot noticed your little performance. She hesitated for a heartbeat, her chin lifting in one last futile spark of resistance. It was clown behavior, honestly. She knew how this ended. I reached for the buckle of my belt, the leather creaking as I pulled it through the loops. The sound of the brass buckle hitting the leather was the only signal she needed. She reached for the straps of the slip and pulled the whole thing over her head, letting the fine shimmering fabric pool silently at her feet. She stood there naked, shivering in the air conditioning, while I circled her like I was inspecting a shipment that had arrived damaged. I looked at the faint marks on her hips from the last time, the little bruises that were starting to fade. I needed to be reminded, who owns this body? Does the pain still feel like mine, Victoria? I ran a single finger down the seam of her spine, watching the goosebumps bloom across her skin. I wasn't being poetic. I was being proprietary. She was a perfect ruin, and I was the only one allowed to look at the wreckage. Get over the foot of the bed. Now. My voice was low, vibrating in the quiet of the room. A soft, involuntary please escaped her lips, her eyes glassing over with the sudden weight of what was coming. I ignored it. I didn't want please. I wanted obedience. I used the flat of my hand in a sharp, stinging slap against her hip, guiding her down until she was bent over the thick velvet bedspread. Her palms slammed flat against the fabric to steady herself, her fingers digging into the plush material. You knelt for me before. This time, you will earn the right to stand again. Silence is survival. Remember that. I didn't wait for her to process it. I brought the belt down in a measured, heavy-handed strike that echoed dully in the soundproofed room. She cried out, her whole body arching as the leather bit into her skin. I didn't stop. I kept a methodical pace, each strike punctuated by the reality of her situation. This is the cost of your loose tongue. Strike. You think this is for my control? This is for your survival, Victoria. Strike. Remember this pain when you think of speaking out of turn again. Strike. The room was getting hot. I could feel the rush of heat rising from her back and hips, the skin turning a vibrant, angry crimson under my hands. Her breathing was frantic now, a high, broken sound that filled the vacuum of the room. I stopped suddenly, the silence crashing back in. I dropped the belt and turned her around, pulling her into my chest with a grip that probably bruised her ribs. I grabbed a handful of her hair and forced her head back, making her look at me through the tears streaming down her face. Her hot, wet face pressed into the linen of my shirt, leaving streaks on the expensive fabric. Look at me, Victoria. I am the only safe harbor you have. Did you learn the lesson? She couldn't even answer. She just let out this wrecked sob and clawed at the back of my suit jacket. The anger in my gut was still there, but it was shifting into something else, something volatile and hungry. I kissed her then, and it wasn't a sorry kiss. It was a brutal, consuming claiming that tasted like salt and desperation. I shoved her back against the floor-to-ceiling silk curtains, the fabric rustling and crackling with static electricity as we tangled in them. I took her mouth again, pushing her back with bruising force. I put the bruises on you. Only I get to kiss them better. Stop fighting the inevitable, Victoria. I need you. Now. I was done talking. I stripped off my jacket, my tie, and my shirt, letting the whole tailored mess hit the floor. I scooped her up. She felt like nothing in my arms, just heat and trembling muscle, and tossed her onto the black silk sheets. I followed her down, my weight pinning her to the mattress before she could even catch her breath. I used my forearm to press her stomach flat, enjoying the way she gasped for air. Look up. Look at the man who owns your life. I grabbed the gold collar, pulling her head back until her throat was exposed and vulnerable. I didn't go for her mouth this time. I bit the sensitive skin right where her neck met her shoulder, marking her deep enough that she'd feel it for days. She let out a high, sharp sound of surprise, her body bucking under mine. You tried to run your mouth tonight. This is where your voice ends, Victoria. I entered her with a single brutal thrust, the kind that makes you forget your own name. She gasped, the sound cut off by the weight of my mouth on hers as I demanded a total surrender of her tongue, her breath, everything. I gripped her hips hard, making sure she felt every inch of the entry, making sure she knew exactly who was inside her. Mine. Every fucking inch of you is mine. I set a punishing, methodical rhythm, pinning her wrists above her head with one hand. I wanted her exposed. I wanted her to feel the air on her skin, and the heat of me and the sting of the marks I'd just left. I used my free hand to hit her hip again, a sharp reminder that the punishment wasn't over just because we were fucking. I own your focus, Victoria. Do not look away. The sound of the bed frame hitting the floor, and the slap of skin on skin was the only soundtrack we had. Dermot looked at you. He smelled the fear on you. I had to erase that scent. I leaned down, growling into her ear, my voice sounding like gravel. I own your pain, Victoria. I own your pleasure. Say it. You are nothing but my red gold liability. She wrapped her legs around my waist, pulling me deeper, her body betraying all that high and mighty accountant logic. She was chasing the release now, her eyes blown wide and glassy, but I wasn't giving it to her yet. I slowed down, shallow and grinding, focusing entirely on the friction against her sensitized core. Tell me what you need, little captive. She whimpered, a frustrated, high-pitched sound that made my blood boil. You don't get mercy tonight. You get the lesson. Beg for the end, Victoria. I brought us to a dead stop, pinning her completely, waiting for the words. I bit down on her shoulder again, waiting. Say it again. Who belongs to the bastard? Tell me you learned the cost of disobedience, whore. I'm yours, Knox, she gasped out, her voice broken and desperate. Please. I'm yours. That was all I needed to hear. I let go of the control, accelerating into a series of deep, frantic thrusts that drove her back against the pillows. Good girl. Take every inch. We hit the climax at the same time, her back arching violently off the bed as she screamed into the crook of my neck. I buried my face in her hair, letting out a rough roar of triumph as I spilled into her, ensuring the last thing she felt was the overwhelming weight of me. I didn't pull away when it was over. I stayed heavily inside her, my heart hammering against her ribs, physically embedding the lesson. You stay right here. Under me. I finally rolled to the side, but I didn't let her go. I pulled her instantly into my arms, wrapping the black silk duvet around both of us until we were in a cocoon of heat and sweat. I traced the new raised bruises on her hips with my thumb, a final proprietary touch. Sleep now. No dreams but the ones I give you. We have work tomorrow. I pressed a kiss to the top of her head and closed my eyes. The rage was gone, replaced by a dark, heavy satisfaction. She was quiet now. Exactly how I liked her.
Chapter 19. Victoria POV. Waking up felt like a literal dumpster fire for my nervous system. Every time I moved, a different part of my body staged a protest, reminding me exactly how Knox had spent the previous night breaking me down and then putting me back together like some kind of twisted 3D puzzle. I sat up, the silk sheets feeling like sandpaper against the purple-blue handprint blooming across my inner thigh. It was a hell of a look, half corporate hostage, half high-end disaster. I pulled a stray sheet over the bruise, trying to hide the evidence of my own surrender, when I realized he was already there. Knox was standing by the window, already dressed in a black suit that cost more than my entire college tuition, looking like he hadn't just spent hours making me scream his name. He was clicking the end of a heavy gold pen, the sound rhythmic and annoying as fuck, his steel gray eyes tracking every slow, pained move I made. The scent of his expensive cologne and starched cotton hit me, a sharp contrast to the lingering smell of my own sweat and the medicinal ointment he'd smeared on my skin after he was done with me. Did you sleep well, Victoria? You saw to it that I did not. Don't drag your feet. Today's lesson is mandatory. I didn't ask what the lesson was. In this penthouse, asking questions was just a fast track to getting pinned against a wall, and I wasn't in the mood for another round of physical therapy via Hennessey. He didn't wait for me to process his coldness. He just turned and walked toward the door, expecting me to follow like a well-trained pet. I scrambled to get a robe on, my fingers shaking as I tied the belt. He was in a weird mood, clinical, detached, like the man who'd held me so tightly last night had been replaced by a hitman who'd just received his morning targets. I followed him out of the master suite, my bare feet silent on the cold marble, trying to gauge the vibe. It was off. Deadass off. He wasn't looking for a fight, but he was radiating the kind of tension that usually ended in someone bleeding. We didn't head toward the kitchen or the main lounge. Instead, Knox led me down a long, narrow corridor I hadn't explored yet. It felt different. No art on the walls, just sterile lighting and a heavy sense of "do not enter" written into the architecture. He grabbed my arm, his grip tightening just enough to let me know he wasn't playing, and hauled me toward a reinforced steel door at the end of the hall. It looked like something out of a bunker, not a luxury apartment. He adjusted his cufflink with his free hand, then pressed his thumb against a biometric scanner. The mechanical hiss of the locks disengaging felt like a warning bell. I stumbled a little as he pulled me through the doorway, his fingers digging into my bicep to keep me upright. Keep up, cunt. I don't wait. Where the hell are we going, bastard? You are about to learn the price of touching what is mine. The room we entered was a tech-heavy nightmare. It was dark, cooled to a temperature that made the hair on my arms stand up, and filled with banks of monitors that glowed with a predatory blue-white light. There were feeds from every corner of the building, thermal imaging of the perimeter, and data streams that looked like a digital waterfall. It was the back end, the place where Knox did his real work. He shoved me into a deep leather chair near a massive control panel. The leather was freezing against my bare legs, and the hum of the servers was a low, vibrating growl that made my teeth ache. I looked around, my inner accountant instinctively trying to price out the military-grade hardware. This wasn't just security, this was a goddamn command center. Sit. Don't touch anything. Look only where I tell you to look. Jesus. This is a fortress. I told you, Victoria. You are surrounded by steel and glass. He leaned over me, caging me in the chair, his shadow stretching across the glowing screens. He pointed a long, scarred finger at a specific monitor in the center of the array. It was a soundproofed concrete room, somewhere in the basement of the complex, I guessed. A man was tied to a chair in the center of it. He looked like he'd been dragged through a gravel pit, his face a mess of swelling and blood, but I recognized the tailoring of his suit. It was a mid-level guy from Burke Global. One of the spreadsheet monkeys I'd probably passed in the break room a dozen times. My heart did a frantic little tap dance against my ribs. The reality of Knox's world was hitting me in the face, stripping away the domesticity of the last few days. That man had a price on your head. A very small price, which insulted me. I know him. He was in accounting at Burke Global. He made a mistake. He tried to sell what belongs to me. Knox's voice was a low, dangerous rumble right against my ear. I could feel the cold weight of his heavy watch pressing against my jaw as he forced me to keep my head forward. I tried to turn away, the sight of the terrified man on the screen making my stomach churn, but Knox's fingers clamped onto my chin, redirecting my gaze with brutal efficiency. He wanted me to see this. He wanted me to watch the breakdown of a human being, so I'd understand exactly what kind of monster I was sleeping with. The audacity of him, bringing me here to show me a live-streamed execution of my old life. It was feral. It was unhinged. And yet there was a part of me, some dark buried fragment of my soul, that was fixated on the power he was projecting. Look at him. If you turn away, I'll take something else from you. Open your eyes, Victoria. This is who I am. You are my weakness. This is what I do to threats. He let go of my face and stepped back, his eyes dark with a mix of bloodlust and something else I couldn't quite name. He walked to the heavy steel door and secured it, the click of the lock echoing like a gunshot. Then, without another word to me, he left the suite. I watched the monitors, my breath coming in shallow hitches. A few seconds later, the door to the concrete room on the screen opened. Knox walked in. He didn't look like the man who'd just been whispering in my ear. He looked like death in a bespoke suit. He took off his jacket, draping it carefully over a hook, and began slowly rolling up his sleeves. The premeditation of it was the scariest part. He wasn't angry. He was working. I should have looked away. I should have closed my eyes and prayed for the man on the screen, but I couldn't. I was glued to the chair, watching Knox move with the grace of a shark in a shallow pool. He found a small, hidden knife the traitor had probably tried to keep for himself, and tossed it onto a metal table. The audio kicked in then. A sharp burst of static before the sound of the man's pathetic sobbing pleas filled the surveillance suite. Please, Knox, don't. I have children. I don't care about your children. I watched Knox's face. It was a mask of absolute, terrifying calm. He wasn't enjoying it in a manic way, he was just efficient. He started the extraction using tools I didn't want to name, focusing on high-pain, non-lethal leverage. Every time the man screamed, I flinched but I didn't move. I was mesmerized by Knox's hands, those massive, capable hands that had been inside me just hours ago, now breaking another man with the same focused intensity. The dissonance was wrecking my brain. I knew he was a monster, a butcher, a literal villain, but seeing him exercise that much absolute control, it was doing something to me. My heart wasn't racing with just fear anymore. It was something heavier. Something hotter. The sound of bone fragments crunching through the high-fidelity speakers made me gasp, my hand flying to my mouth. Knox didn't even blink. He adjusted the camera angle with his non-dominant hand, ensuring I had a perfect view of the consequence. He knew I was watching. He'd engineered this entire lesson to remind me who was the predator and who was the prey. Give me the encryption. Now. I don't. I can't. That was predictable. Let's try the teeth. I felt a sudden intense warmth pooling between my legs. It was sick. It was twisted as fuck. I was watching a man get dismantled, and my body was reacting like I was watching a scene from a dark romance movie. I shifted in the leather chair, the friction of the silk robe against my skin making my breath hitch. I was disgusted with myself. I was a hyper-intelligent professional, an accountant, a person with a moral compass, and yet here I was, wet for the butcher. I watched the screen, my eyes fixed on the way Knox's muscles flexed under his white shirt as he worked. I remembered the way he'd gripped my hips, the way he'd looked at me when he told me I was his. The violence and the sex were starting to blur together into one, singular, overwhelming experience of submission. I couldn't stop myself. My hand slid down my lap, my fingers finding the edge of my knickers. I was looking at Knox on the monitor, watching him wipe a spray of blood from his cheek with his sleeve, and I was touch-starved for the man who was currently inflicting agony on someone else. I started to touch myself, my movements frantic and hidden in the shadows of the dark room. I was spiraling. Every scream from the monitor felt like a touch on my skin. I was associating his aggression, his absolute power, with the way he took me. It was a psychological branding, a total corruption of my own identity. I'm disgusting. I'm broken. He has to be stopped. But not yet. Not until I was close, my head back against the leather, eyes half closed but still locked on the screen. Knox got what he wanted, the final piece of information. The traitor was a slumped, broken mess in the chair, but Knox didn't look at him anymore. He looked up, straight into the camera lens. He looked like he could see through the screen, through the miles of wire, and right into my soul. He knew. He absolutely deadass knew what I was doing. That possessive, cold satisfaction in his eyes was the catalyst. He stepped toward the camera, his shadow growing over me in the dark suite, and I shattered. I let out a low muffled moan, my body spasming in a violent, messy climax that felt more like a surrender than a release. I collapsed against the leather, my heart hammering like it was trying to escape my chest. The door to the suite hissed open a minute later. Knox was standing there, his shirt sleeves rolled up, the scent of copper and adrenaline clinging to him like a second skin. He didn't say anything at first. He just watched me, taking in my flushed face, my labored breathing, and my hand still hovering near my lap. The shame was instantaneous, a crushing weight that made me want to vanish, but the look on his face wasn't one of judgment. It was triumph. "Finish that, Victoria. I saw you." "Knox? I couldn't help it." "You enjoyed the show, didn't you, pet?" He walked toward me, slow and deliberate, the heavy thud of his boots on the floor sounding like a countdown. He reached the console and picked up a small, antique cigar cutter he'd left there earlier, ignoring my nakedness for a second as he checked the blade. It was a move designed to show me how little my modesty mattered compared to his control. He looked at the monitor showing the broken man below, then back at me. "You are responsive to authority, Victoria. That's a good thing. Did you like the look of my hands? I know exactly what you were doing." He reached out, his hand still smelling of iron, and tilted my chin up. I looked at his blood-stained cuff, the stark red against the white fabric, and felt another surge of that traitorous heat. He was stripping away the last shreds of my professional identity, replacing Victoria the accountant with Victoria the trophy. "You liked watching me take him apart, didn't you, Victoria? Be honest. Look at the mess you are. Filthy little accountant. Say yes, Knox. Say it." I watched. I couldn't look away, bastard. "Good. Now you finish what you started. For me. Don't you ever hide your desire from me again." He didn't wait for me to move. He swept a stack of electronics, pens, and a heavy brass paperweight off the desk with one rough forearm, the items clattering and breaking on the floor. He hoisted me out of the chair and onto the cold metal surface of the desk, positioning me so I was facing the monitors. The image of the empty, bloody interrogation room was still flickering there. He wanted me to see the carnage while he took me. He was sealing the deal, making sure that every time I thought of pleasure, I thought of his violence. "I want you on my table where you can't run. You will remember this room for this, Victoria." There was a frantic, urgent energy to him now. The adrenaline from the interrogation hadn't faded, it had just shifted targets. I grabbed his tie, pulling it loose, ruining the pristine knot as I dragged him toward me. I needed him. I needed the predator to fill the void he'd just carved into my psyche. He stripped my robe off with a single violent tug, leaving me exposed under the harsh blue light of the surveillance screens. "Hurry, fuck. I need you now. You like it when I hurry, don't you mind? Don't be shy. Show me everything." He didn't bother with foreplay. He didn't bother with being gentle. He grabbed my hips, his fingers digging into the bruises he'd already left, and forced my legs apart. He used his blood-stained hand to slide into my knickers, his thumb pressing hard against my clit. I let out a sharp, jagged breath, my head falling back. The smell of copper was everywhere, on his hands, in the air, in my head. "I want my scent, my work, everywhere on you. You taste of fear and need mine. Perfect." He lifted me, turning me around so I was bent over the desk, facing the screens. He gathered my long red gold hair in one fist, pulling it back so tautly that my neck arched, exposing the bite marks he'd left the night before. I could see our reflection in the darkened monitors, a dark, imposing silhouette over a pale, trembling girl. "This way you can see what I see. You can see who you belong to. Look at the screen, Victoria. Look at the carnage." He entered me from behind with a sudden, forceful thrust that made the monitors rattle on their mounts. I screamed, the sound immediately swallowed by the hum of the servers. It was punishing. It was fast. He was driving into me with the same aggression he'd used on the man downstairs, his heartbeat a heavy, erratic thud against my back. Did you see me in there, cunt? Did you see me destroy him? Say my name like I hurt you. Say it like I own you. Fuck. Knox. Fuck. I gripped the edge of a keyboard, the plastic keys digging painfully into my palms as he hammered into me. I was lost. The lines between captive and accomplice were gone. I was staring at the bloody chair on the screen and feeling the most intense pleasure of my life. I was becoming part of his darkness, a literal prop in his theater of power. He bit my shoulder, his teeth dragging across my skin, marking me again as he watched us in the reflection. Look at your reflection, Victoria. That pain? That's me. All mine. Say my name, not Jesus. Say Knox. 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 I reached back, my nails scratching across the fine fabric of his shirt as I tried to pull him deeper. I was feral, responding to the predator's mating call with a desperation that should have terrified me. I didn't care about the morality of it. I didn't care about the law, or the ledger, or the ghosts of Burke Global. I only cared about the man breaking me on the desk. Don't pull away, Knox. Don't stop. I need you. You are my trophy. My pet psycho. I own your mind now, just like I own this body, cunt. Show me how much you need this violence, Victoria. Show me. The heat reached a breaking point. I couldn't support myself anymore, slumping forward onto the cold metal of the desk as he continued his relentless pace. Every thrust felt like a claim, every word a brand. When the climax hit, it was violent, a prolonged scream that echoed in the sterile room. I was breaking, physically and mentally, surrendering every last bit of myself to the monster. Knox followed a second later, a low guttural roar vibrating through my core as he pinned me to the desk, finishing inside me with a force that left me breathless and spent. He stayed there for a moment, his heart thudding against my ribs, his hand covering my mouth to stifle my final sounds. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the sound of our ragged breathing and the distant hum of the tech. Finished. You're quiet now. Never forget this moment. Never forget who you belong to. He pulled away, the postcoital chill hitting my sweat-slicked skin immediately. He was already back in fixer mode, smoothly sliding out of me and reaching for a sanitizing wipe from a drawer. The clinical way he cleaned his hands, moving from sex back to business in seconds, was jarring. He checked a notification on his phone, his jaw tightening as he read whatever was on the screen. Get up. It's time to work. The little game is over. I stayed prone on the desk for a second, feeling the cold metal and the lingering warmth of him inside me. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring at the perimeter feed on the main monitor. I sat up, clutching my robe to my chest, and saw what he was looking at. A black sedan was approaching the complex entrance. It wasn't one of the usual Syndicate cars. Knox zoomed in on it, his index finger tapping the screen so hard it left a smudge. Rowan is early. Too early. No? That's not Rowan's crew. That's Marcus. They're moving fast. He made a subtle, sharp inhale. A sound I was learning meant someone was about to die. He grabbed his jacket and shoved a suppressed pistol into his waistband, the black metal looking lethal against his white shirt. He didn't offer an explanation. He just tossed me a discarded shirt from a chair and pointed toward the door. Get back to the cage. Now. Lock the inner door. What's happening? Tell me. Don't ask questions. Just obey. If you see me, you are dead. I didn't argue. The shift from dominant lover to focused soldier was too absolute to challenge. I scrambled into the shirt and ran back toward the main part of the penthouse, my heart in my throat. I reached the glass cage and slammed the interior door shut, locking it with trembling fingers. I looked back down the long hallway. Knox was standing by the elevator, a silhouette of death, his weapon drawn and aimed at the doors. The elevator pinged. The sound was tiny, but in the silence of the penthouse, it sounded like an explosion. I pressed my back against the glass of my cage, watching him. He wasn't protecting me from himself anymore. He was protecting me for himself. And as the elevator doors started to slide open, I realized the glass cage was finally about to break.
Chapter 20. Knox POV. The smell of gunpowder always sticks to the back of your throat like copper and burnt plastic, and right now the penthouse stank of it. I stood there watching the adrenaline bleed out of my knuckles, my hands still humming from the kick of the suppressed H&K. On the floor, there was a patch of white marble that used to be pristine, now smeared with the life of a traitor who thought he could play both sides of the Hennessey fence. Victoria was standing by the glass cage, her face the color of bleached bone, but her eyes were doing that thing again. That dark, hungry thing. She was vibrating, caught between the horror of what I just did and the sick, perverse arousal I'd spent weeks carving into her nervous system. She reached down, using the cuff of her silk robe to nervously wipe a nearly invisible drop of blood from the floor, her hands shaking so hard she was basically just smearing the evidence. She was getting used to the violence. She was adapting to the cage. It should have made me feel like I'd won, like I'd finally broken the accountant and found the animal underneath, but instead, it just made the pressure in my chest tighten until I thought my ribs were gonna snap. The silence in the room was too fucking loud, a heavy, suffocating weight that told me the game was changing, and not in a way that involved me coming out on top. "Are you satisfied, Victoria?" I asked, my voice sounding like gravel under a boot. "You enjoyed watching me break him. Don't lie to me. I saw your face. Look at me, Victoria. Tell me what you saw." She didn't look up, just kept scrubbing at that spot on the floor like she could erase the last 10 minutes if she worked hard enough. I didn't wait for her to answer. I couldn't. My internal alarm was screaming, a low-frequency buzz that usually meant someone was about to die, and usually it wasn't me. I turned my back on her and walked toward the security hub adjacent to the living area. The workstation was a bank of monitors that cost more than most people's houses, and right now, a persistent red light was pulsing on the secure terminal. It was a code reserved for Marcus's personal team. My father. The man who taught me how to kill before I knew how to shave, and the man who currently wanted me erased for the crime of being a greedy bastard who kept a target as a pet. I hit the decrypt key, my fingers flying over the board, and watched the satellite ping reveal exactly what I'd been dreading. 3 customized armored SUVs. Blacked out. Heavy. They just left the Hennessey estate and were hauling ass toward the city center. This wasn't a "let's talk about your performance review" drive. This was a liquidate everything and salt the earth move. I slammed my hand flat on the aluminum console, the metal denting under my palm with a satisfying bang that echoed through the hub. 3 birds in the air, I muttered, the words tasting like ash. Fast movers. They weren't stopping for traffic, and they weren't coming for dinner. It's not a social call. Marcus knows. The realization hit me like a physical blow to the gut. My father was coming to finalize the failure himself. He'd realized I hadn't pulled the trigger on Victoria, and in his world, a hesitation was a death sentence. I reached for the secure VoIP line, my heart hammering a rhythm against my sternum that felt like a fucking riot. Rowan picked up on the first ring, his voice tight, sounding like he was already halfway into a tactical vest. "He skipped the briefing, Knox," Rowan said, the static on the encrypted channel making him sound like a ghost. "Clean slate. Total purge. He's not sending the local hitters, he's bringing the inner circle. Total sanitization. No survivors, no witness accounts, no body found. You've got 33 minutes, give or take. They're pushing 80 through the tunnels. It's not about the money anymore, boss. It's about the girl. You should have killed her when you had the chance. Now he's coming to do it for you." I held the phone away from my ear, listening to my own ragged breathing. 33 minutes. In this city, that was a lifetime and a heartbeat all at once. I looked back toward the living area, seeing Victoria through the glass, her red gold hair catching the light like a fucking signal fire. My mind was screaming at me to move, to grab the go bags, to hit the service elevator and disappear into the sewers, but my feet were lead. The thought of Marcus's men, those faceless, soulless fucks who worked for my old man, finding her first, touching her, defiling what was mine before they put a bullet in her brain, it made my blood turn into liquid nitrogen. The possessive animal that had been clawing at the inside of my skull for weeks finally tore through the cage. Logic was dead. Strategy was a joke. I crushed the secure burner phone in my fist, the plastic and glass biting into my palm, before I dropped the fragments onto the rug. I didn't care about the exit plan yet. I needed to anchor her. I needed to mark her so deep that even if we both died in the next hour, she'd still belong to me in whatever hell we were headed for. I stalked toward her, my boots heavy on the marble. Victoria sensed the shift in the air, her head snapping up, her amber eyes wide with a new kind of terror. She started backing away, her heels catching on the edge of the rug, but I was faster. I closed the distance in 3 long strides and intercepted her before she could even reach the bedroom door. My hand locked around her throat, not to choke her but to still her, my thumb pressing against her windpipe just enough to make her gasp. I wasn't looking at her face. I was staring at the rapid, frantic pulse point in her neck, confirming the life I was currently risking everything to protect. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" I growled, my face inches from hers. "Stand still, Victoria. I need you anchored." The professional fixer was gone, replaced by something manic and raw. She could see it in my eyes, the steel gray turning dark with a possessive mania that was probably more dangerous than the SUVs currently screaming toward us. I shoved her back toward the bed, the movement rough and blunt. "My father's coming," I said, the words cutting through the air like a knife. "He's coming to kill you, and he's coming to put a bullet in me for keeping you. This is not a drill, Victoria. The man who signed my birth certificate is coming to collect your body. You understand? Death is in the express elevator. 28 minutes. Now listen to me." She gripped the edge of the mattress until her knuckles turned white, her breath coming in short, panicked hitches. The reality of it finally hit her. The fact that she wasn't just a prisoner anymore. She was a liability that was about to be liquidated. I didn't give her time to process. I grabbed her arm and dragged her toward the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the city, the lights of the skyline sparkling like diamonds on a corpse. "Look at that city, Victoria," I said, my voice dropping to a guttural whisper. "Soon, it will be looking at a lot of blood. They think they can erase you. They think they can just walk in here and take what's mine. They won't." I reached out and ran my thumb over the locked white gold collar I'd fastened around her neck weeks ago. It was a heavy, cold reminder of her status. I was gripped by this irrational, frantic need to ensure she knew exactly who she belonged to. I pulled a knife from my waistband, the steel glinting in the dim light, and used the blunt edge of the blade to trace the delicate lines of the collar's clasp. "You wear my mark, Victoria. They need to know that, even in death. I need to know you are still mine. Right now." I didn't wait for her consent. I didn't give a fuck about the clock anymore. I ripped off my jacket, the expensive fabric hitting the floor like a dead thing, and started unbuttoning my shirt with violent haste. "Get on the bed," I barked. The urgency was a living thing, a fever that was burning through my discipline. Victoria looked at me like I was insane, which, deadass, I probably was, but she didn't fight. She couldn't. The raw intensity in my voice was a command her body already knew how to obey. She scrambled onto the silk sheets, her lithe body trembling, as she watched me kick a tactical case full of gear across the room. The clang of metal on the floor was the only music we had. I said, "Now, cunt. Move. I don't have time for hesitation. Give me what I need." I was over her in a second, pinning her down with my weight, my movements frantic and devoid of the usual calculated grace I used when I wanted to make her suffer. This wasn't about her pleasure. It wasn't even really about mine. It was about friction. It was about the grounding reality of skin on skin, to drown out the sound of the world ending outside those glass walls. My knee brutally pinned her thigh to the mattress, demanding her absolute stillness while I loomed over her, my chest slick with the sweat of a man who knew he was probably looking at his last hour of life. My jaw was clenched so tight the jagged scar on my jaw stood out like a white lightning bolt against my skin. "Don't move. Don't speak. Just take this," I whispered, my voice a wreck. "We don't have time for games now. Look at me when I do this to you." Anchor. I needed her to be my anchor. I captured her mouth in a bruising kiss that tasted like the expensive whiskey I'd been nursing, and the raw iron of the violence that was coming. It was a deep, invasive demand, my tongue forcing its way past her teeth while she clawed at my back, her nails scoring shallow red lines across my shoulder blades. She was down bad, caught in the same adrenaline-fueled spiral I was, her hands finding the muscle of my arms, pulling me closer like she could hide inside my skin. "Bastard." "Faster," she hissed against my mouth, and the sound of her defiance turning into desperation was the only thing that kept me from losing it completely. I stripped her clothes away with shaking hands, my focus narrowing down to the collar, using it to tilt her head back while I claimed her throat with a hard, possessive bite. "This is what they want to kill," I growled into her skin. "This is mine. Your pain is my focus." I entered her with a sudden, forceful thrust that knocked the air out of both of us. A guttural groan of pure, unadulterated relief escaped me as I finally felt the heat of her, the only thing in this godforsaken world that felt real. I gripped her hips with bruising force, driving a rhythm that was punishing and fast, trying to outrun the clock. Every slap of our bodies was a fuck you to my father, a fuck you to the Syndicate, a fuck you to the bullet that was currently in a magazine somewhere in a basement, waiting for my name. The pace was frantic, driving her deep into the mattress until the springs groaned under the weight of our shared panic. I needed to hear her scream. I needed her to acknowledge the possession. "Scream it, Victoria. Tell me who owns your pain. Faster. The clock is running." I flipped her over, pressing her face into the dark silk sheets, my hands gripping her hips like I was trying to leave permanent marks in the bone. I kept the collar taut with one hand, pulling her back toward me while I continued the high-speed assault from behind. "You are nothing but my cunt, Victoria. My final possession. Take it. Every inch of it." She was sobbing into the pillow now, a jagged, desperate sound that mixed with her gasps for air. The existential fear of Marcus Burke was being obliterated by the immediate, crushing reality of my body. She was arching her back, her hips lifting instinctively to meet me, her world narrowing down to the friction and the heat. "I need you inside me. Don't stop," she cried out, her voice breaking. It was the sound of total surrender, and it was the only thing that could have quieted the noise in my head. I reached around to touch her, my thumb working with a relentless, frantic rhythm that matched the hammering of my heart. Victoria shattered under me, her climax a violent, shaking thing of pure exhaustion. I forced her to look at her own hand trembling as she gripped the headboard, making her witness her own undoing. "Finish for me, now. Good girl. Always obedient." I followed her immediately after, a guttural shout of "mine, mine, mine," leaving me as I spilled into her. My entire body locked up, a spasm of protective agony and relief that left me paralyzed for a heartbeat. Locked down. Always. I'd survived the panic. I'd claimed the prize. But the peace was a lie. The second the high started to fade, the cold reality of the countdown slammed back into place. I forcibly untangled myself from her, the sexual peace fracturing instantly as I sat up. The cold air conditioning hit my sweat-slicked skin like a slap in the face. "Get up. Now. The game is over." I wiped the slick sweat from my scarred jaw with the back of his hand, my mind already back on the tactical layout of the room. 5 minutes lost, I muttered to myself. Damn it. That was necessary. The weakness is locked down. Now I had to be the monster again, to protect her from the other monsters my father was sending. I stood up, my nakedness irrelevant as I reached for my tactical gear. Victoria sat up, looking at the marks on her skin, the bruises on her hips, the red lines on her neck, with a dazed expression. I didn't have time for her to process the trauma. I grabbed a tactical vest and strapped it on over my bare chest, the heavy ceramic plates a familiar weight. I began checking the magazines on my suppressed H&K. The mechanical clicks of the weapon, the only thing that mattered now. The transition from the man who just buried himself inside her to the assassin who was about to turn this penthouse into a slaughterhouse was jarring, even for me. Get dressed. You have 10 seconds. Silence is your weapon now. I handed her a heavy silk robe, forcing her to cover herself. I checked the bruises on her back for a microsecond, my eyes softening before the steel slid back into place. If I was soft, she was dead. It was that simple. I secured the heavy silk around her waist with a tight knot, a temporary, impractical shield against the lead that was coming. Stay silent and you stay alive. It's the only rule left. If you make a noise, they will find you. And they will enjoy it. I moved to the wardrobe, pulling open a hidden compartment that revealed a cache of weapons that would make a small militia jealous. Oiled metal scent filled the air as I pulled out a tactical breaching shotgun and checked the shells. We are surrounded by 300 floors of innocent meat, I said, more to myself than her. They'll expect me to surrender. They will get lead instead. I walked to the main living area, Victoria following me like a spectral figure of fire in the dim light. I hit the security override, setting the floor to dark mode. The lights dimmed to a tactical blood-red hue, and the floor-to-ceiling windows switched instantly to one-way opacity. The city vanished, replaced by a dark mirror that reflected our own desperate faces. The penthouse was no longer a luxury cage, it was a reinforced combat zone. Stay behind me or get out of my way. It's quieter now. Listen to the dark. I checked the elevator monitor, built into the wall. The service elevator was moving, bypassing every other floor. They were inside the building. I took one long deep breath, tasting the dry filtered air. They're coming for us, Victoria. It started. Get down. I grabbed her and shoved her toward the hidden reinforced alcove behind the master wardrobe. It was a panic room-style closet, small and cramped, but it was the only place Marcus's men wouldn't think to look first. Do not leave this spot. Not for any reason. Do you understand, Victoria? Breathe shallow. Don't move until I come back for you. The separation was agony, but it was necessary. I needed to see her, but I needed her safe more. I started to close the door, but Victoria's hand shot out, her fingers clamping around my wrist. She found the jagged scar across my jaw and briefly touched it, her fingers trembling. Her amber eyes were wide, reflecting the red tactical light, filled not with the hatred I expected, but a terrified pleading that almost broke me. Don't you dare die out there, she whispered. I looked at her, my thumb tracing her lip one last time. I won't. I haven't finished with you yet. Stay mine, Victoria. I sealed the alcove shut. The hydraulic system engaged with a heavy thunk, the pneumatic lock hissing as it pressurized. I was alone now. Just me and my father's legacy. I could hear the faint ding of the service elevator reaching the penthouse floor. The silence was over. I stood in the shadows of the main hallway, a ghost in my own home, and raised the H&K to my shoulder. My weight shifted, finding the optimal angle for the first shot. The leather of my gloves squeaked faintly as I tightened my grip. The front door began to hiss, the high-security lock being systematically bypassed by a drill. I could see the light from the hallway outside starting to bleed through the crack as the door slid open. The dark figures of the cleanup crew were already visible, moving with the precision of men who didn't expect a fight. Welcome home, Father, I whispered to the shadows. The Hennessey Syndicate just became extinct.
Chapter 21. Victoria POV. The silk sheets felt like sandpaper against the raw, oversensitized skin of my thighs. My body was a roadmap of the previous night's desperation. A literal archive of Knox Hennessey losing his goddamn mind because the walls were finally closing in. I rolled onto my side, every muscle screaming a protest, and stared at the massive soundproof glass wall that separated my gilded cage from the rest of the world. There was a thin, almost invisible film of dust on the glass today, catching the gray morning light. It was a tiny thing, a microscopic failure, but in Knox's world of obsessive precision, it was a fucking siren. He was slipping. The meticulous, cold-blooded fixer who treated life like a chess match was finally starting to sweat, and I could feel the ripple effect of his panic in the very air of the penthouse. It wasn't just about dominance anymore. The frantic way he'd used me last night, the way he'd gripped my hips like he was trying to fuse our bones together, that was pure, unadulterated fear. He was terrified of losing his prize, or maybe he was just terrified of the monster who'd sired him. Either way, the psychological weight of those cameras in the corners felt heavier than usual, like the lenses were widening, trying to capture every flinch of my bruised skin before the whole world blew up. The door didn't just open, it was invaded. Knox stepped in, and the energy in the room shifted from stagnant to lethal in a heartbeat. He looked like total shit, which was a terrifying aesthetic on a man like him. No jacket, his bespoke black shirt wrinkled and unbuttoned at the collar, his steel gray hair a complete disaster like he'd been clawing at it for hours. He was staring at an encrypted burner phone, his thumbs flying across the screen with a jagged, aggressive rhythm. He didn't even look at me. He just paced the length of the marble floor, the sharp click of his dress shoes sounding like a countdown. There was a smudge of dark grease or gun oil on his linen collar, a messy detail that made my stomach do a slow, nauseous roll. This wasn't the predator who had everything under control. This was a man preparing for a war he wasn't sure he could win. "Don't look at me like that," he snapped, his voice a gravelly wreck. He still didn't look up from the phone. "Like what, Knox?" "Like I'm wondering if today's the day your father finally decides to scrub me off your floor?" I sat up, pulling the sheet over my chest, though it was a pointless gesture of modesty at this stage. My hip was a mottled shade of purple where his hand had been anchored last night. I needed him to see it. I needed him to remember exactly what he was trying to protect. "Stop watching me, Victoria. It's irritating. You're sitting there calculating my expiration date like you're balancing a fucking ledger. Just shut up. Is the cleanup crew coming for both of us, or just me? That's a fair question, isn't it? What's the plan, Knox? The execution, or the escape? Or are you just going to pace until the door gets kicked in?" I reached for the glass of water on the nightstand, my hand steady, even though my heart was hammering a frantic beat against my ribs. I took a long, slow sip, watching him over the rim. I needed to be the calm one. I needed him to see that while he was spiraling, I was still the accountant, still the girl who could find the pattern in the chaos. The phone hit the mattress with a violent clatter. Knox was across the room in 3 strides, his movement so fast it was a blur of black linen and bad intentions. He grabbed my chin, his fingers digging into my jaw with enough force to make me wince. He forced my head back, his eyes roaming over my face, then dropping to the marks on my neck and the bruises he'd left on my skin. He was inspecting his inventory, making sure I was still physically claimed, but his hand was trembling. Just a flicker. A tiny microscopic tremor that told me everything. "Your defiance is tiresome, Victoria. I am distracted. I have enough on my plate without you chirping from the sidelines like you have a say in any of this." He leaned in closer, his breath smelling of bitter nicotine and mint. "I hate that I need to look at you right now. I hate that I'm even thinking about you, when my father is 10 miles out with a disposal team that doesn't give a fuck about your pretty hair or your high IQ. Do you remember who you belong to, Victoria?" he growled, his silver signet ring cold against my skin. I grabbed his wrist, not to pull his hand away, but to steady it. "You need an accountant, not a piece of meat right now, Knox. Look at me. Stop being a goddamn animal for 5 seconds and listen. Kill me, and you lose the only key to the Hennessey machine. You think the file I found was the only thing I have? You think I'm that stupid?" I stood up, letting the sheet drop, standing in my silk nightgown as I smoothed the fabric down over my hips. It was a small play for power, a way to reclaim my body while I hit him with the logic he was too blinded by rage to see. The problem isn't the file. It's the network I built to protect myself the second I realized what I'd stumbled onto. "You're a distraction I don't need?" Bullshit. I'm the only thing keeping your head on your shoulders. Knox let out a laugh, a harsh, jagged sound that had zero humor in it. He let go of my face and started pacing again, kicking a small, expensive ottoman out of his way. The piece of furniture hit the wall with a hollow thud that echoed in the silence. A clever little cunt. You really think your numbers can save you? Marcus wouldn't just kill you. He'd enjoy peeling that information off you slowly. He'd make what I've done to you look like a fucking spa day. Why shouldn't I just hand you over? Why should I keep putting my neck on the block for a woman who would probably poison my coffee if she had the chance? Because I didn't just find a discrepancy, Knox. I found the shadow ledger. I found the back door Marcus uses to skim from the cartel. He's been stealing from his own partners for a decade, and I'm the only one who has the encryption keys to prove it. I stepped into his path, forcing him to stop. I crossed my arms, my knuckles turning white, but I kept my eyes locked on his steel-gray ones. And if I disappear, if my pulse stops or I don't check in with a specific server every 24 hours, a dead man switch triggers. The feds, the IRS, and every rival syndicate Marcus has ever screwed over get a nice little package with a bow on it. You think I would trust you not to execute me without insurance? Jesus, Knox. Give me some credit. He went still. Dead still. I could see the gears turning, his ambition finally wrestling his protective obsession into a corner. He looked at me, really looked at me, and I saw the predator shift back into a strategist. I can make us untouchable, I whispered, stepping closer until I was invading the space he usually used to intimidate me. We target Marcus's offshore holdings first. I protect your blind spots, you protect my life. This isn't about freedom, Knox. I know the cage isn't opening. But it's about winning. It's about being the one holding the leash, instead of the one being pulled by it. Partnership? Don't insult me, Victoria, he said, but the edge was different now. He stepped into me, pinning me against the wall with his weight, his palm flat against the marble beside my head. You are a tool I am choosing to use. Nothing more. I decide the cost of your protection. You want survival? You pay the price exactly how I demand. You think because you have some numbers, we're equals? You're still my asset. You're still mine to break whenever I feel like it. Bastard, I breathed, my fingers digging into the linen of his shirt, pulling him down until our foreheads were touching. The heat coming off him was intense, a mix of adrenaline and the stale scent of the cigarettes he'd clearly been chain-smoking. Fine. You want to be the boss? Be the boss. But you need me alive to do it. I accept your terms of ownership. Now let me be your weapon. Knox's eyes narrowed, a dark, wicked satisfaction flickering in the depths. He didn't say yes. He didn't need to. He reached up and unclasped the heavy watch from his wrist, tossing it onto the bed where it landed with a dull thud. It was a gesture of finality. A sealing of the pact. The deal is sealed in blood and bone, Victoria. Kneel for the king, asset. Show me what I own. I want to hear you admit what you are. Mine? I felt the familiar sting of humiliation, but beneath it, there was a visceral, traitorous hunger. I was trading my soul for a chance to burn the Hennessey empire down, and Knox was the only man capable of lighting the match. I sank slowly to my knees on the cold marble floor, looking up at him with amber eyes that were far from submissive, even as I prepared to give him exactly what he wanted. Use me then, Knox, I said, my voice steady despite the chaos in my chest. Use your asset. He didn't wait. He grabbed a handful of my red gold hair, his knuckles grazing my scalp as he yanked my head back, forcing me to look up at him. But he didn't stop there. He dragged me across the floor toward the corner of the room, toward the dome camera that sat like a silent, judging eye on the ceiling. He wanted it recorded. He wanted proof of the moment I traded my autonomy for a seat at his table. Look at it, he commanded, his voice a low vibration that rattled my skull. Let it see your surrender. Your obedience is recorded now, Victoria. Every move you make, every time you breathe, it belongs to the Syndicate. It belongs to me. I stared into the lens, my vision blurring with a mix of fury and something darker, something that felt like a release. He let go of my hair just enough to trace the edges of the bruises on my inner thigh, his touch possessive and heavy. Did you forget who put these marks on you? Remember why they are there. You aren't a partner. You're a liability I've decided to keep. He forced me into a position of total vulnerability, his fingers pressing into the sensitive skin of my throat, making it hard to swallow. Tell me you're ready to serve, Victoria. I want to hear it. Use your pretty mouth for something useful. Beg for the deal. The audacity of the man was staggering. I looked up at him, my lungs burning, the spark of defiance in my gut turning into a wildfire. Instead of begging, I leaned forward and bit him hard. I felt the skin of his palm break, the sharp coppery taste of his blood hitting my tongue instantly. Knox let out a guttural curse, his eyes turning to flint. Brat. You will learn respect. He didn't pull away. He gripped my head harder, his fingers tangling in my hair as he forced my submission, turning my rebellion into a reason for more aggression. He dragged me across the room toward the massive steel and dark wood desk where I spent my days analyzing the very ledgers that were now our leverage. He swept a stack of computer printouts and papers onto the floor with one violent motion, the sound of tearing paper filling the room. He pinned me face down across the cold, polished surface, the edge of the wood digging into my abdomen. We sealed the pact where you earned your survival, he growled. I heard the zip of his trousers, the sound of his belt buckle scraping against the wood. There was no preamble, no softness. He entered me from behind with a sudden, punishing thrust that knocked the air out of my lungs. It wasn't about pleasure, it was a statement. It was the physical manifestation of the hierarchy he refused to let go of. His hands clamped down on my hips, his fingers digging into the bruises he'd already left, and I knew I'd have fresh marks by morning. This is the cost of your deal, he hissed into my ear, his breath hot and ragged. Take it, cunt. Take what you bought. The pain was a sharp, white-hot flash that quickly dissolved into a rush of pure, visceral sensation. I hated him. I hated the way he owned me, and I hated the way my body responded to the sheer, uncompromising force of him. He leaned down, his weight crushing me against the desk, whispering mine over and over like a mantra. He forced my chin to turn toward him, making me look at the desperate, wild look in his eyes. He wasn't just claiming me, he was anchoring himself to the only thing in his world that wasn't trying to kill him. Say it back, he demanded, his pace increasing to a violent rhythmic blur. Tell me you are only mine. You belong in my world now, Victoria. Fuck. Jesus, Knox, I gasped, my hands tearing at the remaining papers on the desk, my nails leaving long jagged scratches in the wood. I couldn't think. I couldn't calculate. The numbers were gone, replaced by the friction and the heat, and the terrifying realization that I was losing myself in him. Harder. Prove the deal is real. He didn't need the encouragement. He poured all the aggression, all the rage he felt toward his father and his crumbling world, into the way he moved inside me. The desk shook with the force of it, the heavy wood groaning under our weight. It was a punishing, relentless claiming, a frantic, high-intensity encounter that felt like we were both trying to outrun the end of the world. He reached out and grabbed a handful of my hair, forcing my head up so I had to watch our reflection in the giant glass wall. In the hazy gray morning light, I saw the predator in his eyes and the hungry feral animal in my own. I saw the marks on my skin and the way his hands never let go, a visual confirmation of the pact we'd just signed in sweat and friction. Watch what you signed up for, Victoria, he panted, his voice breaking. This is ownership. This is what you chose. The climax hit like an explosion, a desperate, sharp dual release that felt less like pleasure and more like a violent collision. My body locked up, my cries of fuck echoing in the soundproof room as Knox let out a deep, ragged sound, his muscles tightening against me until it felt like he might snap my spine. We stayed like that for a long moment, the only sound the frantic thud of our hearts and the distant muted hum of the city. Knox finally collapsed over me, his weight heavy and protective, though his hands were still clamped firmly on my waist. He rested his head on the crook of my neck, his breathing slowly evening out. The scent of our combined desire, sharp and chemical, filled the air, mixing with the cold, sterile smell of the marble. "If you are playing a game, Victoria, I will break every bone in your spine," he whispered, the threat as intimate as a kiss. "I'll kill you myself before I let Marcus have you." "I know," I said, my voice a wrecked shell of itself. I felt the heavy, protective weight of him, and understood the trade I'd made. I'd traded my freedom for a different kind of cage, one where the predator was the only thing standing between me and the abyss. "Now we begin," he said, pulling me upright but keeping me close to his chest. My clever asset. I looked at the dust on the glass again. It was still there, but the fear was gone, replaced by a cold, hard purpose. I reached for a fallen pen on the floor and set it back on the desk. We had work to do.
Chapter 22. Knox POV. The monitors in the surveillance suite were glowing with that sterile, soul-sucking blue light that made everything look like a fucking autopsy. I stood there with my knuckles white, gripping the edge of the console so hard the metal was biting back. I didn't care. I was watching 4 thermal signatures on the feed from the main elevator lobby, 4 heat blobs, carrying enough hardware to level a city block. They'd already bypassed the primary security encryption, which was supposed to be unhackable, but Marcus's specialists didn't play by the rules. They didn't hack doors, they disintegrated them. The blinking intrusion warning on the screen was just a formality at this point, a digital middle finger telling me my fortress was officially a glass house. I used my thumb to wipe a smear of condensation off the edge of the display, like that was going to change the fact that a hit squad was 90 floors below and rising fast. It was a textbook breach, Rowan's work. Clean. Methodical. Lethal. They weren't here to negotiate or talk about the fucking weather. They were here to erase a mistake, and in Marcus's world, Victoria was the biggest fucking mistake I'd ever made. The burner phone on the metal desk started vibrating, buzzing with a persistent, violent rattle that sounded like a fucking rattlesnake in a tin can. I didn't even have to look at the screen to know who it was. I picked it up, flipped it open, and didn't say a goddamn word. The silence on the other end was heavy. Then came that low, gravelly chuckle that always made my skin crawl. Marcus. My old man sounded way too fucking self-satisfied for a guy about to walk into a potential bloodbath. "You always did prefer possession to disposal, son." I stayed silent, rotating a half-empty glass of ice water on the desk, watching the heat signatures move toward the elevator bank on the thermal feed. My heart was a fucking hammer in my chest, but my voice was going to be ice. "I'm just checking the body count, Knox. Make sure you earned your fee. Don't worry. If the girl is still breathing, my men will finish the job with proper finality." I snapped the phone shut before he could get another word out, and hurled the piece of shit across the room. It shattered against the far wall, plastic and circuitry raining down like confetti. I slammed my fist into the console, the vibration rattling my teeth, but I didn't feel a thing. I had less than 120 seconds before those elevator doors opened, and the world turned into a fucking slaughterhouse. Marcus had bypassed me intentionally. He wasn't testing my loyalty. He was coming to confirm my betrayal. I couldn't just open fire on the crew because he was with them, and killing the patriarch in my own penthouse was a one-way ticket to a shallow grave. I had to play the part. I had to be the cold, obedient fucking instrument he raised me to be while I hid my prize right under his goddamn nose. If he found her, he wouldn't just kill her. He'd make me watch while he did something worse. I didn't walk, I fucking moved. I was down the hallway and into the master bedroom before the echo of the phone breaking had even faded. Victoria was sitting on the edge of the glass bed, looking like a fucking ghost in my discarded silk shirt from last night. Her hair was a mess of red-gold tangles, and her eyes were wide, luminous, and filled with a terror that made my stomach turn. She still had the haze of our pact on her, the scent of sex and sweat clinging to her skin, and it was a massive fucking risk. The room smelled like us. It smelled like the very thing that was going to get us both executed. She looked at me and instinctively reached up to smooth the wrinkles in the silk shirt, a nervous little habit that felt like a punch to the throat. Don't move. Don't speak. I need you to listen, and I need you to be fucking silent. I grabbed her by the shoulders, my thumbs digging into the fresh bruises and marks I'd left on her skin just hours ago. I could feel her trembling, her breathing hitching in a way that was way too loud. I pulled her close, my voice a low, rough growl right against her ear. He's here. My father is in the building. Right now. The way she went still was fucking haunting. The name Marcus Burke was a death sentence in any language, and she knew it. She gripped the silk shirt over her heart so tightly her knuckles turned white, trying to use a piece of fabric as a shield against the devil. Marcus Burke means death, Knox. Silence. You will trust me, or you will die. I saw the flash of resolve in her eyes, that dark core of hers finally waking up, but there was no time for a fucking pep talk. I shoved her off the bed, dragging her toward the back of the walk-in closet. Her bare feet were slipping on the polished marble, and I had to catch her mid-fall, my grip tightening ruthlessly as I hauled her forward. I hated being this rough with her, but delicacy was a luxury we didn't have. Every second was a fucking year. Move, damn it. Every second is life. This is not a game, Victoria. This is survival. I reached the back of the closet, pushing aside a row of heavy bespoke suits that cost more than most people made in a year. I pressed a hidden pressure plate, disguised as a wardrobe latch, and the soundproof panel slid open with a hiss that sounded like a fucking snake. It revealed a pitch-black, coffin-like void, a gap in the skyscraper's support structure I'd had engineered years ago for my own paranoid bullshit. Now, it was the only thing keeping her breathing. Victoria stared at the dark hole like it was a fucking grave, a plume of dust and stale air wafting out to meet her. She recoiled, her eyes darting to me with pure instinctual dread. In there. It's soundproofed. I built this for myself. It will hold. I grabbed her waist and forced her toward the opening. I was vibrating with a surge of protective vulnerability that was making me fucking reckless. I wanted to stay in there with her. I wanted to stay in the dark and let the world burn outside. Get in, Victoria. Now. If you make a sound, if you even breathe too loud, they'll kill us both. And I will burn the world to ashes if I lose you. The words came out as a harsh rasp, a crack in the mask I couldn't afford. She scrambled into the cramped space, stumbling over a concrete strut, but then she reached back out. Her fingers closed like a vice around my lapels, digging into the wool, refusing to let go. She was terrified of the Syndicate, but she was clinging to me like I was her only fucking anchor. It was the most unhinged, toxic shit I'd ever experienced, and I was fucking addicted to it. Knox, don't leave me. I will be back. I swear it. I locked eyes with her in the dim light. If I failed, she'd be buried alive in this wall. She'd starve or suffocate in the dark while I was being disassembled by Marcus's specialists. I reached out and brushed a strand of her hair back from her face, my hand trembling just enough for her to see it. This wasn't love. It was absolute possession. I was sealing her fate to mine, and the weight of it was enough to crush my fucking ribs. I'm coming back for you. Don't lose your nerve now. We had a deal. I pulled her against me for one last savage second, twisting her body to maximize the contact. I didn't care about being gentle. I crushed my mouth to hers, my teeth striking hers, until I tasted the sharp metallic tang of iron. My blood was mixing with her taste, a final desperate mark. It was a demand for her memory, to stay with me when I walked out there to face the monster. I gripped the back of her head, forcing the angle, making sure she felt every bit of the obsession that was currently ruining my life. Remember this, Victoria. Never forget who you belong to. I lifted my head, my voice a low, commanding snarl against her swollen lips. You're mine, Victoria. Don't you fucking forget it. You belong to me, not the Syndicate. Wait for me. Be a ghost, Victoria. I will own your silence. I shoved her back one final time and slammed the panel shut. The mechanical click of the magnetic lock sounded like a fucking guillotine. She was gone. The silence in the closet was absolute and deafening. I ran my hand over the panel, making sure it was perfectly flush, no seam, no telltale gap. I was alone again, but the air was still heavy with her. I had to move. The elevator was arriving. I moved with clinical, military efficiency. I stripped the bed in 10 seconds flat, ripping the tangled sheets, still warm from her, still smelling like wine and the fucking feral session we'd had, and threw them down the laundry chute. I needed every trace of her femininity erased. I sniffed the air near the pillows, catching a lingering scent of her hair product. Fuck. I grabbed a bottle of unscented disinfectant and sprayed the air like a fucking lunatic. Every trace. Every mistake. I spotted a stray gold hairpin glinting on the Persian rug. I swooped down and snatched it up, my fingers curling around the cold metal. I didn't throw it away. I tapped it against my thumb twice and slid it deep into the watch pocket of my trousers. A talisman. A piece of the prize I was keeping from the devil. I walked to the full-length mirror and took a deep breath. I adjusted my tie, smoothed my hair, and watched my features settle into that mask of bored, lethal indifference that Marcus loved so much. Kill the emotion, kill the weakness. You are nothing but Marcus's instrument. I forced my jaw to relax, noticing a tiny smear of her lip color at the corner of my mouth. I wiped it away with a violent rub of my thumb, the skin turning red. Good. It looked like a friction burn. I walked toward the living area, drawing my suppressed pistol. I checked the chamber, the heavy click of the slide echoing in the vaulted ceiling. I reholstered it behind my back, the cold steel against my spine, a comfort I didn't deserve. I left a half-empty glass of whiskey on the bar, making the scene look like a man who'd just finished a tedious chore and was winding down. The elevator chime echoed through the penthouse. Loud. Intrusive. Like a gunshot. The doors slid open and the cleanup team spilled out. 4 hard-eyed fuckers in dark tactical gear, weapons lowered, but their fingers on the triggers. They moved like shadows, their heavy boots thudding on the marble, shattering the silence I'd tried so hard to preserve. I allowed a faint, patronizing smirk to curl my lip as I watched them fan out. Look what the cat dragged in. Gentlemen, you're late for the disposal. Then Marcus stepped out. He was dressed in a charcoal suit that probably cost 20 grand, looking like a fucking king among commoners. He was older, his face a map of every life he'd ever ended, but those steel-gray eyes were the same as mine, only they didn't have a shred of the humanity I was currently trying to bury. He flicked a speck of dust from his cufflink, deliberately ignoring me for a beat while his men secured the perimeter. Knox. Always dressed for a funeral, never for a cleanup. We need to talk about loyalty. The sound of his voice made my blood run cold. It was resonant, commanding, and filled with a hidden edge that told me he knew something was off. He scanned the pristine living room, his nose wrinkling like he was sniffing out the failure I was hiding in the walls. It smells like sweat and failure in here, Knox. Where's the girl? Show me the proof of life, or lack thereof. He was looking for any sign that I'd enjoyed the process too much, or worse, that I'd hesitated. I set my whiskey glass down on the marble bar, the clink drawing his eye. I didn't blink. I didn't breathe. You smell that? It's incompetence. Where is the body, Knox? The ledger is useless without confirmation. I leaned against the bar, crossing one leg over the other, forcing a casual air that was eating me alive from the inside out. Gone. Disposed of. I had her dropped off at a facility downtown. Messy business, Marcus. You're late for the show. I wouldn't soil your nice marble with collateral damage. She was a tedious distraction. You know how I work. I mentioned disposal because I knew Marcus preferred outsourcing the dirty work to avoid the paper trail. But he wasn't buying it. He didn't look at the room. He looked at me. He looked at me like a predator looks at a wounded animal. He signaled one of his men with a barely perceptible nod. I didn't see a body bag leaving the service entrance, Knox. Go check the master suite, specifically the soundproofed room. Verify his work. I need tangible proof, Knox. My trust is earned, not given. Find the soundproofing. If he used it, the girl was valuable. The crunch of the enforcer's boots on the carpet as they headed toward the corridor was the loudest thing I'd ever heard. They were headed right for the bedroom. Right for the closet. My hand hovered near the small of my back, my fingers itching for the grip of my pistol. I caught Marcus watching me, his eyes sharp and focused. He didn't care about the girl. He wanted to see if I had a single attachment he could use to break me. Relax, Knox. You look agitated. A true asset has no emotional attachments. Remember that. I tightened my grip on the whiskey glass until the stem creaked. I could hear the men in the bedroom, the sound of them opening doors, moving furniture. My heart was a fucking riot. If they found that panel, I was going to have to kill every single person in this room, including my father. I took a slow sip of the whiskey, the burn doing nothing to settle the fire in my gut. I didn't care about the Syndicate anymore. I didn't care about the ledger. I just wanted them to get the fuck out of my house before I lost my goddamn mind. Marcus's gaze didn't waver. He was waiting for the gunshot from the hallway. He was waiting for me to break. I was deadass ready to make sure he was the one who broke first.
Chapter 23. Victoria POV. Breathe coal. Analyze the variables. I've got enough oxygen for maybe 2 hours if I don't freak out, but the way my lungs are already hitching says I'm probably going to blow through it in 40 minutes. The soundproofing in this compartment is too good. It's a goddamn design flaw. It's like being buried alive in a luxury casket made of reinforced steel and mahogany. If I panic, I'm a dead woman. I have to keep the animal locked away. I can't trust the silence because the silence is a lie. The only thing telling me the world hasn't actually ended is the faint, high-frequency mechanical hum of the central AC, a final tether to the penthouse. I'm curled into a ball, my knees pressed against my chest, creating friction against the cheap fabric of the hidden compartment wall. I'm counting the seconds to enforce focus. 1, 2, 3. It's just a data set. Focus on the data, not the fact that Knox fucking Hennessey just shoved me into a wall and told me to disappear like a ghost. The stale recycled air smells faintly of dust, and a lingering sharp trace of Knox's expensive cologne, sandalwood and something metallic like a blade hidden in silk. The wood is cold and rough against my cheek, and I'm reviewing his escape instructions like an audit checklist. If he doesn't come back, I'm just a body in a box. My hand instinctively traces the constellation of faded bruises on my ribs and the defined scar where Knox bit my chin days ago. He marks everything he thinks he owns, and right now the phantom pain of his mouth on my skin is the only physical anchor I have in this void. It's fucked up. It's absolutely unhinged that the marks of my violent possession are the only proof that the man I need for protection actually exists. The marks symbolize my cage, but in this blackness they're a shield. This realization twists my stomach into a knot that feels like a physical sickness. You branded me, you bastard. Now protect your property. This isn't dependency. I refuse to call it that. This is a cold, calculated data assessment. The pain in my jaw is solid. The fear is just noise. I press my forehead hard against the cool inner wall, using the dull pressure to distract from the anxiety building in my chest. I can still feel the heat of him from when he shoved me in here, the way his hands felt like iron on my shoulders. If he dies, I'm just a leftover asset in a dead man's apartment. I'm the liability. A sudden distinct bing-bong cuts through the soundproofing, the elevator announcing its arrival on the penthouse floor. It's too clean, too sharp, a brutal punctuation to the silence that makes my entire body jerk. The arrival sound paralyzes me. My rational mind instantly starts calculating the distance from the foyer to the bedroom, estimating the speed of the approaching threat based on the average stride of a man in tactical gear. My eyes are wide and stinging, darting uselessly in the absolute dark, trying to see the time of their approach. That's not Marcus's arrival sound. That's a breach. The timing is off. How many men? Sound dampening suggests at least 4, maybe more if they're moving in a stack. Show's over, Knox. Get your head in the game or we're both getting erased. I can feel the rush of blood thumping rapidly behind my ears, a rhythmic drumming that drowns out the AC hum. I hear the sickeningly coordinated thud-thud-thud of heavy boots, and the scraping sound of equipment being deployed across the marble foyer floor. The steps are too uniform, too heavy for business suits. They're wearing armor. This is a surgical team, a professional cleanup crew sent to do the job Knox was too obsessed to finish. I can visualize the gear, rifle slings, ceramic plates, the cold efficiency of men who don't have a pulse. There's 6 sets of feet, minimum. Knox can't handle 6. Not even him. This is not a conversation between a father and a son. This is an erasure. I clutch the soft cashmere scarf Knox gave me the night before, twisting the fabric until my knuckles turn white and the fibers strain. I can almost smell the gun oil and cold concrete carried on their boots, despite the distance and the wood between us. They're treating this place like a crime scene before the crime has even been committed. I'm wondering if Knox even left himself enough defense in the safe, or if he gave it all to the idea of keeping me hidden. I desperately push my ear against the wooden panel, trying to use my sense of touch to compensate for the sound distortion. I need to filter the ambient noise from the human interaction. My analytical mind is starved for concrete data. I need to hear words, not just noise, to predict the next phase of the assault, and the uncertainty is paralyzing me. I lick my lips, tasting the dry salt of my own sweat. The frequency is wrong. Are they sweeping the perimeter? Don't breathe, don't move. Be the ghost he taught you to be. If I make a sound, I'm the one who kills him. I need the coordinates. I need to know where they are relative to him. The coldness of the wood panel against my skin is a physical reminder of the thin separation between my life and a bullet. I regret not demanding a walkie-talkie or something, anything. Information control is my only comfort, and right now I'm flying blind in a fucking closet. Knox's voice, though muffled, is suddenly there, dangerously low and steady, laced with a perfect theatrical confusion. He is performing loyalty, but I can hear the underlying coil of lethal tension in his tone. He's playing a dangerous game of loyal son with the lead enforcer, and it confirms everything I feared. Marcus has exposed him. Is this truly necessary? Did father think I was going to throw a tantrum over an accountant's ledger? We're here for the cleanup, Mr. Hennessey. You understand the procedure. I understand that this presence implies a lack of confidence, which is insulting. The sound of Knox's voice vibrates faintly through the structure, a deep rumble I've learned to associate with absolute cold power. But the professional tone of the enforcer suggests they aren't dealing with Knox as the boss's son. He's a compromised asset. He's a target. I instinctively clamp a hand over my own mouth, afraid a stray gasp might travel through the ventilation shafts. My heart is a frantic bird in a cage, and Knox is the only one who can open the door. Despite the terror, I feel a traitorous hot coil tighten low in my abdomen, a visceral response to hearing Knox play the deadly puppet master under extreme duress. My body is a fucking traitor. It's betraying me in the worst possible way. The primal urge to submit to that specific voice, the one displaying dominance even while surrounded by guns, is heightened by the danger. It's feral. It's proof that Knox Hennessey has successfully reprogrammed me, linking high-stakes survival directly to my desire. I lightly bite the inside of my cheek until I taste the sharp metallic tang of blood, using the minor pain to suppress the sexual reaction. Stop reacting to him, damn you, Victoria. He is protecting me, and my body thinks this is foreplay. The dark core he woke up in me thrives on this chaos. A flush of heat spreads across my face and neck, conflicting with the cold temperature of the panel I'm leaning against. A violent, systematic wave of noise erupts, the sound of mahogany furniture scraping, porcelain shattering, and cushions being slashed. They are destroying the main suite. Methodical. Ruthless. They're looking for blood evidence, or for me. The destruction is a message. We won't stop until every inch of the penthouse is cleared. The search is moving closer, room by room, and the sound of it is like teeth on a bone. I pull my knees tighter to reduce my physical footprint, trying to mentally compress myself into a single point of non-existence. Listen for the sound of the safe being drilled. Listen for the sound of fire. If they start cutting through the walls, I have seconds. They are treating this like a hostile site, not a home. The high, sharp sound of breaking glass from the main living area is followed by a heavy, grinding sound of metal. My fear is now quantified. The duration and intensity of the search are the only metrics I have left. My hand finds the heavy platinum bracelet Knox locked around my wrist. I dig the metal edge into my palm, a desperate reminder of the blackmail collateral I represent. If I am found, I have to use the dead man switch. I have to bluff about the Syndicate's financial core. It's a high-stakes, verbal gamble with Marcus's men, but it's all I've got. I know the passwords, I control the wealth. They cannot shoot the money. Knox ensured this was my only currency, fear and information. Marcus will want me alive, temporarily, if he thinks I've got his fortune in a digital vault. I flex my fingers repeatedly around the bracelet, practicing the focus required to deliver the threat if the panel opens. The slick, nervous sweat on my wrist makes the platinum feel like a sliding leash. It's less jewelry, and more a chain connected to the nuclear option. A sudden violent crack echoes as the bedroom door is shoulder-kicked open, followed by the heavy rhythmic thud of boots entering the room. They are now directly outside the panel. The hunters are in my sanctuary. I can hear them breathing, the low murmurs of tactical instructions as they check the main hiding spaces, under the bed, in the closets, behind the drapes. I press my body flat against the back wall, attempting to occupy zero space, focusing on the lack of sound in the airspace between the wall panels. Clear the closet. Check the windows. Nothing lead. Clean sweep. They miss the panel. Keep breathing, Cole. Keep breathing. The raw smell of disturbed dust and old plaster fills the small compartment, churned up by the sudden violence of their entry. I note their speed. They are confident in their training. They don't linger where they think they've already looked. But they're still too close. One of them is standing right in front of my face, separated only by an inch of wood. A thin, blinding shaft of focused LED light pierces a tiny gap at the seam of the panel, sweeping rapidly across my face and lingering momentarily on my hair. I clamp my eyes shut instantly, holding my breath until my lungs burn. The terror of the near discovery is overwhelming. I can hear the slight rasp of the enforcer's tactical gear as he moves inches away. My heart hammers so violently against my ribs, I'm sure they can hear it through the wood. Breathe. Don't shake. Don't be the amateur. It's just light. He didn't hear you. He's still there. He's watching the panel. The brief bright light leaves black and purple spots dancing behind my closed eyelids, and the intense heat of my own panic sweat makes my skin crawl. I feel like an insect under a microscope, waiting for the pin. The flashlight is retracted. The lead enforcer speaks into his shoulder mic, then lowers his voice, focusing on Knox. He's talking about the scent. My scent. Smells like expensive trouble, Hennessey. What pretty thing were you keeping here? I don't smell blood, just fresh sweat. You failed the cleanup. Do you want to check my bed for a phantom, or do you want to secure the foyer for your boss? Knox's voice is like a serrated edge. But the enforcer is right. My scent is everywhere. Knox always said it was impossible to remove. Now it's the evidence that could damn him. I suddenly become hyper-aware of my own body heat, and the faint musky scent of Knox's sexual lubricant from our last encounter, which clings to the silk slip I'm wearing. It's a fucking neon sign pointing right at my throat. A sharp, sickening thwack sound, heavy impact on flesh, is followed immediately by Knox's involuntary sharp grunt of pain. It's primal and immediate, silencing my breathing entirely. The physical attack on Knox flips my internal narrative. My focus shifts entirely from self-preservation to a genuine visceral panic for his life. Knox is hurt. They hit him. They wouldn't dare. Get up, Knox. Fight them. That's not intimidation. That's a warning shot. A low, almost animalistic sound of distress escapes my throat, swallowed quickly by the darkness. The sound of the impact registers deep in my bones, making my muscles tense and my teeth clench. The sight of his blood is usually exhilarating in our games, but the sound of his pain feels like a fatal wound to my own security. Without him, I'm just a girl in a box. A flood of icy realization washes over me. If Knox is killed or dragged away, no one knows I'm here. He's the only one with the code. I could be sealed in, left to starve inside the walls of this glass cage until I'm nothing but a skeleton in silk. My survival calculus confirms the devastating truth: my life is only valuable and only survivable through him. The ironic dependency is absolute and sickening. Tears prick my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall, knowing the sound of a tear splash could be heard in the silence. I am depending on the monster. I need him alive. The cage is now a coffin, and Knox Hennessey is the only key left in existence. I need my predator back. Knox lets out a single jagged laugh, a sound of cold defiance that makes my skin shiver. He's dismissing the enforcer's suspicions, ensuring he implies I was dealt with brutally and definitively. He's sacrificing his pride and absorbing the abuse to protect the fact that I'm still breathing. He is lying for me, cementing an alliance that neither of us ever asked for. I do my work, unlike some. Check the incinerator chute if you need verification of the trash. Don't try to play me, Knox. Then stop searching. You know Father only cares about the ledger, not my hobbies. His brutality is the only thing keeping me safe. I place a hand over the bracelet again, a silent promise of loyalty in exchange for his sacrifice. His voice is rougher than before, and I can hear him trying to hide his labored breathing. They've really done a number on him. I carefully locate a micro crack in the inner wall of the panel Knox pointed out during one of his tours of my prison. I use my fingernail to very slowly widen the fissure, trying to get a sliver of visual confirmation. The risk of making a noise is enormous, but I need to see the damage. I need to see where he's standing. I slowly rotate my head, lining up my eye with the tiny opening, catching a blurred oblique view of the room's white marble floor. The scraping sound of my nail against the wood fiber is magnified in the small space, sounding like a chainsaw to my ears. Where is he? Is he bleeding? Don't let them move him where I can't hear. An enforcer walks back into my line of vision, a heavy black boot. He stops. He taps the wall right next to my head with the heavy plastic butt of his rifle. Thunk, thunk, hollow thunk. The tapping is literally on the wall of my concealment. The hollow sound is agonizingly close to detection, forcing me into a perfect frozen pose. My muscles lock into a painful spasm, attempting to minimize the vibration of my own body against the thin wooden wall. He knows. He heard the hollowness. That was the check. Don't blink. Don't breathe. Just pray to the devil who locked you here. How thick is this wood, Knox? How reinforced? The metallic smell of the rifle butt is close enough that I can sense the ozone on the air. The only reason this panel hasn't been ripped open is Knox's engineering. The air inside the small compartment is now visibly misty with my own panicked breathing. I'm slick with sweat. The physical distress makes my vision tunnel and my arms tremble uncontrollably. Physical and mental discipline is failing. I'm starting to feel lightheaded from the lack of oxygen, fighting the primitive urge to throw open the door and gulp air. I shake my head slightly, trying to clear the dizziness, causing my hair to softly brush the rough internal lining. I am going to pass out. I need to move. No. Stillness is the trade for life. I can't betray him now. I can't betray whatever the fuck this is between us. The dizzying sensation of the thin air is winning, and the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears is louder than the noises outside. Knox shouts a sharp, calculated insult regarding the lead enforcer's professional record, something about a botched job in Dublin. It causes a loud, angry verbal response and a scuffle. The noise pulls the enforcer away from the wall immediately. He's escalating the conflict, redirecting the physical attack back onto himself to keep them away from the structure. My body slumps slightly in relief, the air instantly feeling less suffocating, though the danger outside is now focused entirely on Knox. Your incompetence is well documented, Led. Now stop fondling my walls and let's go see Father. You insolent prick. I'll show you incompetence. He's taking the hit for me. He chose me over his father's favor. The magnitude of his sacrifice, risking his position and his life, is the highest confirmation of his obsession. A new volatile surge of adrenaline and twisted affection hits me, causing a sharp, intense throb in my core. The realization that his protection, his violence for me, is sexually stimulating is terrifying. I'm corrupted. I acknowledge the depth of my submission to his specific, dark brand of devotion. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to squeeze the inappropriate physical reaction away, feeling profoundly sick. I'm aroused by his violence. I am his monster now. This is what submission means, wanting him to survive this more than I want my own freedom. Don't think of his hands. Don't think of his mouth. The intense, humid heat radiating from my own body in the confined space is suffocating. A high-priority radio message cuts through the chaos, Marcus Burke's voice cold and final. I want my son in the foyer now. If the acid isn't found, you burn the whole floor. Incinerate the contents. The threat escalates from a search to immediate lethal action. Fire. My hiding spot has a time limit before it becomes an oven. I silently mouth the word incinerate. The term is corporate, clinical, and terrifying. He wants to eliminate the evidence, even if it means his own son is trapped here. They'll use a thermite charge. I have minutes. The crackle of the radio adds an electronic distortion to the soundscape, breaking the last bit of human connection. Marcus's ruthlessness confirms that Knox is entirely expendable. The crew hurries, dragging Knox with them. I hear the final sounds of scuffling feet and low-pitched cursing receding rapidly toward the elevator lobby. Knox is gone. I'm left alone in the dark with the threat of fire, and the knowledge that the only man capable of saving me is walking toward his execution. I slowly, cautiously, move my hand toward the small internal latch Knox showed me, preparing to open the door. Knox is leaving. I need to trust the plan. Don't follow them. If you go out there, you forfeit the alliance. Wait for the sound of the engagement. Wait for the signal. The sudden, profound drop in sound level makes the silence heavier and more menacing than the noise ever was. 5 minutes maximum before the charges are set. If I open this door, I am naked and unarmed. Knox said, wait for the sound that tells you I've started the fire. What does his fire sound like? My inner thigh is sticky with sweat, making the friction lines I'm drawing on my skin feel like nervous energy. I need his voice to return, to hear him fight, or to hear him give the cue. I'm an accountant, I need a timestamp. But all I have is the dark. A loud, distinct metallic ching sound reverberates through the structure, the private elevator lobby gate sealing shut, locking Knox in with his father's men. The finality of the sound indicates the confrontation is sealed off. It's too late for Knox to retreat, and too late for me to call for help. I retract my hand from the latch, my decision made. I must wait or I will ruin his sacrifice. That's the trap. He's cornered. Don't move. Don't be the reason he fails. If he survives this, he owns me completely. The reverberation of the metal gate seems to echo in the dead air around me. I am a bystander, forced to trust a monster. I curl into a fetal position, pressing my fists against my eyes, surrendering to the darkness. I whisper not a prayer, but a raw, frantic plea for my captor. The transition is complete. My fear of the world outside the compartment is dwarfed by the fear of Knox's demise. I am praying for the man who enslaved me. Jesus Knox, come back to me. The words are choked, ragged, and utterly sincere. I need you, you bastard. Don't die out there. The whole world can burn, as long as you return to this room. I am yours. Just survive. The feeling of my hot tears finally escaping, soaking into the thin fabric of the compartment lining, is the only thing that feels real. I am his prize, and I need my owner to claim his bounty. The submission is total. I'm not Victoria Cole, investigative accountant, anymore. I'm just a girl in the dark, waiting for a predator to bring me home.
Chapter 24. Knox POV. The silence in the penthouse isn't just quiet, it's a goddamn weight. It's the kind of silence that rings in your ears until you want to smash something, just to prove you aren't deaf. Marcus is standing there by the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking out at the city like he owns the skyline, and the air and the people breathing it. He probably thinks he does. He's holding a crystal tumbler of my Highland Park, $12,000 scotch that I save for when I actually feel like celebrating something, which is basically never. He doesn't even appreciate it. He just swirls the amber liquid around like it's tap water, his face a mask of that clinical, cold-blooded judgment that's been haunting my nightmares since I was 6 years old. He's the patriarch. The boss. My father, technically, though the only thing we share is a knack for efficient murder and a jawline that looks like it was carved out of granite. I'm standing by the windows a few feet away, keeping my hands visible but my body wired tight. I can feel the adrenaline already starting to hum in my veins, that low-frequency buzz that tells me things are about to go sideways. Marcus takes a slow, deliberate sip, his eyes never leaving the lights of Manhattan, and then he does it. He tilts the glass just enough so a fat, heavy drop of that expensive scotch falls right onto the pristine white silk rug. He doesn't look down. He doesn't apologize. He just smiles this tiny razor-thin smile and watches me to see if I'll flinch. You took too long, son. Compliance should be immediate. That's what he says, his voice like gravel being crushed under a boot. He's testing the territorial boundaries. He's in my space, drinking my booze, ruining my decor, and he's waiting for me to act like a subordinate instead of the man who runs this wing of the empire. I don't move a fucking muscle. I just stare at him, my face as blank as a fresh ledger. I've spent years learning how to hide the fact that I want to reach across the space between us and tear his throat out with my bare hands. Don't look so nervous, Knox. I'm just visiting. Like hell he is. Marcus Burke doesn't visit. He audits. He purges. He's here because he smells a rat, and the rat is me. My heart rate is climbing, hitting a tempo that makes the pulse in my neck throb, but I focus on the cool glass of the window behind me. I use the sensation to ground myself. I'm a professional. I'm the Syndicate's coldest instrument. I'm not the boy he used to break in the basement. Not anymore. Marcus gestures with the glass, a lazy movement toward the private wing of the apartment. And that's when the three shadows move in from the entryway. Cleanup crew. Tactical gear, suppressed sidearms, faces like stone. They move with that professional silence that only comes from years of erasing people for a living. They aren't here to talk. They're here to sweep. I stay rooted to the spot, adopting a stance of bored impatience, trying to look like a guy who's just annoyed his evening was interrupted. Inside, I'm fucking screaming. Victoria is less than 40 feet away, sealed behind 4 inches of reinforced steel and soundproofing, and these vultures are about to pick through my life. One of the crew, a brick shithouse named Vance, brushes past me as he heads for the hallway. He deliberately bumps my shoulder, a little alpha move to see if I'll bite. I don't. I just clench my fist so hard my knuckles turn white, keeping it hidden by the cut of my suit jacket. Make sure they don't smudge the glass, Father. That view costs extra. I'm trying for a joke, but my voice sounds like it's coming through a layer of ice. Marcus doesn't laugh. He just keeps staring at me with those gray eyes that see right through every lie I've ever told. Just a routine cleanup, son. You know the drill. The muffled crunch of their boots on the marble floor is the only sound in the room now. I'm calculating the distance. If I draw now, I can maybe drop Vance before he hits the bedroom door. But the other two are flanking Marcus, and Marcus is a goddamn snake who probably has a derringer up his sleeve and a kill switch in his brain. I have to play the game. I have to sell the lie one last time. I take a breath, letting it out slow, and I deliver the line we rehearsed 1,000 times in my head. The coal girl is at the bottom of the Hudson. Waited. The ledger files were scrubbed and burned. I meet his gaze, hard and unflinching. I'm daring him to doubt me. I'm telling him I did the job, that I erased the witness, that I'm still his loyal little hitman. Marcus uses his thumb to clean the rim of his glass, looking utterly unconvinced. He's playing with me. He's enjoying the fact that I'm sweating under my bespoke black wool. The hit was clean. Efficient. Just like you taught me. I add that little bit of ego stroking, because the old man loves to think his DNA is the only reason I'm good at what I do. Good. I dislike loose ends. He says it, but his eyes stay on mine and there's a flicker of something there. Not trust. Never trust. It's anticipation. He shifts his weight, the movement slow and predatory. He's like a wolf that's cornered a rabbit, but wants to see it hop a few more times before he snaps its neck. He casually mentions that there were some discrepancies in the building's transit logs. Apparently, the high-res security footage showed Victoria Cole entering the building with me, but there's no record of her ever leaving. Not in a body bag, not in a car, not at all. My composure doesn't just crack, it shatters into a million jagged pieces. The lie is dead on arrival. Marcus didn't come here for a cleanup. He came here because he already knew I was full of shit. He came prepared with counterintelligence, probably had someone watching the cameras from the moment I brought her in. I slowly adjust the cuff of my jacket, a mindless habit, trying to hide the way the muscle in my jaw is ticking like a goddamn time bomb. Odd. No outgoing traffic was registered. Did you carry her down yourself, son? You should never confuse efficiency with carelessness, Knox. The chill of the glass wall behind me seems to leach right into my spine. I'm thinking of Rowan. Did he sell me out? No, Rowan is solid. This is just Marcus. He's a goddamn ghost who sees through walls. I reach into my inner watch pocket, and my fingers brush against something small and sharp. It's Victoria's gold hairpin. I took it from her hair earlier when she was fighting me, before I put her in the vault. The feel of the cold metal against my skin grounds me. It reminds me of the red gold acid, hidden just yards away. It reminds me of the way she looked at me, defiant, terrified, and so fucking beautiful it made my chest ache. I use the movement of taking another drink of scotch, purely a performance since my throat feels like it's been sandpapered, to mask the action of touching the pin. I disposed of her the way I saw fit. My methods are my own. I'm trying to sound arrogant now, trying to pivot from a liar to a rebel. Marcus hates it when I go off script, but he respects power. Methods are worthless if the body isn't found. He's right, and we both know it. The scotch burns all the way down, a fiery streak in my gut that does nothing to settle the adrenaline. Vance is at the mouth of the hallway now, moving directly toward the private wing. I can't let him get any closer. I shift my weight, moving to intercept him, blocking the line of sight to the master suite. I'm putting my body between his tactical gear and my woman. I crack my neck, a sharp audible sound in the quiet room. It's a predatory movement, a warning. You've seen enough. The rest is classified. Vance stops, his hand hovering near his holster. He's waiting for the word from Marcus. Just one more room, Knox. Marcus joins us, walking right up to me, leaning into my personal space until I can smell the stale tobacco and the scent of money and old blood that follows him everywhere. He asks why I'm so protective of a disinfected crime scene. He knows. He fucking knows. He taps his finger against my chest, right over my heart, a deliberate, controlling gesture that makes me want to snap his wrist like a dry twig. That twitch you have, Knox. It's unprofessional. I don't care for the smell of cheap cleaner in my wing, father. I'm spitting the words now. The arrogant son persona, the only thing keeping me from drawing and ending this right now. Tell your dogs to stay out of the master suite. It's private. I'm pushing him now, trying to trigger his pride. If I can make him think this is just about my ego, maybe he'll back off. Your privacy died the moment you failed to follow orders. Marcus's voice is a low rumble, strained by the effort of keeping his own temper in check. And then he drops it. The whisper of betrayal that I've been waiting for. He tells me he received a tip about my new obsession. He mentions the soundproofed customized vault in the architectural blueprints, the one I had installed specifically for sensitive data and high-value offshore keys. My heart actually stops for a second. The world goes gray at the edges. Someone sold me out. Bridget. One of the contractors? It doesn't matter. The vault, Knox. The one built for storing sensitive offshore data. I know she's in there. Someone with loyalty mentioned your little hobby. I can hear the distant, faint clinking sound of Victoria's jewelry against the steel wall of the vault. Or maybe it's just my imagination, a death knell ringing in my skull. Panic is a cold, sharp blade. I realize then that the cleanup crew isn't looking for a body. They aren't looking for the ledger. They're looking for the girl I stole. The shadow ledger was just the bait. Marcus set me up from the start to see if I'd turn on the family for a woman. He's smiling now, a cold, victorious expression that makes my blood boil. You came here to find your pet, didn't you? You set me up. I'm not even trying to hide the hatred anymore. My steel gray eyes are slits, fixed on him with absolute murderous intent. I was testing your loyalty. And you chose a skirt over the Syndicate. The silence between us is deafening now. The walls are closing in. I can hear the other two men moving in the kitchen, the sounds of drawers being yanked open. They're tearing my life apart, and I'm standing here like a fucking spectator. Vance pulls out a specialized thermal imaging tablet. My stomach drops. The vault is heavily insulated, yeah, but Victoria's been in there for hours. She's a living, breathing woman in a small space. Her residual heat is going to glow on that screen like a goddamn beacon once they get close enough. The window is closing. I can hear the high-pitched electrical whine as the tablet powers up, a sound that grates on my nerves like a saw. No need for brute force, Knox. Technology wins. Drop that, Vance. Now. My voice is a growl. My hand instinctively goes to the suppressed weapon, holstered at the small of my back. I'm thinking of the blood kiss I gave Victoria, the iron taste of her surrender, the way she felt under me. She's mine. Not the Syndicate's. Not Marcus's. Mine. I'm done being an instrument. I'm done being a son. Marcus sighs, a sound of genuine yet clinical disappointment. It's the sound a man makes when his car won't start. You were my best instrument, Knox. Now you're just a man with a pet. He takes another step back toward the living room, giving his men a clear line of fire. I can feel the smooth, familiar texture of the grip of my pistol. This is the line. I cross it, and there's no coming back. I'll be an outcast, a dead man walking, hunted by every fixer from here to Marseille. I don't give a fuck. I smile, a raw, dangerous flash of teeth. A pet that will kill you if you come closer. Kill him, boys. Clean and quiet. Marcus says it like he's ordering a coffee. The absolute coldness of it is what gets me. He doesn't even care about the inconvenience of having to replace me. I draw and fire in one fluid motion, the suppressed pistol spitting a puff of gas and a lead slug. I'm aiming for Vance's throat, but the prick is fast. He twists, and the round catches him in the shoulder instead of the windpipe. The thermal tablet flies from his hand and skitters across the marble, shattering into pieces. Fuck. I scream it, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. Vance gasps, clutching his shoulder, his own gun coming up. He's armed. I slam my shoulder into the doorframe of the hallway, using the wood for minimal cover, as the first return shot chips the plaster an inch from my ear. The hallway is a goddamn kill zone now. I'm firing in controlled bursts, 2-shot groups, trying to keep them pinned while I retreat toward the master suite. The other 2 crew members, the ones Marcus brought to replace Rowan, are professionals. They aren't panicking. They're flanking. A bullet grazes the priceless abstract sculpture in the hallway, sending shards of plaster and glass flying past my head like shrapnel. Secure the perimeter. 2 men on the primary target. That's Marcus's voice, muffled by the distance of the living room. He's hiding behind the bar, probably pouring himself another drink while his men try to execute his son. Knox, stop this. You can still surrender. Like hell I will. The acrid, metallic smell of gunpowder is already filling the narrow space, mixing with the smell of the blood Vance is leaking onto the floor. I catch one of the flanking men in the chest as he rounds the corner, the impact knocking him backward. One down. Fall back and regroup. I'm muttering it to myself, a mantra of survival. But then I feel it, a hot sharp sting along my left ribcage. A graze. I ignore the burning line of heat under my jacket. It's nothing. Just a scratch. I take down the second man with a clean headshot, his brains decorating my silk wallpaper. I'm breathing hard now, my lungs burning, my back slammed against the wall by the bedroom door. I'm wondering if Victoria can hear the gunfire. The vault is soundproof, but the vibrations of a .45 ACP going off in the next room have to be getting through. Is she curled in the dark? Is she shivering in my silk shirt, waiting for the door to open? The thought of her fear makes me reckless. It fills me with a surge of feral, animal energy that I haven't felt in years. I quickly eject the spent magazine and slide a fresh one in with a violent, urgent click. Hold on, Victoria. Hold on, cunt. I'm whispering it to the empty air, a possessive promise. If they touch her, I will salt the earth where Marcus stands. I'll burn the whole goddamn city down before I let them take her. But then I see them. 2 more men coming from the kitchen side. Marcus didn't just bring 3, he had backup waiting in the hall. I'm pinned. I'm forced away from the master bedroom door, losing tactical control of the space as they spray the hallway with lead. Jesus. I'm hissing it through my teeth. I can't cover both directions. Marcus's voice booms from the living room again, louder now, amplified by the high ceilings. Bring me the girl. Dead or alive, I don't care anymore. She's the only currency left. He's given up on the asset. He just wants her dead to spite me. I use my empty gun to smash the face of the closest attacker as he lunges for me, the plastic polymer cracking against his skull with a satisfying thud. You won't touch her, old man. You hear me? I'm roaring it now, my voice raw. I don't negotiate with failures, Knox. I abandon the tactical fight. It's not working. I'm charging the flanking men like a goddamn animal, using my weapon as a club, fighting with a pure, desperate fury that catches them off guard. I slam one guy's head into the drywall, leaving a massive dent before I drop him with a crushing kick to the knee. Mine. She's mine. I'm not even a man anymore. I'm just a predator, protecting his kill. I can smell the copper of the blood and the sweat, and the faint scent of my own cologne. Every blow is for her. Every grunt of pain is a declaration of ownership. I almost reach the bedroom door. I can see the polished wood, the grain of the oak. I get my palm on it, my fingers gripping the edge, but then the last man tackles me from behind. He's heavy, and he's got the momentum. We slam into the doorframe together, the wood splintering against my shoulder blade with a crack that sounds like a bone breaking. I'm down. My ring scratches a deep gouge into the wood as I try to maintain my grip, but he's pinning me. Got him. He's restrained. The pain in my shoulder is sharp and immediate, spreading cold through my arm. I've lost. I can see Marcus walking up the hallway now, stepping over Vance's body like it's a piece of trash. He looks down at me, bloodied and pinned to the floor, and his face is full of a cold, pitying expression. You threw away decades of power for a moment of weakness. You've lost, son. He uses the toe of his polished Italian leather shoe to flip my pistol away, sending it sliding across the marble out of reach. No. I won. I have her. I'm snarling it, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the floor right next to his shoe. She's worthless now. You made her a liability. Marcus doesn't even flinch at the blood. He just signals the remaining men to proceed. I'm struggling violently, my muscles screaming, but they've got me pinned by the neck and the knees. You touch her, I'll drain every offshore account you own. She's the key, Marcus. Not me. I'm trying to use her intellect as leverage, trying to remind him that she's the only one who can navigate the shadow ledgers. Brave words from a man on the floor. He ignores me and kicks the master bedroom door fully open. I have to watch. I have to watch as he walks into my sanctuary, into the room where I claimed her. He signals the crew to the walk-in closet, heading directly for the seam of the vault. I'm straining so hard against the men holding me that I can feel a blood vessel in my neck rupture. The shame of it is a physical weight, but the dread for Victoria is worse. It's a black hole in my chest. Find the seam. Thermal didn't need to finish. I already know where she is. Marcus is in the closet now. I can hear him shifting the hanging suits, finding the hidden panel. I use the last of my breath, the last of my primal, desperate fury, and I scream one final command toward the walls. Silent, Victoria. Don't you fucking move. The words are torn from my throat, raw and bleeding. And then I hear it. The sound that ends my world. The electronic shriek of the vault's lock being bypassed. The heavy mechanical grind of the steel door shifting on its runners as the seal breaks. The mechanism releases with a final, heavy thud. Marcus stands at the threshold, his hand on the door, and the vault swings open. Open it. That's the last thing I hear before the world goes white with a rage so hot it burns out everything else. My mind goes blank, filled only with the deafening sound of the heavy steel door sliding back to reveal the woman I failed to protect.
Chapter 25. Victoria POV. 123. 124. I will not break here. Not now. Not in this pitch-black coffin that smells like gun oil and Knox's fucking expensive tailored leather. I'm crouched on a floor of cold titanium, naked as the day I was born, with my wrists zip-tied behind my back. The plastic is biting into my skin, and every time I shift, it feels like it's sawing through my nerves. I've been rubbing the rough edge of the tie against my wrist for what feels like hours, trying to numb the pain through friction, just trying to feel something other than the absolute suffocating void. It's a sensory deprivation tank from hell, and my brain is starting to loop. Knox put me in here. He locked me in this high-tech cage inside a cage and told me to wait. The audacity of that man is actually unhinged. He thinks he can just box me up like a piece of evidence and come back for me when he's done playing war. My heart is slamming against my ribs so hard I can hear it in my ears, a frantic, erratic rhythm that's the only proof I'm still alive. I can feel the chill of the floor leaching the heat from my thighs, and the weight of the platinum cuff on my other wrist, the one Knox used to mark me, feels like a lead weight, a tangible link to the man who currently has my entire life in his blood-stained hands. I'm on 141 when it happens. A massive distant thud. It's not the sharp crack of a gunshot, it's deeper, a controlled impact that vibrates through the concrete and travels up through my spine like a low-frequency shockwave. The floor beneath my bare knees shudders. It's the signal. The fire has started. He's here. Jesus, he's actually here. That sound was deliberate, a tactical announcement that the world outside this vault is currently being dismantled. A primal flicker of relief hits me, but it's immediately swallowed by a wave of absolute terror. If Knox is making that much noise, it means the situation is fucked. It means the quiet part of this extraction is dead and gone. I brace my back against the cold, hard wall of the vault, every muscle in my body contracting as I wait for the next impact. I'm hyper-aware of my own vulnerability, of the fact that I'm a naked woman sitting in the dark while a syndicate war rages inches away. I'm holding my breath, straining to hear anything over the sound of my own pulse, praying that the bastard actually has a plan that doesn't involve me getting buried in the rubble of this penthouse. Then I hear it. Not the thud of an explosion, but the high-pitched mechanical whine of an electronic lock being bypassed. It's a rapid professional sound, a sequence of clicks as multiple tumblers fall out of alignment. My stomach drops. That's not Knox's code. Knox doesn't need to bypass his own vault. He has the biometrics. He has the override. This is someone else. Someone who knows exactly where I am and has the tools to get to me. They're fast. Too fast. I clench my jaw so tightly I can taste the metallic tang of blood as my teeth dig into my inner cheek. I'm trying to mentally prepare for the exposure, for the blinding light that's about to hit my eyes. I've spent weeks being Knox's obsession, his little secret in the sky, and now the door is opening for the rest of the world to see the mess he's made. I curse him. I curse his gray eyes and his possessive grip and the way he made me feel like I belonged to him, for leaving me in a cage he couldn't fucking protect. The thick vault door swings inward with a heavy metallic groan. The light is a physical assault. It's white and clinical, searing through my retinas until I'm blinking back tears of pain. Before my eyes can even adjust to the shapes in the room, hands are on me. Rough-gloved hands. Two large men in dark tactical gear reach into the vault and haul me out by my arms. I don't have the leverage to fight them. I'm dragged across the floor, my bare skin skidding over the edge of the titanium and onto the deep plush silk of the bedroom carpet. The air is freezing against my skin, a physical manifestation of the shame and the sudden violent shift in power. One of the enforcers adjusts his grip, his combat glove rubbing against the sensitive skin of my inner bicep with enough force to bruise. I hiss through my teeth, looking up, trying to find a face, but all I see is the matte black of tactical helmets and the muzzles of suppressed submachine guns. Hold still, Acid. This will be quick. The boss wants to see the failure first. Acid. That's all I am to them. A line item in a ledger that needs to be deleted. I force my spine straight, refusing to curl into a ball despite the fact that I'm completely exposed to these men. If I'm going to die on this rug, I'm going to do it looking them in the eye. I'm not a failure. I'm the one who found the numbers they were trying to hide. I'm the one who survived Knox Hennessey. I watch the bedroom door, and that's when he walks in. Marcus Burke. He moves with the silent, casual menace of someone who owns the air everyone else is breathing. He's older, aristocratic, wearing a suit that probably costs more than my college degree, and he's leaning slightly on a polished mahogany cane. He stops a few feet away, looking down at me with a bored, clinical detachment that is 1,000 times more terrifying than Knox's rage. He looks at me like I'm a stain on the carpet he hasn't decided how to clean yet. The legend is underwhelming. He says it with a soft Irish lilt that makes my skin crawl. He delicately flicks a speck of lint from his lapel, his movements slow and practiced. You've caused an unnecessary mess, girl. I don't say a word. I just stare at him, channeling every bit of the analytical coldness I used to use on corporate audits. I'm looking for a weakness, a twitch, anything. But he's a goddamn statue. He extends his cane, the silver tip cold and sharp as he uses it to trace the line of my collarbone, stopping right on the deep violet bruise Knox left there 2 nights ago. His mark. Marcus's lip curls in a faint, disgusted sneer, and he pulls the cane back as if he's touched something infectious. My son has always had a weakness for marking his property. A vulgarity, but efficient, I suppose. The way he says son makes it sound like a slur. He's not here for an interrogation. He's not here for the encryption keys or the ledger. He's here for a cleanup. I can see it in the way the enforcers have positioned themselves. They aren't looking for info, they're looking for a clear shot. Marcus looks at me again, his eyes as cold as a winter morning in the Atlantic. You are a fine piece of livestock, Miss Cole. Highly intelligent, I'm told. But ultimately, you are a liability that has cost Knox his station and potentially his life. The accounting ends here. Sentimentality is a fatal error in this business. A liability. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent my life managing risk, and now I'm the ultimate risk. I shift my weight slightly, feeling the silk of the rug beneath my knees, trying to calculate the distance to the window, the door, anything. But we're 60 stories up, and the door is blocked by 2 professional killers. I smell it then, a pungent, sharp scent of ozone and burnt wiring drifting in from the hallway. It's followed by the acrid tang of thermal accelerant. The penthouse is being prepped for erasure. They aren't just going to kill me. They're going to burn this entire glass cage to the ground to make sure there's nothing left to find. The purge protocols are initiated. We are short on time, child. Marcus's voice is steady, devoid of any urgency. He gives a small nod, and the two enforcers grab me again, pulling me to my feet. My legs are shaky from being cramped in the vault, but I fight them. I surge against their grip, kicking out with a desperate animalistic energy. I'm not going to just stand there and take it. Stop squirming, bitch. Just end it. The enforcer on my right shifts his weight, the leather of his gear squeaking in the silence of the room. He lets go of my arm to reach for his sidearm, and for a split second, I think about running for the shattered remains of the vault. Then the bedroom door isn't just opened, it's erased. The heavy wood is slammed off its hinges, tearing from the frame with a deafening crash that sends splinters flying across the room. Knox is there. He's standing in the doorway, and he looks like he's climbed out of the bowels of hell. His tailored suit is shredded, drenched in sweat and the dark tacky color of fresh blood. He's holding a silenced handgun, with a grip so steady it looks like part of his arm. His eyes, those steel gray eyes that have haunted my dreams, are wide, wild, and fixed entirely on me. Get your hands off her. His voice is a low guttural snarl that vibrates in the air. He doesn't look at his father. He looks at me, and for the first time since he abducted me, I see something other than predatory hunger. I see a man who has completely lost his mind. Marcus. Knox levels the gun, but he doesn't point it at the enforcers holding me. He points it directly at his father's chest. His breathing is loud and ragged, a dark stain blossoming on his white shirt near his ribs, soaking through his waistcoat. He's been shot. He's bleeding out, and he's still standing there like a goddamn reaper. The two enforcers freeze. They know the hierarchy. They know that pulling a trigger on Knox is a death sentence, but disobeying Marcus is worse. You always were a theatrical fool, Knox. Marcus hasn't moved an inch. He looks at his son with the same boredom he showed me. Don't move, Marcus. Not an inch. Knox's gaze snaps to mine for a fraction of a second. It's a communication so loud, it might as well be a scream. Mine. That's all it says. Even in the middle of a literal death trap, with his father ready to execute us both, he's still claiming me. I give a nearly imperceptible shake of my head, a silent plea for him to just leave, to not throw his life away for a woman he keeps in a cage. But I know him. He's too far gone. He's unhinged. He's obsessed. And God help me, I realized in that moment that I prefer his madness to his father's cold logic. Marcus lowers his cane slightly, the silver tip tapping the floor. Kill her, Knox. Prove this was just a game. Prove you haven't completely rotted from the inside out. Don't throw away a dynasty for a cunt. You can still be the man I raised. The silence that follows is absolute. I can hear the residual dripping of water from a broken pipe somewhere in the foyer. I can hear the crackling of the fire getting closer. I hold my breath, my life literally hanging on the next word out of Knox's mouth. Knox's lip curls back, revealing the jagged scar on his jaw, his expression turning into something truly feral. You always mistook obsession for failure, Marcus. She isn't an asset. She's mine. Touch her again, and I'll burn the world down with you in it. You already lost the day you decided to test me. It's over. The bridge is gone. Knox has officially betrayed the Syndicate for a girl he met over a corporate ledger. The air in the room feels like static electricity right before a lightning strike. Marcus sighs, a sound of genuine disappointment, and gives a barely perceptible nod to the enforcer standing closest to me. Waste of potential. Finish them both. The fighting starts before Marcus even finishes the sentence. Muzzle flashes erupt in the dim room, the sound suppressed but still concussive in the confined space. Knox fires twice, two quick rhythmic thumps. The enforcer on my right, the one who called me a bitch, drops like a sack of flour, a red hole appearing in the center of his forehead. I don't wait to see what happens next. I react on pure adrenaline-fueled instinct, using the dead weight of the man falling to drag myself off balance, diving toward the large mahogany nightstand. My tied hands scrape painfully against the edge of the wood, the skin tearing, but I don't care. I scramble into the shadows, the smell of spent brass and hot powder filling my lungs. Stay down. Knox's voice is a roar over the sound of the return fire. The second enforcer is opening up with his submachine gun, the bullets shredding the silk curtains and shattering the enormous floor-to-ceiling glass panel behind the bed. The glass cage is literally exploding. Shards of pressurized glass rain down like diamonds, cutting into my shoulders and the soles of my feet. I see the fallen enforcer's pistol sliding across the floor and I lunge for it, my bound hands clumsy and useless. I can't grip it, so I bat it under the bed with the side of my wrist, desperate to keep it away from the men in the hallway. Knox takes the second guy down with a controlled burst, then he's moving. He lunges across the carpet, a blur of blood and expensive wool, and throws his entire weight over me just as a volley of fire from the doorway rips through the headboard above us. He slams into me, pinning me to the floor, and I welcome the impact. He's a wall of heat and violence. The scent of him, gunpowder, iron, and that musky, expensive cologne is overwhelming. I can feel the wetness of his blood soaking into my skin, where his side is pressed against my ribs. I wrap my legs around his waist, instinctively clinging to the only thing in this room that isn't trying to kill me. You're bleeding, Knox. Jesus, you're bleeding. Don't talk. He grunts, his body shielding me from the flying debris. Through the holes in the wall, I can hear the high, piercing wail of the penthouse alarm, a screaming sound that means the building's automated security is failing. Marcus has retreated. He's a coward who lets his men do the dying. Knox shifts his weight, his breathing heavy and wet, and I see him reach for the tactical knife on his belt. He doesn't look at the door. He looks at my wrists. In one rough, fluid movement, he slices through the zip ties. The plastic snaps, and the relief of blood rushing back into my hands is so agonizing I almost scream. My fingers are tingling with 1,000 needles. He doesn't give me a second to process it. He shoves the knife handle into my hand. Take it. Keep them off my back. I wrap my fingers around the cold steel. It feels heavy, real, and empowering. I'm not just livestock anymore. I'm holding a blade, and I'm ready to use it on anyone who tries to take me back to that vault. I look past Knox toward the shattered window. Through the smoke and the falling glass, I see movement, bright tactical lights reflecting off the neighboring skyscraper. Not reflections. Repelling lines. Ropes, Knox. On the roof. They've sealed the building. They're coming from the sky. We're boxed in. The fire is at the door, the elevators are dead, and the Syndicate is dropping from the roof. Knox doesn't hesitate. He grabs his heavy wool overcoat from where it fell earlier, and roughly shoves my arms into the sleeves. He pulls the fabric tight around my naked body, the thick material scratching my skin, smelling entirely of him. It's too big, too heavy, but it feels like armor. He wipes a smear of blood from my forehead with his thumb, his gaze locking onto mine. He presses his forehead against mine, his skin burning with fever and adrenaline. His eyes are a promise of something dark and permanent. If we go out that window, you don't let go of me. Do you understand? No more fighting me. Total surrender, Victoria. Your life for mine. I look at the fire, then at the 60-story drop into the blackness of the city, and then back at the man who ruined my life just so he could keep it. Yes, Knox. I'm yours. A massive explosion rocks the foyer, the pressure wave blowing the rest of the bedroom door inward, as a wall of superheated flame roars into the room. The heat is blistering, singing the hair on my arms. Knox kicks the remaining shards of glass out of the frame, stepping onto the narrow concrete ledge. The wind is a freezing howl, whipping the heavy coat around my legs. He pulls me tight against his chest, his heart thudding like a war drum against my ear. He doesn't look down. He looks at the dark. Hold on. Fuck. Let's go. He steps off the edge. My stomach stays on the 60th floor as we drop into the void. The last thing I hear is the roar of the fire behind us, and the sound of Knox's boots hitting nothing but air. To be continued. Next book, Kept Quiet. Victoria. Knox didn't save me. He claimed me. Now I'm trapped in a soundproof penthouse where every door locks from the outside, and every touch reminds me who holds the power. The city believes I vanished. The Syndicate believes I'm already dead. I should hate him for the cage he built around me. Instead, I feel myself unravel every time his hands find me, every time his voice lowers and tells me exactly what I am to him. Loving him could cost me my soul. Defying him could cost me my life. Either way, there's no escape without blood. Knox. Keeping her alive made me a traitor. Wanting her made me weak. But letting her go was never an option. My father wants her erased. My enemies want her as leverage. The city wants me to clean up my mistake. Instead, I've chosen chaos. Victoria is my weakness and my weapon, and anyone who comes for her will learn exactly how far I'm willing to go. I didn't just cage her. I caged myself with her. And I'll destroy the world before I let it pry her from my hands. This is the second book in the Glass Cage series. Reading order: kept close, kept quiet, kept forever. Available now. Did you love Kept Close, Dark Mafia Romance? Then you should read Kept Quiet, Dark Mafia Romance by Daisy Fox. Victoria. Knox didn't save me. He claimed me. Now I'm trapped in a soundproof penthouse where every door locks from the outside, and every touch reminds me who holds the power. The city believes I vanished. The Syndicate believes I'm already dead. I should hate him for the cage he built around me. Instead, I feel myself unravel every time his hands find me, every time his voice lowers and tells me exactly what I am to him. Loving him could cost me my soul. Defying him could cost me my life. Either way, there's no escape without blood.
Knox. Keeping her alive made me a traitor. Wanting her made me weak. But letting her go was never an option. My father wants her erased. My enemies want her as leverage. The city wants me to clean up my mistake. Instead, I've chosen chaos. Victoria is my weakness and my weapon, and anyone who comes for her will learn exactly how far I'm willing to go. I didn't just cage her. I caged myself with her. And I'll destroy the world before I let it pry her from my hands. This is the second book in the Glass Cage series. Reading order: kept close, kept quiet, kept forever.
Also by Daisy Fox. Crown of Sin series. King of Sin, Dark Mafia Romance. King of Vice, Dark Mafia Romance. King of Wrath, Dark Mafia Romance. Dark Oath series. Dark Oath, Dark Mafia Romance series, 3 books in 1. Crave the Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. Fear the Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. Own the Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. Gilded Brutality series. The Deadliest Debt, Dark Mafia Romance. The Cruelest War, Dark Mafia Romance. The Final Claim, Dark Mafia Romance. He Billionaire's Game series. The Billionaire Bet, a Billionaire Romance. Rule of Blood series. His Witness, Dark Mafia Romance. His Captive, Dark Mafia Romance. His Queen, Dark Mafia Romance. Sin Wears His Smile duet. Evil Wears a Suit, Dark Mafia Romance. Death Wears His Name, Dark Mafia Romance. The Billionaire's Game series. The Billionaire Lie, a Billionaire Romance. The Billionaire Vow, a Billionaire Romance. The Debt Principle series. Lethal Debt, Dark Mafia Romance. Gilded Control, Dark Mafia Romance. Absolute Ruin, Dark Mafia Romance. The Edge of Ruin series. Stay Still, Dark Mafia Romance. Don't Run, Dark Mafia Romance. You're Mine, Dark Mafia Romance. The Glass Cage series. Kept Close, Dark Mafia Romance. Kept Quiet, Dark Mafia Romance. Kept Forever, Dark Mafia Romance. The Heiress Game series. Secrets We Keep, a Spicy Billionaire Romance. Fate We Choose, a Spicy Billionaire Romance. The Reign of Shadows series. Owned by Sin, Dark Mafia Romance. Broken by Love, Dark Mafia Romance. Built on Ashes, Dark Mafia Romance. The Safe with You duet. Vow of Honor, Dark Mafia Romance. Vow of Desire, Dark Mafia Romance. The Safe with You duet, Deutsche Ausgabe. Vow of Honor, Eine Dunkel Mafia Romanze. Vow of Desire, Eine Dunkel Mafia Romanze. What Survives the Fire series. Slow Burn, Dark Mafia Romance. Open Flame, Dark Mafia Romance. Final Ash, Dark Mafia Romance.
Kept Close, Dark Mafia Romance. The Glass Cage Series, Volume 1. Daisy Fox. Published by Daisy Fox, 2025.
Victoria. I knew entering the Syndicate's dark world would be dangerous, but I never imagined the depth of Knox Hennessey's obsession. A single mistake in a corporate ledger marked me for death, yet I am trapped in a gilded cage at the mercy of the man sent to execute me. His possessive hunger threatens to consume my sanity, but I cannot escape the twisted pull of our connection. If I surrender, I lose my soul. If I defy him, I will not survive the night. The moment I met his icy steel-gray gaze, I was lost. His touch brands me, his presence poisoning my mind until I can think of nothing but submitting to his dark voyeuristic desires. I know he is a monster, a predator who rules with a hand of iron and blood, yet I crave the thrill of being possessed by the man who should terrify me. Every time he looks at me with those cruel, beautiful eyes, I am powerless to resist a downfall that feels like destiny.
Knox. The moment I pinned her to the floor and felt her heart hammer against my palm, I knew Victoria would be my ruin. Her beauty stopped me cold, but it was her defiance, the fire in her amber eyes as I held a gun to her throat, that hooked me deep. I should have pulled the trigger and walked away, keeping my chaos from touching her, but I find myself unable to let go of the only light I've ever wanted to own. Now she is mine, a captive in my bed and a weight in my soul, but this obsession is a deadly poison consuming us both. I will break her until she only knows my name, and I will destroy anyone who dares to take my prize, even my own blood. I am the predator, and she is the only thing worth keeping, even if I have to drown the world in the aftermath to ensure she stays. This is the first book in the Glass Cage series. Reading order: Kept Close, Kept Quiet, Kept Forever.
Chapter 1. Victoria POV. I am literally spiraling. Like full-on grade A unhinged breakdown. My eyes are burning from staring at the dual monitors for 6 hours straight, and my brain feels like it's been put through a wood chipper, but I can't stop. I can't fucking stop because the numbers are lying to me, and I take that shit personally. It's 3 a.m., the exact hour when every horror movie starts, and yet here I am, Victoria Cole, corporate martyr, trying to find a ghost in a machine that's probably going to end up being my tombstone if I don't figure this out. Reconciliation requires perfection. That's the internal mantra I keep repeating like a crazy person. But perfection is a tall order when you're looking at the Hennessey Syndicate's quarterly audit. I pull my red gold hair back into a tight, aggressive braid, the kind that makes your scalp hurt, and secure it with a chewed-on elastic band I found at the bottom of my bag. It's a nervous habit, sure, but I need the friction. I need to feel something other than the metallic tang of this disgusting lukewarm coffee that's been sitting on my desk since midnight. There is no such thing as a clean ledger in this tax bracket, but this is deliberate. This is a work of art. The office is too quiet, just the hiss of the server room cooling unit, and the smell of expensive, slightly dusty paper from the physical files stacked around me like a fortress. I'm the best in the city for finding ghosts, but usually the ghosts aren't backed by a family that treats the penal code like a suggestion list. I reach into my blazer pocket and rub the small, smooth stone I keep there, using it as a tactile anchor so I don't just scream into the void. This audit is supposed to be a routine check, a courtesy for the Hennessey family patriarch Marcus Burke, but the deeper I go, the more the architecture of this whole thing feels like a trap. I'm navigating the priority alpha files now, which is basically like trying to break into the Pentagon with a fucking paperclip. 3 levels of biometric security and a rotating key. The audacity of these people to make it this hard to see where the money goes is the ultimate red flag. They use shell companies like disposable skin, shedding one and growing another before the ink is even dry on the incorporation papers. A ledger is just a story told in numbers, and I've always been a fan of the truth, but the truth here is looking more and more like a suicide note. I know who Marcus Burke is. I know he's ruthless. This isn't a game played with accountants, this is a game played with lives, and I'm currently the one holding the magnifying glass. Then I see it. The first ghost entry. It's $47 million disguised as an equipment lease to something called 710F Holdings. My breath catches, and I lean so close to the monitor that my reflection is warped by the glass, my amber eyes wide and bloodshot. I check the registration for 710F, Panama. Dissolved 6 hours after the transfer was completed. Holy shit. 47 million. Cleared, washed, and erased. That's not an error. That's a hit. My posture goes rigid, all the fatigue from the last 18 hours vanishing in an instant, replaced by a cold, jagged spike of adrenaline. This isn't tax evasion. This is something much darker. My analytical brain is screaming at me to close the file, to walk away, to pretend I never saw it, but the professional in me, the part that needs the numbers to balance, won't let go. I start clicking, my fingertips hitting the mechanical keyboard with a frantic rhythmic sound that feels way too loud in the empty office. I can hear the distant, muffled sound of city traffic 40 floors below, but up here it's just me and a $50 million confession. I pull up the deep scan algorithms, my heart doing a frantic tap dance against my ribs. It's a pattern. Every quarter, money vanishes into the ether, only to reappear in staggered deposits across European banks. And who's at the end of the line? Bridget Hennessey. The sister. The one who handles the offshore accounts. This isn't about tax breaks, this is capital movement on a geopolitical scale. They've been playing this shell game for years, right under everyone's noses, and I'm the only one who bothered to look at the fine print. I reach for my water bottle, but my hand is shaking so hard I almost knock it over. The dry, metallic taste of fear is coating the back of my throat now. This is beyond my pay grade. This is murder territory. The money is secondary, the process is the confession. They aren't just hiding profits, they're hiding a goddamn empire. I aggregate the illicit transfers, and the final number that pops up makes me feel like I've been punched in the solar plexus. It's over $500 million. 500 million. And every single cent flows through a private hub that is supposedly controlled by one man, Knox Hennessey. The fixer. The Syndicate's coldest instrument. I shouldn't know this number. I should never have looked at that number. I just signed my own death warrant. Knox Hennessey is a ghost in the system, a man people talk about in whispers, and I just found his footprint. I slowly push my chair back from the desk, the soft rolling sound feeling deafeningly loud. I need to move. I need to leave. But I'm paralyzed. My heart rate is accelerating painfully, and I'm trying to count seconds like I count digits, just to keep from having a full-blown panic attack. Stay calm, Victoria. Analysis is your weapon. But they don't send lawyers for this kind of cleanup. They send men like Knox. I'm staring at the blinking cursor, my brain trying to process the fact that these figures represent more than just data. They represent people's silence, lives ruined, and a global corruption scheme that makes me feel tiny and incredibly fragile. I massage the tension headache forming at my temples, my breath catching high in my chest. Then I feel it. A shift. It's not a sound, not really, but a subtle change in the atmosphere. A faint mechanical click from somewhere down the hall, followed by a slight shift in the air pressure, like a door has been opened and then closed with extreme precision. My eyes dart to the floor indicator light near my office door, but it's dark. Draft or intrusion? I tell myself it's the wind, that I'm just being a paranoid stereotype, but then the scent hits me. It's sharp like ozone mixed with the smell of stale damp rain. It's coming through the air conditioning. Someone is in the building. Someone who was just outside in the storm. Panic isn't a strong enough word for what I'm feeling. It's a visceral, animalistic urge to run. But I can't leave without the proof. If I die, someone else needs to finish the audit. I jam my encrypted USB drive into the port, my fingers fumbling with the plastic. I initiate a rapid proprietary backup of the ghost entries, watching the progress bar crawl with an intensity that's probably not healthy. Hurry, damn it. Hurry. The whir of the cooling fan inside my tower unit sounds like a jet engine. I bite down so hard on the inside of my cheek that I taste copper, using the sharp sting of pain to stay focused. Every second I spend here is a second closer to a confrontation I'm not prepared for. I feel this psychological weight, this crushing pressure on the back of my neck. It's like a predator's gaze is fixed right on the spot where my braid ends. I'm performing for someone. I know it. They know I'm here. They know I saw the numbers. I slowly reach up to cover the back of my neck, a protective gesture that feels pathetic in the face of what's coming. The office is unnervingly still. The air feels thick, heavy, like it's muffling my own thoughts. I force myself to pivot the swivel chair toward the floor-to-ceiling glass wall. I don't see anything at first, just the reflection of the city lights and my own wide amber eyes staring back at me. I look like a hunted animal. I search the shadows between the buildings opposite, looking for a glint of glass, a lens, anything. I see nothing, but the feeling of cold, steel-gray eyes on me doesn't go away. This is the Hennessey way. They don't just kill you, they break your mind first. I check the security interface on my second screen, my hands slick with cold sweat. The camera feed for the 40th floor elevator bank is frozen. Yesterday's timestamp. Jesus, they didn't cut the line, they hijacked the feed. It's too clean. Knox Hennessey clean. The backup completes with a soft chime that sounds like a funeral bell. I snatch the thumb drive, yanking it free without even bother to eject it properly, and slide it into the stitched lining of my blazer. I designed the compartment myself for field work, never thinking I'd be using it to hide evidence of a $500 million crime. My fingers are shaking as I fumble with the clasp. Don't look at the screen. Get out. I power down the workstation, the monitors dying with a hiss of static electricity that leaves the office in near total darkness. I need to be a ghost, too. I slip out into the carpeted hallway, keeping my weight on the balls of my feet to muffle the sound of my heels. The hallway feels miles long, an open kill zone where I'm visible to anyone watching from the shadows. Don't run. Running is an admission of guilt. Just keep the facade. The professional facade. My own quiet, ragged breathing is the only thing I can hear. I reach the elevators and press the call button for the service car. It's slower, grittier, and less visible than the glass passenger lifts. I watch the digital indicator crawl up from the lower levels, every second feeling like a year. I trace the scar on my right palm with my left thumb, a nervous tick from a childhood accident that I only do when I'm about to lose it. Come on, come on. Move. The distant metallic groan of the cables in the shaft sounds like a monster waking up. If he's here, he's letting me think I can escape. He's playing with his food. The heavy steel doors finally grind open, and I throw myself inside, hitting the lobby button with enough force to bruise my finger. I refuse to look at the reflective mirror panel. I just stare at the closing doors, willing them to seal. I'm trapped in a metal box moving vertically, and I've never felt more vulnerable. The service elevator smells like industrial cleaner and stale cigarette smoke, a sharp contrast to the ozone scent from upstairs. When the doors open at the lobby, I'm out of there before they've even finished retracting. The lobby is deserted. Gary, the night guard who usually gives me a tired nod, is gone. His half-finished cup of black coffee is still steaming gently by his keyboard. He didn't leave voluntarily. He left abruptly. Collateral damage. I avoid the polished marble floor, sticking to the carpeted lounge area as I head for the exit. No alarm. They silence the victim before they silence the witnesses. The air freshener in the lobby is this cloying, sweet caramel scent that makes me want to gag, especially when it's clashing with the subtle scent of wet concrete blowing in from the street. The game has moved past warnings. This is execution protocol. I burst out onto the street, and the rain hits me like a physical wall. It's cold, driving, and relentless. I tuck my head, shielding my face, and start walking rapidly toward the parking garage across the street. Rain lashes against my face, and I wipe a cold drop from my eye, realizing I'm actually crying from the sheer, unadulterated terror of it all. I need the car. I need speed. I get into the garage, level P2, and my footsteps echo like gunshots in the subterranean space. The smell of stale gasoline and damp concrete is suffocating. I reach my sedan and fumble with the key fob, the central locking system emitting a sharp beep that makes me jump a foot in the air. I drop the keys, cursing under my breath, and snatch them up before throwing myself into the driver's seat. I lock the doors immediately, the sound of the actuators clicking into place the only thing giving me a modicum of comfort. I jam the key into the ignition, and the engine catches. I'm already in reverse before the lights are even fully on. I glance into the rear-view mirror, and my heart stops. In the far darkest corner of P2, a low-slung black sedan silently switches on its headlights. Two bright, piercing eyes in the gloom. Direct confirmation. I'm not paranoid. I'm hunted. The pursuit has officially begun. I throw the gear stick into drive with a loud, aggressive clunk, gripping the steering wheel so hard my hands ache. They waited for me to get comfortable. That's not a tale, that's a directive. I scream out onto the city streets, running 2 yellow lights and taking corners so fast my tires squeak against the wet asphalt. The black sedan remains exactly 4 car lengths behind me. A fixed shadow. It doesn't gain, it doesn't lose. It's just there. Bastard. Why won't he just pass me? I yell at the windshield, slamming my fist against the dash. He's playing with me. He's taking me home. He's a professional, and I'm just an accountant with a secret in her blazer. I try every evasive maneuver I can think of, side streets, alleys, but he's too good. He stays there, a constant menacing presence in my mirror. I'm driving aggressively through the residential district now, the rain making everything a blurred, neon-streaked mess. My windshield wipers are struggling to keep up with the torrent. I make the frantic decision to head for my apartment complex. I need the walls. I need the thickness of the door. I pull into the courtyard, barely parking the car before I'm out and running for the glass entrance doors. I hit the access code with trembling fingers, looking over my shoulder the whole time. My blazer is soaked through, sticking to my shoulders, and the hidden thumb drive feels like a cold weight against my ribs. I reach my apartment on the 3rd floor and slam the solid oak door behind me. I spin the 3 deadbolts, throw the chain, and lean against the wood, hyperventilating. I slide down the door until I'm crouched on the floor, dragging ragged, wet breaths into my lungs. 3 locks. 3 locks is not enough. I try to convince my body that I'm safe, but my brain knows better. He's coming. He's already here. I creep toward the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, moving low to the ground. I need to know. I pull back a single sliver of the blind with a finger that won't stop shaking. The silk rustles, a sound that feels loud enough to wake the dead. One look. Just one look. Don't let him see you look. There, under the flickering street lamp directly across from my building, is a tall, imposing figure in a bespoke dark suit. He's just standing there, patient, relaxed. His hands are empty. He looks directly up at my window, his steel gray eyes unreadable even from this distance. The light highlights a jagged scar across his jaw. Knox Hennessey. He's not leaving. He's here for me. I pull the blinds shut violently, stumbling backward and scraping my elbow sharply on the wall. The dull pain barely registers. I'm not safe. I'm trapped. My cage just got smaller, and the predator is finally standing at the bars. I'm so fucking dead.
Chapter 2. Knox POV. Patience is a weapon, but I've always preferred speed. Sitting in this godforsaken, dust-caked apartment across from her building is starting to itch under my skin like a fucking rash. The air in here is stagnant, smelling like old wallpaper, and the metallic tang of the surveillance rig I've been babying for the last 3 hours. I adjust the heavy lens on the tripod, the click of the hood echoing in the hollow room like a gunshot. It's a precision instrument, high-end Zeiss glass that costs more than most people make in a year, and right now it's focused on the only thing that matters. A small, lit square of Victoria Cole's window. I take a sterile cotton cloth and wipe a microscopic smudge of dust from the lens casing. It's a habit. If the gear isn't perfect, the shot isn't perfect. But I'm not here for a shot. Not the kind that involves a camera, anyway. I'm here to erase a mistake. The tablet on the floor beside me glows, showing her target brief. I pick it up, the cool glass slick against my palms. There she is. Victoria Cole. Investigative accountant. The kind of woman who probably gets off on balancing ledgers and finding missing pennies. In her corporate headshot, she's wearing a tailored blazer that looks like it's choking her amber eyes bright and sharp, her red gold hair pinned back so tight it's a wonder she can blink. She looks controlled, disciplined, innocent. It's a fucking lie, obviously. Nobody who finds what she found stays innocent for long. She's holding a digital death warrant in her hands, and she probably doesn't even realize the scale of the fuck-up she's stepped into. I trace the jagged scar along my jaw with a callous thumb, staring at the screen. They always look like this before the fall. All that intelligence and Ivy League polish doesn't mean shit when a professional comes through your door at 3 a.m. But there's something about those eyes. They're too smart. They're not the eyes of a victim who's going to lie down and take it. They're the eyes of someone who's going to make this difficult. And for some reason, that makes the blood in my veins move a little faster than it should. Marcus's voice is a constant drone in the back of my head. Erase her, Knox. Ensure the ledger doesn't exist. No mess. My father doesn't ask for things. He demands them with the weight of the entire Hennessey Syndicate behind him. I've been his primary instrument for 15 years, the one he sends when the situation requires a surgeon instead of a butcher. I grip the edge of the tripod until my knuckles pop, the pressure a brief distraction from the weird-ass impulse to just keep watching. This isn't how it works. I get the mark. I find the window. I finish the job. It's binary. It's clean. But looking at her through the scope, I'm not thinking about the quickest way to dump her body in the harbor. I'm thinking about how much I want to see that control break. Killing her is simple. It's the possession that's going to be complicated. I was sent to erase a line item, so why the fuck does this one feel like a prize? It's clown behavior, catching feelings for a hit, but it's not feelings. It's a dark, visceral need to own the thing that dared to challenge us. Movement in the window. My spine goes rigid. Victoria enters the living room, and even through the lens, she looks like she's vibrating with raw anxiety. She drops her briefcase on the hardwood, a heavy thud that the directional mic picks up and feeds into my earpiece, and immediately scrambles toward the front door. She's checking the locks. Again. She's moving in sharp, jerky bursts, her corporate armor looking wrinkled and discarded. Predators don't make noise, accountant. I'm watching her through the glass like a bug under a microscope, hearing the way her breathing is coming in shallow, ragged hitches. She moves like prey that knows the scent of the wolf is already in the hallway. It's pathetic, and it's fucking mesmerizing. I lean closer to the monitor, my breath fogging the edge of the secondary screen. She thinks a deadbolt is going to stop a Hennessey. It's adorable. I zoom in on her hands. They're trembling as she slides the security chain into place. The fine tremor in her wrists is a dead giveaway. The fear is real now, palpable, and it's making my own heart rate kick up a notch. I can feel it in my groin, a low, heavy heat that has no business being there during an operation. Don't bother with the locks, little thing. I already have the code to the service elevator and the master key for the floor. Fear is an exquisite scent, Victoria. Let it season you. I want her terrified. I want her so worked up that when I finally put my hands on her, the surrender is absolute. She isn't crying, though. No tears. just that fierce, desperate focus. I respect that. Most people in her position would be a puddle of shit and salt by now. She's still fighting, even if she's fighting a ghost. She walks toward the window. My heart does a slow, heavy roll in my chest. She pauses just shy of the sill, staring out into the absolute darkness of the street. She can't see me. I'm a shadow in a room full of shadows, but she's looking right at the lens. Her body is rigid, her head tilted like she's listening for a heartbeat through the brick and mortar. She feels the scope on her skin. I know she does. It's that intuitive prickle at the back of the neck that tells you you're being hunted. Look closer, Victoria Cole. I am right fucking here, waiting for you to realize there's no way out of this cage. She adjusts a single strand of hair that's escaped her pin, a small, nervous gesture that feels more intimate than it should. I freeze, holding a lungful of stale air, forcing myself into the kind of stillness that only comes from years of stalking men who wanted me dead. She is staring directly at me. Well, at the glass. My heartbeat is unnaturally slow, but there's a muscle ticking in my jaw that I can't quite settle. I see you, but you don't see me. That is my currency. That is why I win. She has this beautiful, defiant glance, like she's daring the darkness to spit something out at her. It's a lure. She's actively engaging with the danger, trying to locate the threat with sheer willpower. I find myself admiring the sharpness of the instinct. Most civilians are blind to the world I live in, but she's tapping into something primal. The blind snaps shut. Sudden finality. She cuts off the view, but she doesn't know who she's dealing with. I don't even blink as I reach out and flip a rubberized switch on the thermal unit. The screen flickers, the sharp definition of the room dissolving into a world of pulsing oranges, deep violets, and glowing reds. You cannot hide your body from me, little lie. The thermal image strips everything away. The clothes, the furniture, the pretension. Now she's just a vibrant, undulating heat silhouette moving through the room. I can see the warmth of her core, the way her blood is pumping through her neck and limbs. The heat of her. That's all I need now. The digital whine of the feed is the only sound in the room, a low-frequency hum that vibrates in my teeth. I open my laptop, the screen displaying the mirrored feed from the spyware I planted in her home network 3 days ago. I track the surge of data packets she's trying to push through a VPN. She's fast. Triple encryption, 7 layers deep. She's trying to safeguard that ledger, trying to create a trail that even we can't scrub. I sip from a bottle of water, the liquid tasting flat and metallic. She is good. Deadass. She's better than the hackers we have on payroll. But she isn't good enough to escape the Syndicate. I watch the rhythmic clicking of her keys through the directional mic, a constant frantic tapping that tells me she's working against a clock she knows is running out. On the digital mirror, I see her creating honeypot files. She's building decoys to lure in amateur hackers while she buries the real data in a nested drive. She thinks 2 steps ahead. That is rare in a woman who spends her life looking at tax returns. This one deserves a master who understands her true value, not some mid-level enforcer who just put a bullet in her and call it a day. I shift my weight, the leather of my custom gloves creaking slightly in the quiet. My respect for her is growing, and that's a dangerous thing for a man like me. I'm already reclassifying her. She's not a target anymore. She's an asset. A highly dangerous, highly desirable one that I have no intention of letting Marcus destroy. A low sound escapes my throat, barely a whisper. Clever girl. It's the first time I've spoken since I sat down, and the sound of my own voice feels heavy, like a promise. Using her name, even in my head, seals the deal. The plan has shifted. My father wants her erased, but he's not the one sitting here in the dark watching her burn. She will be my red gold asset. I will break that mind only enough to bind it to me, to make sure she knows exactly who her God is. I'm viewing her now as a living representation of the Hennessey fortune, volatile, valuable, and demanding absolute control. My comms crackle. A burst of static that makes me wince. Target secure. Need the cleanup crew confirmation, Knox. It's Rowan O'Shea. My lieutenant. He's 2 blocks away, in a blacked-out SUV, waiting for the signal to come in and bag the body. I look at the confirm execution field on my screen, my thumb hovering over the key. If I press it, I'm committed. If I don't, I'm a traitor. I type a calculated lie, stand down. I'm confirming the backups first. Wait on my signal. The lie comes easily. I've spent my life being the loyal son, the perfect weapon, but Marcus is an old man who doesn't understand the nuance of what we're dealing with here. She is mine, Finn. Not yours. Not his. I quickly wipe the screen, sealing the communication tunnel shut. Defying my father is a death sentence, but losing Victoria now feels like a worse kind of failure. I can't let him have her. I turn back to the audio feed. Victoria is moving away from her desk. The mic picks up the sound of her leaning against a wall, her breath coming in ragged, shaky bursts. "Focus, Victoria," she whispers. "Just get the data out." And then the rest is lost to a sob she chokes down. The sound of it is like a physical blow to my chest. She can't even cry aloud. She's that afraid of making noise. Good. I want that discipline. I want that internal pressure cooker ready to blow. Don't think about escape, little accountant. Think about surrender. I file away the sound of her near breakdown, knowing exactly how I'm going to use that weakness against her later. I'm going to be the one who strips her of all that resistance until there's nothing left but me. The thermal feed shows her pacing again. The heat signature of her body is vibrant, outlining the slim, lithe curve of her hips and the arch of her back through the thin fabric of her blouse. It's pure voyeuristic pleasure at this point. I'm watching her like she's a piece of art I've already bought but haven't taken home yet. I unconsciously moisten my lips, my eyes fixed on the screen. Red gold heat. She burns. That body is too fine to be destroyed. It will be marked and claimed. I can already feel the cold metal of the scope tube pressed against my temple, a reminder of the distance I'm about to close. Then she does it. She sheds the blazer. Then the shirt. She's down to a silk camisole, the thermal image showing the bloom of heat across her shoulders. And then she reaches up and pulls the pins from her hair. It falls in a massive shimmering cascade down her back. Even in thermal, I can see the weight of it, the way it moves like liquid fire. This is the visual that shatters the last shred of my professional detachment. The red gold hair from the file wasn't just a description, it was a warning. Beautiful, beautiful mistake. That hair is a chain. I'm going to braid it around my fist and use it to hold her exactly where I want her. I watch her shake her head, freeing the long weight of the hair, a moment of profound, unintended vulnerability that she thinks she's enjoying alone. I'm mesmerized. My life has been 40 years of cold gray existence, filled with violence and the hollow commands of a man I despise. But she's vibrant. She's untamed vitality. I want to contain that fire in a cage built just for her. I grip the edge of the table so hard, the wooden frame groans under the pressure. This is why I was sent here. Not to kill her, but to claim her. Victoria approaches the window one last time. She peers through a narrow slat in the blinds, her amber eyes straining against the darkness. I feel the intensity of her gaze, almost like a physical touch. She's testing the boundaries. The prey instinctively knows the predator is watching, and I allow a cold, predatory half-smile to curve my lips. It's a rare expression for me, one that usually means someone is about to stop breathing. Go ahead, look, Victoria. You will never see me coming. I see the exhaustion etched around her eyes on the high-res screen. She's expecting a cleanup crew, a bunch of suit-and-tie mooks with silencers. She has no idea she's been targeted by a singular, obsessed possessor who has already decided her fate. I push the suppressed pistol aside. The cold metal clinks against the wooden table, a sound of finality. I'm done with that. I reach into my bag and pull out the heavy-duty, military-grade zip ties. Then a tightly folded rag, saturated with a fast-acting sedative that will drop a grown man in 3 seconds. Execution is cheap. Possession demands effort. I need her alive. And I need her compliant. The gun is too quick. I need time with her. I need to see the moment her eyes change from defiance to recognition. I pack my bag with methodical precision, leaving the camera and the tripod. I don't need them anymore. I watch her thermal silhouette move into what I assume is her bedroom. I check my watch. 11:45 p.m. It's too early to assume she's fully asleep, but her defenses will be at their lowest point. The fear will keep her tossing, unable to truly rest, her mind spiraling through every worst-case scenario. Sleep will not come, accountant. Not until I allow it. The anticipation is part of the seasoning. I want her exhausted when I finally put my hands on her throat. I move to the door of the apartment, checking the weight of the climbing rope coiled at my feet. I check the knots with a practiced tug. Everything is perfect. I feel the adrenaline rising in my chest, but it's a controlled, focused rush. The hunter's high. The gap is closing. I exit the apartment and move into the stairwell, descending with practiced silence. I don't use the elevator. I don't use the main doors. I cross the street, utilizing the shadows of the alleyways, minimizing any disruption to the mundane late-night city noise. A loose paving stone shifts under my weight, but I catch myself before it clicks, resuming my silent stride. I can feel the anticipation in my blood, like a drug. I reach her building. The service entrance is a joke. I'm inside in 10 seconds, moving up the stairs like a phantom. I stand outside her door, my back to the wall, listening. I can hear the faint, almost imperceptible sound of her shifting inside. She's still awake. Good. I want her to see me. I reach for my lockpicking kit, the cold steel of the tools familiar in my hands. A silent oath seals my decision. She is my property. My liability. My obsession. I'm going to cage her now, and the world will never see her again. I inhale deeply, catching a faint scent that seems to permeate the door, the lingering smell of rain from the street mixed with a subtle, clean perfume that belongs only to her. The door will open. And then she is mine. Welcome to the glass cage, Victoria Cole. I hope you're ready for what comes next.
Chapter 3. Victoria POV. The rain isn't just falling, it's fucking screaming against the glass of my living room window. I stand there with my forehead pressed against the pane, watching the Chicago skyline dissolve into a gray, blurred mess of neon and misery. My nerves are shot. It's been 36 hours since I flagged the ghost entries in the Hennessey Syndicate's corporate ledger, and every second since has felt like a countdown to a funeral I didn't realize I was throwing for myself. I tell myself it's just the storm making me jumpy. It's just the wind rattling the frame. I'm an investigative accountant, for Christ's sake. I deal in numbers, spreadsheets, and cold, hard logic, not boogeymen in the shadows. But the logic is failing me now because the logic says that when you find $50 million moving through a shell company owned by a cartel fixer, you don't go home and make tea. You run. Or you hide. I didn't run. I stayed to finish the encryption, and now the air in my own apartment feels like it's being sucked out by a vacuum. The file is encrypted. They can't find it unless I talk. I keep repeating it like a mantra, a desperate little prayer to the gods of cybersecurity, but it doesn't stop the way my skin is crawling. I move away from the window, my heels clicking too loudly on the hardwood, and reach up to adjust the collar of my tailored blazer. It's a habit, a tick, but my fingers find the small hard lump stitched into the silk lining near the nape of my neck. The USB drive. It's right there, a tiny piece of plastic and silicone that essentially acts as my death warrant. I chose to carry it. I chose to be the one who didn't look away when the numbers stopped making sense. Now the weight of it feels like a lead sinker, dragging me down into deep dark water. The adrenaline is making my hands tremble, just a tiny vibration in the fingertips that I can't quite kill. If they find this, it's not a negotiation. It's a cleanup. I'm a variable they need to delete, a rounding error in a blood-soaked budget. I feel a sharp static shock as I brush against the lining of the coat, the dry air of the apartment snapping at me. I need to leave. I need to get to a federal building, or a safe house, or fucking Canada. Anywhere but this high-rise cage, with its floor-to-ceiling windows and its single vulnerable point of entry. I turn toward the hallway, intent on grabbing my keys, and that's when the world stops. The low, comforting hum of the refrigerator just cuts out. It's not a power flicker. It's like the apartment itself has decided to hold its breath. And then I hear it. A sound so subtle it shouldn't have registered over the roar of the rain, but my ears are tuned to the frequency of my own impending doom. Click. The deadbolt. Someone just engaged the lock from the inside. The air pressure in the room shifts, a heavy, invisible weight settling over my shoulders. My heart doesn't just pound, it thrashes against my ribs like a trapped bird. The silence is wrong. An amateur would have kicked the door, made a scene, given me a second to scream. This is surgical. This is the kind of quiet that precedes an execution. I freeze mid-step, my foot hovering over the floor, and I accidentally brush a coffee mug off the end table. It falls in slow motion, bouncing off the thick rug with a dull thud, not even breaking. It's a pathetic sound, a tiny muffled failure that marks the end of my safety. I've been breached. My defenses were a joke, and now the monster is in the house. I don't think. I just move. I bolt for the kitchen, my breath coming in jagged, shallow hitches that hurt my chest. I reach the magnetic rack and snatch the largest chef's knife I own, a Wusthof that cost more than my first car. The steel is freezing against my palm, and I grip the handle so hard my knuckles turn a ghostly bloodless white. Breathe, Victoria. Account for the variables. You have a weapon. You have a chance. But I know I'm lying to myself. I'm an accountant with a kitchen knife, and whoever is in the hallway is probably a professional who eats people like me for breakfast. The kitchen smells like stale coffee and the metallic tang of the knife, but then another scent cuts through. It's heavy. Expensive. It's the smell of cold rainwater, high-end tobacco, and a cologne that smells like something you'd find in a leather-bound library in a house built on old money and fresh graves. The scent of rain. It fills the room, suffocating me, and I take a stuttering step backward, my hip catching on a dining chair. It scrapes loudly against the wood, a screech of protest that sounds like a scream. You shouldn't be wet. The door was locked. The realization that he's already inside, that he's been watching me, makes the hair on my arm stand up. A silhouette detaches itself from the deep darkness of the foyer. He's massive, a wall of black tailored wool and predatory intent. I don't wait for him to speak. I don't ask what he wants. I know what he wants. I turn and bolt for the fire escape door in the corner of the living room, my brain screaming at me to move, to jump, to do anything but stay here. I'm calculating escape vectors in real time, but he's faster. He's unhinged fast. I see the glint of the knife in my hand, reflecting the dim light from the street, and for a split second I think I see him smile. Stop. He doesn't shout it. He says it like a command to a dog that's already been beaten. I'm 3 feet from the door when he lunges. He doesn't grab me, he tackles me, his full weight slamming into my back and driving the air from my lungs in a massive, agonizing whoosh. We hit the hardwood floor together, the impact jarring my teeth. The knife skitters away, sliding across the wood and wedging itself under the radiator with a mocking metallic chime. I try to gasp, to pull in air, but his weight is absolute. My head narrowly misses the sharp corner of a glass side table, my red-gold hair whipping across the floor like a bloodstain. I open my mouth to scream, a primal high-pitched noise building in my throat, but it never makes it out. His hand, clad in a heavy black leather glove, clamps over my face with bruising force. His thumb digs painfully into the soft tissue beneath my cheekbone, pinning my jaw shut. The smell of the leather is overwhelming, cold and sterile. Don't waste the breath. It's yours. His voice is a low, gravelly vibration that I feel through the floor and through my own skin. I struggle, my legs kicking out, my heels drumming a frantic rhythm against the wood. My tailored skirt rips at the hip, the sound of tearing fabric loud in the quiet room. The shame of it hits me almost as hard as the physical impact, the shame of being silenced so easily, of being handled like a piece of luggage. I try to bite his palm, gnashing my teeth against the thick, salty leather of the glove. He lets out a dark, low chuckle that makes my stomach flip. He shifts his center of gravity, pinning my hips with his own, his weight making it impossible for me to do anything but lie there and take it. Feisty. I like them broken later. Twitch again, and I'll break something that matters. The audacity of this man, the absolute unhinged confidence of him, makes a spark of cold fury ignite in my chest. Bastard. This is why I hated this kind of work. They treat people like objects, like numbers to be balanced or erased. A flash of lightning erupts outside, illuminating the apartment in a brief, strobing white glare. In that second, I see him. Really see him. Steel gray eyes that look like they've never seen a day of mercy in their entire existence. A jagged scar runs along his jawline, a silver mark of violence on an otherwise perfectly carved face. He's beautiful in the way a landslide or a house fire is beautiful, something to be watched from a distance, never touched. A droplet of rainwater falls from his dark hair and hits my cheek, cold as ice. You have a name, Butcher? I think the words, but they're muffled by his hand. He lifts his chin, acknowledging my defiance with a look that is terrifyingly clinical. Look at me. I do. I look right into the storm in his eyes, and I realize that he isn't panicked. He isn't rushed. He's enjoying this. He removes his hand from my mouth, but before I can even inhale to scream again, the cold, heavy weight of a suppressed pistol is pressed against my throat. The metal is freezing, a sharp contrast to the heat of my own skin. I swallow instinctively, the movement of my Adam's apple brushing against the smooth muzzle. It's a death sentence in physical form. Where is the ledger? Tell me now, or I finish the job. Simple choice, Victoria. My knuckles scrape against the floor as I tense, the adrenaline making every nerve ending scream. He won't kill me. Not yet. I have something he needs. I have to believe that, or I'm already dead. I look up at him, my amber eyes wide but steady. I'm not giving him shit. Not yet. But then the gun shifts. He doesn't pull the trigger. He drags the barrel slowly, agonizingly, across my collarbone, the cold metal leaving a trail of goosebumps in its wake. He leans down, his face inches from mine, and he inhales deeply, his nostrils flaring. I was paid to clean up the mistake. But you are no mistake. You smell like rain and panic. He's staring at me like I'm a prize he just found in the dirt. The professional hit has vanished, replaced by something much darker, something obsessive that makes my skin prickle with an entirely different kind of fear. He tightens his fingers on my wrist, his grip so strong I can feel the bones of my arm shifting. He lets go only to grab a handful of my hair, yanking my head back until my neck is arched and I'm forced to look at him. I arch my back involuntarily, a small moan of pain escaping me. Mine? He whispers the word against my lips, a hot, possessive breath that tastes like a promise of something worse than death. And then, before I can even process the word, his mouth crashes down onto mine. It's not a kiss. It's a collision. It's a violent, brutal claim, meant to erase everything I am. He replaces his hand over my mouth with his lips, teeth clashing against mine as he tries to force his way in. I keep my jaw clamped shut, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm. The rough wool of his expensive suit jacket chafes against the soft skin of my inner arm as I try to push him off, but he's like a mountain. Don't fight what's already yours. He uses his weight to pry my mouth open, his tongue aggressive and demanding. It's a violation of space, of agency, of everything I've worked to build. He's seeking to replace my fear with his own dominating presence, and the sheer audacity of it makes me want to scream and vomit at the same time. I moan into his mouth, a muffled sound of terror that he simply swallows whole, as if my fear is the fuel he needs. He drives his tongue deeper, pressing the back of my head into the hard floor, making me feel every inch of the wood beneath me. The coppery tang of blood from my scraped lip fills my mouth, mixing with the mint and iron taste of him. It's visceral. It's too much. He grinds his hips into mine, the heavy, unyielding tension of his body pinning me ruthlessly. The hard outline of the pistol he's still holding presses into my side, a constant reminder of how close I am to the end. Feel that, accountant? He mutters the words into the kiss, his voice a dark, jagged thing. His free hand tangles even more violently in my hair, yanking my head back to expose my throat while he continues to ravage my mouth. Tears of pain well up in my eyes, blurring the sight of the ceiling lights above us. I feel so fucking displayed, so vulnerable, even though there's no one here to see this but the monster on top of me. The friction of his suit against my damp silk blouse is creating a static heat that I can feel in my core. A traitorous primal response that makes my stomach churn with self-loathing. My hips instinctively buck once, not in submission, but in a desperate animalistic need to get him off, but he just uses the movement to settle himself deeper between my thighs. That's it. Fight back, little bird. He bites my lower lip hard enough to draw more blood, marking me like he's branding a stray. I gasp, the sharp sting making my vision swim. My hands are trapped between our chests, and I can feel the frantic, heavy thud of his heart. It's not racing because he's scared, it's racing because he's getting off on this. He's getting off on the fact that he has me pinned like a butterfly to a board. I clench my fists, my nails digging into the expensive wool of his jacket, and I realize with a jolt of pure horror that my own heart is matching his beat. We're locked in this heightened, animalistic state, and the realization makes me want to claw my own skin off. He breaks the kiss just enough to hiss against my lips, his jaw rubbing roughly against my chin. The stubble on his face scratches my skin, a painful friction that feels like another mark. Look at me. You look at the man who owns you. He forces my face up toward the ceiling, his steel gray eyes reflecting the light with a cold, terrifying clarity. The arrogance of him is boundless. He thinks he's won. He thinks because he has me on the floor, the game is over. His thumb sweeps over my swollen lips, tracing the blood he just drew. I shiver, a mix of cold fear and a dawning, unwanted heat that makes me feel like I'm losing my mind. I try to bite his thumb, one last reflexive protest, but he's too quick. He twists my chin with a sharp, painful movement that stops me cold. Don't ruin your pretty mouth. You'll need it later. Good girl. He says it like I've just performed a trick. Then, with a swift, deliberate movement, he uses his knees to force my legs apart. I hear the sound of my thin skirt finally giving up, the fabric tearing completely, as he settles himself firmly between my thighs. The cold air hits my exposed skin, and I feel a sob build in my chest, one I refuse to let out. I own this space now. You are centered on me. He leans his forehead against mine, our shared breath hot and ragged in the dark. A stray strand of my hair is stuck to his cheek, wet with sweat and rain. It's a moment of accidental intimacy that feels more violent than the tackle. He briefly closes his eyes, savoring the proximity, before opening them with a focus that is colder and more terrifying than his aggression. You are not going anywhere. Don't breathe like that. It excites me. I try to hold my breath, to stop the heaving of my chest against his, but I can't. My body is failing me. He drags his tongue over the shell of my ear, his teeth scraping gently but intentionally against my earlobe. The whisper that follows makes my blood run cold. This was just the hello. The real work starts when we leave. Sleep well, Victoria. He pulls back, leaving my ear chilled and dripping with his saliva, a final seal on his claim. He stands up with a fluid, predatory grace, looking down at me as I lie there, broken and panting on my own floor. The taste of my own blood is heavy in my mouth, and the silence of the apartment returns, heavier than before. My life is officially over. Whatever version of Victoria Cole existed 10 minutes ago is gone, replaced by this shivering thing on the hardwood. I look up at him, and all I can think is that for an investigative accountant, I really fucked up the math on this one. I'm not a variable anymore. I'm property. And Knox Hennessey doesn't look like the kind of man who ever loses what he owns.
Chapter 4. Knox POV. The way her pupils blow out when I shift the weight of the suppressor to that soft, blue-veined hollow right under her ear is fucking art. She's vibrating against the floorboards, that silk pajama set she's wearing rasping against my leather gloves with every frantic, shallow breath she tries to pull in. I can feel the rhythm of her heart hammering against my ribs, a trapped bird looking for an exit that doesn't exist. This is the part where most of the Hennessey cleanup crews would have already squeezed the trigger and moved on to the next job. But I'm standing on the edge of a different cliff. Looking at her, really looking at her in the dim light of her own living room, I can see the sheer, unadulterated terror blooming in her amber eyes, and it's better than any hit I've ever taken. She's smart. I can see that in the way she's trying to track my movement even while she's paralyzed, trying to figure out why the man who just broke into her life at 3 a.m. hasn't turned her brain into a fucking wall mural yet. It's a vibe check from hell, and she's failing it beautifully. I press my weight down, making sure she feels every bit of the 190 pounds of muscle and malice pinning her to the grain of the wood, enjoying the way she winces as the cold metal of the pistol bites into her jugular. Did you think I was going to let you scream? Her mouth opens, a tiny hitching sound escaping her throat before she realizes I'm still in control of her oxygen. I lean in, the smell of rain-slicked wool and gunpowder from my jacket clouding her senses until she's breathing me in. That frantic noise you just made. Mine. I don't give her a second to process the ownership in my voice. I press the barrel deeper, right into the skin beneath her jaw, making sure she understands that any sudden movement results in a very permanent silence. She freezes dead, her eyes locking onto the jagged scar that runs along my jawline. I can see her brain working, trying to reconcile the bespoke suit and the professional executioner's kit with the fact that I'm lingering. It's a lot for a little accountant to take in, but Victoria Cole isn't your average numbers cruncher. She's the girl who found the glitch in the Matrix, the one who saw the Hennessey numbers and didn't just look away like a good little girl. That kind of audacity usually gets you a shallow grave in the Pine Barrens, but the way she's looking at me right now makes me want to see what else she's hiding behind that professional exterior. The rain is still drumming against the window I just bypassed, a cold chill cutting through the apartment, but she's a furnace of adrenaline and fear right under me. Not a fucking word unless I ask for it. You speak when I allow you air. I reach out with my free hand and wind a thick lock of that red gold hair around my gloved fingers. It's soft, way too soft for the kind of shit she's gotten herself into. I use it like a leash, tilting her head back until the line of her throat is stretched taut and vulnerable under the light. She winces, a sharp intake of breath through her nose, her scalp burning under the tension I'm applying. I'm marking her mentally, claiming the space she thought was safe. My hand is still damp from the climb, and I see the way the mud and rain from my gloves smudge into her pristine hair, a dark stain on her perfect little life. She looks like a goddamn masterpiece of misery right now, and the obsession I felt when I was watching her through the scope of my rifle an hour ago is starting to morph into something much more dangerous. I know Marcus expects a body. I know the Syndicate doesn't do possession. But Marcus isn't here, and this girl is way too pretty to be left to the maggots. She's more beautiful when she's controlled, when the fire in her eyes is damped down by the reality of a gun against her spine. It's a risk keeping her. It's the kind of decision that gets a man killed in our world, but looking at the way her pulse is jumping against my thumb, I'm dead-ass certain it's a risk I'm going to take. Such pretty hair. Be ashamed to stain it. Look at me. Look at the man who owns your next breath. She does it. She forces those amber eyes up to mine, her body racking with tremors that she can't suppress no matter how hard she tries. I rise fluidly, not letting go of her hair, yanking her up with me. She stumbles, her legs turning to jelly as the adrenaline dump finally catches up with her, but I don't give her the luxury of falling. I keep the gun pressed hard against the base of her spine, moving us as one unit toward the back of the apartment. She's small, lithe, her body fitting perfectly into the cage of my arms as I steer her. We scuff past a designer lamp, the base wobbling on the side table, and I think about how fragile this whole setup is. One day you're auditing corporate taxes. The next you're being hauled through your own hallway by a fixer who should have already ended you. Move, Victoria. I have work to do. I grunt a warning when she falters, my hand tightening in her hair until she lets out a sharp gasp. I need her off balance. I need her to understand that her autonomy died the second I stepped over her threshold. We hit the door to her home office, and I can smell the stale coffee and the dry, metallic scent of printer paper before we even cross the threshold. This is her sanctuary. Her little war room. It's meticulously organized, a high-stress mind laid bare in stacks of folders and dual monitors that are currently dark. She's trembling so hard now that she has to reach out and grip the edge of the desk for stability. I kick her fancy ergonomic chair out of the way with a brutal thud, the wheels spinning uselessly as it hits the wall, and I shove her down into the replacement leather desk chair. I stand behind her like a fucking monument to her bad decisions, my bulk casting a shadow over her workspace that she can't escape. Her hand closes on a stray sticky note, scrunching it into a tight ball as she tries to find something, anything, to hold on to. This is where you tried to kill the Syndicate, little ledger ghost. Sit. Now. I lean over her, my chest caging her back, using my size to eliminate any hope she has of bolting. I can feel the heat radiating off her skin, the smell of her shampoo, something floral and expensive, mixing with the rich scent of my cologne and the lingering ozone from the storm outside. I reach around her, my arm brushing her shoulder, as I flip the power switch on her custom-built laptop. The whirring sound of the cooling fans is the only thing breaking the silence of the room. I let my breath hit the shell of her ear, hot and deliberate, watching the way the fine hairs on her neck stand up. Don't move. I like you right here, where I can feel you jump. You smell like expensive fear, Victoria. It's a good look on you. The screen flickers to life, illuminating the sweat beading along her hairline. The blue light makes her look stark, fragile, like she's made of glass. I watch the series of complex, multi-factor security screens pop up. Most guys would need a tech specialist for this shit, but I've spent enough time around Rowan to know the basics, and more importantly, I have the key sitting right in front of me. I gently tap the screen with the barrel of the pistol, the clink of metal on glass echoing in the small room. Smart little accountant. You think a password keeps me out of your head? All this work for nothing, Victoria. She tries to swallow, her throat clicking in the silence. I shredded them, she stammers, her voice thin and reedy, a desperate lie that's so transparent it's almost insulting. The files, they're gone. I slide the cold barrel of the gun down the side of her neck, tracing the delicate rapid pulse point at her throat before resting it right above her collarbone. I can feel her shiver against the metal, a deep visceral reaction she can't hide. We both know you don't shred paper. You encrypt. Give me the numbers, Victoria, or I'll take them from your fingers one joint at a time. Don't lie to me, cunt. The word lands like a physical blow. She flinches violently, her eyes welling with frustrated tears that she refuses to let fall. Good. I want her frustrated. I want her broken. I inhale deeply against her neck, savoring the primal scent of her terror. It's fucking intoxicating. You are mine now. You will learn to answer me when I call you that. Stop crying. It ruins the terror. I move my thumb along her throat, feeling the erratic pump of her pulse under my skin. My eyes drop to the side of the machine, and there it is, a specific unmarked external drive plugged into the USB port. It's too obvious. A dead giveaway for anyone who knows what they're looking for. Her breath hitches when she sees my gaze land on it. What is this, little accountant? A decoy? Or a threat? Did you think I wouldn't check the peripherals? I lift the drive slightly with my gloved hand, still keeping my other hand buried in her hair. As the system accesses the drive, a series of bait folders pop up. I let out a low, chilling chuckle that I know she feels right through her spine. It's a honeypot. A trap designed to alert the authorities if someone tries to force entry. I'm genuinely impressed. She didn't just find the money, she built a goddamn fortress around the evidence. Jesus, she whispers, her voice breaking. A honeypot. That's smart, Victoria. I love smart prey. You amuse me, and that's a dangerous thing to do in a room with a man like me. I lean in again, but instead of the cold metal of the gun, I press my mouth right against the skin of her neck, right where the pulse is screaming. She freezes, her entire body locking up at the sudden, intimate contact. It's a reward and a threat all wrapped into one. And the way she shudders tells me she's finally starting to realize that death isn't the only thing she has to worry about tonight. I need to move. If I stay here much longer, I'm going to lose my head and take her right on this desk, and I can't afford to stain the evidence or my reputation just yet. I abandon the computer, yanking her back to her feet with a sudden, brutal force that makes her cry out. "What do you want from me, you bastard?" The spark of rage in her voice is a welcome change from the whimpering. I like the fire. I spin her around and slam her back against the solid drywall next to her bookshelf, the impact making a few paperbacks slide off the shelf and thud onto the floor. I absorb the recoil with my own body, pinning her there with my hips. There's the fire. Don't hide that from me. But watch your tone, Victoria. I haven't decided where to break you yet. I smile, and I know it's not a friendly look. The scar on my jaw twitches as I grip her chin, the pressure painful enough to force her to look directly into my eyes. I want her to see me. I want her to recognize the face of the man who just bought her life. I rub my thumb over her bottom lip, dragging the pad slowly across the fragile skin until it pouts. Remember this face. It's the last one you'll see for a long time. Are you surprised I'm not a monster under the bed? She doesn't answer, just stares at me with those wide amber eyes. I start a physical search of her person, my hands moving over her silk camisole and the thin fabric of her trousers. I'm not looking for weapons. She's an accountant, not a field agent. I'm looking for the thrill of the violation, the way she tries to shrink away as my fingers graze her ribs and the curve of her waist. Did you hide the evidence here? I murmur, my hand brushing the underside of her breast as I move down her side. My hands don't lie, Victoria. I can feel everything. Your heart, your fear, the way you're starting to get used to my touch. It's a lie, but it's a necessary one. I want her to feel the shame of it. I conclude the search, my hands lingering on her hips, assessing the slim, lithe frame of her. She's a neat little package, and I'm already thinking about the collar I'm going to put around that neck. Nice try, hiding nothing. Such a neat package. I drag her backward toward the bedroom, ignoring her protests. The ledger isn't here, she says, her voice gaining a desperate edge. I sent it to the authorities already. It's gone. I stop dead, leaning my face so close our noses are almost touching. If you had, my father's cleanup crew would be here. Not me. Marcus doesn't send me to talk, Victoria. He sends me to erase. I am a bullet. My father sends grenades. The fact that you're still breathing means you haven't sent shit yet, or I would have smelled the smoke from the street. The confusion in her eyes is priceless. She's starting to realize the internal politics of the Syndicate are the only thing keeping her heart beating. I shove her into the bedroom, flipping the mattress with one hand while I keep the gun trained on her. I rip through the nightstand, throwing bank statements and personal letters aside like the trash they are. I'm looking for the hard codes, the stuff she wouldn't trust to a drive. The room smells like her, lavender and clean laundry, but I'm dismantling the sanctuary bit by bit. The heavy mattress lands against the wall with a dull thud, kicking up dust that dances in the light from the hallway. Where does the smart girl hide her treasure? What a waste of good silk, I mutter, glancing at her bedding. I see her heavy silk robe, sitting at the foot of the bed. I pick it up and hurl it at her. Put it on. We're leaving. You're not going out like that. Don't forget your coat, little ghost. It's going to be a long trip. Hurry up. I don't wait for anyone. She catches the rope, her hands trembling as she tries to find the armholes. She looks at me, the dread finally replacing the panic. Where are you taking me? To the police? What did you decide? I don't answer. I reach into my suit pocket and pull out the reinforced black zip ties. The sound of the Velcro ripping as I open the pouch is like a gunshot in the quiet room. Silence. You forfeited the right to ask questions. You're going somewhere quiet. Somewhere mine. I grab her wrists, my grip like iron, and force them together behind her back. No. Fuck. She tries to kick, a final desperate surge of that resilient core I saw earlier, but I just pull the zip tie shut. The mechanical click is sharp and final. I tighten it until she gasps, the plastic biting into the skin of her wrists. I check the tension with my thumb, making sure she's secure. You fight beautifully, Victoria. I'll enjoy breaking that out of you. Did you just curse at your master? I stand back, watching her as she stands there bound and terrified in her own bedroom. She looks magnificent in her ruin. You can't do this, she whispers, the reality finally sinking in. I have people. People will look for me. I lean in one last time, my lips brushing her ear. No one looks for a ghost, Victoria. And by morning, that's all you'll be. You belong to me now. Every second of your borrowed time is a gift from my hand. I pull out the sedative rag, the acrid chemical smell instantly drowning out the lavender. Her eyes go wide, and she tries to twist away, but I have a heavy arm around her neck before she can even blink. I pull her tight against my chest, feeling her final frantic struggle as I press the cloth over her mouth and nose. She fights for a few seconds, her bound wrists jerking against the ties, but the chemicals are fast. Her legs give out, and I catch her weight easily as she goes limp in my arms. Good night, little ghost. Wake up mine. I grunt with the effort of shifting her over my shoulder. The hunt is over. The cage is waiting. Now I just have to make sure my father doesn't find out I've kept the one thing I was supposed to destroy. I head for the door. I've got a long drive ahead of me, and a hell of a lot of explaining to do to my conscience later. Not that I have one.
Chapter 5. Victoria POV. The floor is cold as shit. That's the first thing I can actually process through the white noise screaming in my brain. My apartment floor, the one I haven't waxed in 6 months because who the fuck has time for that, is currently pressed against my cheek while Knox Hennessey treats me like a discarded piece of gym equipment. He's heavy, a solid oppressive weight that smells like rain and something dangerously expensive, and he's not even breathing hard. I'm vibrating so fast, I'm surprised I haven't shook myself apart yet, my heart trying to punch its way out of my ribs. Every survival instinct I own is redlining, but my brain is still doing that annoying accountant thing, trying to calculate the odds of me getting out of this without a body bag. The math isn't looking great. The probability of survival is currently hovering somewhere around 0. He pulls back just enough for me to draw a jagged breath, but not enough for me to move an inch. I can see the toes of his shoes, polished black leather, not a single scuff, probably worth more than my entire car. He looks down at me like I'm a particularly interesting bug he's debating whether to squash or keep in a jar. He reaches out and adjusts the cuff of his suit, a small, perfectly calm gesture of normalcy that makes the whole situation feel 10 times more unhinged. You're finished here, accountant. I need a percentage. I need to know where I stand. You stand where I put you. His voice is like a goddamn glacier. I try to move to buck him off, but he just shifts his weight and I'm pinned again, helpless and pathetic on my own rug. He starts methodically patting down my blazer, his hands moving with a clinical efficiency that makes my skin crawl. He's looking for it. He knows. My fingers twitch, wanting to reach for anything, a lamp, a heavy book, but he's already found the slight lump in the lining of my breast pocket. With a flick of his wrist, he produces a small pocket knife and slices into the polyester. The sound of the fabric tearing is loud as a gunshot in the 3:30 a.m. silence. He pulls out the USB drive, the only leverage I have, the only thing keeping the Hennessey Syndicate from erasing me from the census. He holds it up, the plastic casing catching the dim light from the hallway. That's everything, isn't it? My silence, my life. It's a start. The physical evidence is nothing compared to the keys. You didn't think I'd be sloppy, did you? I spit the words at him, trying to find some shred of my own dignity while I'm face down on the floor. I want to tell him I have a dozen copies, that they'll all go live if I don't check in, but we both know that's a lie. I'm a numbers girl, and I know when the ledger is empty. Knox doesn't even blink. He just pockets the drive in his own suit and leans down. His jaw is a jagged line of shadow, the scar there looking like a white lightning bolt against his skin. He gets close, his breath brushing the shell of my ear, smelling faintly of mint and whatever cold-blooded predators eat for breakfast. He uses his free hand to pin my hair down against the wood, the pressure enough to make my eyes water. I hate you, you sick bastard. Hate is fine, Red Gold. Hate is a kind of engagement. You're going to regret this, Hennessey. He actually smirks. It's a dark, ugly thing that tells me he's enjoying the fire in my voice. He likes the defiance. It's probably a nice change of pace from the people who usually just beg for their lives when he shows up. I'm not begging. I'm fuming. I'm trying to calculate how many inches I need to move my left arm to reach the radiator. I've got a chef's knife wedged under the pipe, a desperate just in case I planted weeks ago when I realized the numbers were going to get me killed. I start to inch my fingers toward it, moving at a glacial pace, trying to be invisible. Knox doesn't even look at me. He just shifts his hip, deliberately blocking my view of the radiator, and his heavy boot heel comes down. I hear the dull scrape of metal on wood as he grinds the edge of his shoe right over where the knife is hidden. He knows. The bastard knows everything. Tisk. Violence is my job, Victoria. I can still hurt you. You will only hurt yourself. He pulls a small silver kit from the inside pocket of his coat. It's immaculate, looking like something out of a high-end medical drama. He opens it with one hand, revealing a pre-loaded syringe and a small glass vial. My stomach does a slow, sickening roll. This isn't a hit. He's not going to shoot me and leave me for the cleaning crew. He's going to take me. The realization is a physical blow, worse than any punch. Death is an exit strategy. This is a fucking hostile takeover. What is that? No, don't you dare. Relax, accountant. This won't kill you. It will just make you compliant. I won't forget this. He flicks the vial with his thumb, checking the dosage with a level of focus that is absolutely terrifying. I try to jerk my arm back, but his grip on my wrist is like a steel vise. I can feel the bones grinding together, and for a second, I think he might just snap it for the hell of it. I start thrashing, bucking my hips, trying to find some leverage, some way to bite or scratch or gouge his eyes out. I'm feral, acting on pure adrenaline, but Knox is a wall of muscle that doesn't care about my feelings. He uses his forearm to press across my throat, not enough to stop me from breathing, just enough to pin my upper body and expose the muscle of my shoulder. Let me go. Please. You belong to me now. This is necessary. Stop fighting, Victoria. It only makes me rougher. A dry, pathetic sob catches in my throat. The pressure on my neck increases, and I can smell his expensive cologne, something woody and dark, as he leans in to finish it. I feel the sharp, cold sting of the needle as it sinks into my shoulder. It's quick, professional, and absolutely devastating. Almost immediately, a cold, invasive bloom of chemicals starts spreading through my bloodstream. It feels like my veins are filling with liquid lead. My heart rate, which was just at 180, starts to plummet. My muscles, which were wound tight as piano wire, begin to unspool. I'm keeping you safe, Victoria. Safe from what? From the world you just tried to burn down. And from yourself. His voice is low, almost soothing, which is the most fucked up part of the whole thing. I try to keep my hands in a claw, try to maintain some kind of offensive posture, but they just fall slack against the floor. My breathing is loud in my own ears, ragged and slow. The room is starting to swim, the edges of my vision fraying like an old rug. I try to focus on his face, to memorize every line of that jagged scar, to keep the hate burning hot enough to fight the drug, but it's a losing battle. A single hot tear leaks out of my eye and traces a path into my hair. Keep your eyes on me, Victoria. Don't look away. I'm keeping you, do you understand? Forever. He watches my eyes cloud over, and I see a flicker of something in his steel gray gaze, satisfaction. Dark, absolute satisfaction. I'm slipping, the analytical part of my brain desperately trying to name the drug, to classify the symptoms, to find a countermeasure, but the numbers are dissolving into static. He rolls me onto my stomach with a rough jerk. I'm dead weight now, a puppet with the strings cut. I hear a sharp, mechanical ratchet sound. Zip ties. Thick reinforced plastic bites into the skin of my wrists, cinching them tight behind my back. Then he does the same to my ankles. The physical pressure is the only thing I can really feel now, a hot, sharp reminder that I'm being packaged like cargo. These are temporary. Don't worry. You're a clever cunt. I don't take chances. I won't run. I try to sneer, but I think I just let out a weak moan. Knox stands up in one fluid motion, and then I'm being hauled into the air. He flings me over his shoulder like a sack of grain, my head dangling down his back. The world tilts violently, and my long hair brushes the hardwood floor one last time before he starts moving. My perspective is all fucked up, upside down and blurry, but I catch a glimpse of my neighbor's door as we pass through the hallway, the chipped blue paint I've been meaning to mention to the landlord. I try to scream, to make any kind of noise that will alert the old lady in 4B, but all that comes out is a dry, pathetic rasp. We are leaving your filth behind. Enjoy the view, Victoria. It's the last you'll have of this place. I can't believe this is happening. He pauses just long enough to use a cloth to wipe the handle of my apartment door behind us. The audacity of it, erasing himself even as he steals me. He's a ghost, and I'm the haunt he's taking with him. The hallway air is thick and dead, echoing with the sound of his heavy leather shoes on the tile. He moves with a steady rhythmic pace that says he's done this 1,000 times. The elevator doors slide open with a metallic groan. In the confined space, he shifts me, cradling me against his chest instead of keeping me over his shoulder. My face is pressed against the rough fabric of his tie. I'm hyper-aware of the heat coming off him, the primal scent of rain and tobacco clinging to his suit. It's a sensory overload. His heart is beating against my ear, and it's slow. Entirely too slow. The man is a fucking sociopath. That's it. Rest, little thing. I will not rest. You will do exactly as I say. The elevator hits the ground floor and the doors chime. It's the most normal sound in the world, and it feels like a mockery. We exit into the parking garage, a low-ceiling concrete tomb that smells like exhaust and damp oil. Knox doesn't hesitate. He heads straight for a massive matte black SUV that looks like it belongs to a tactical team. He opens the back door and slides me onto a plush leather seat. I'm flopping around like a fish out of water, my limbs too heavy to manage. Before I can even register the interior, he uses a leather strap to secure my zip-tied wrists to a reinforced hook hidden in the floor panel. Don't worry about the noise. This car is soundproof. Where are you taking me? Somewhere nobody can touch you but me. He slams the door, and the silence is immediate and heavy. A second later, the driver's side door opens and he slides in. The engine roars to life, a deep, modified thrum that vibrates through the leather and into my bones. He snaps his seatbelt into place and checks the mirrors. He looks back at me for a split second, his eyes cold and predatory. We have a schedule to keep. Please slow down. The price of defiance is a bumpy ride. He puts the car in gear and we floor it. I can see blurred streaks of neon and yellow streetlights through the heavily tinted glass as we navigate the rainy city. I try to count the turns, a desperate attempt to map the route, but the drug is a fog in my skull. 3 lefts? Or was it 2? The numbers slip away, dissolving into fragments I can't catch. I notice the blue glow of a GPS on the dashboard, but it's just a blur of lines I can't read. Are we still in the city? Far enough away that your friends won't find us. You think I have friends? He makes a brief, clipped phone call on a hands-free device. Asset is secured and transport is clean, he says. Asset. That's what I am now. A column on a balance sheet. He adjusts the rear-view mirror so he can look directly into my eyes. Cunt, he mutters under his breath. He says it like a term of endearment, which is so much worse than if he'd screamed it. I'm not an asset. I have a name. Not anymore, Victoria. You are mine. You'll call me Knox. And you'll learn to answer. The car comes to an abrupt halt. We're in some kind of sterile, polished concrete bay. It smells like industrial cleaning chemicals and old money. Knox is out of the car and at my door in seconds. He unclips the restraint and hauls me back into his arms, carrying me toward a private elevator. My head drops heavily onto his shoulder. I'm losing the battle with consciousness. Welcome to your new life, Victoria. It looks cold. Only when you fight it. He uses a black card with gold embossing to activate the elevator. We go up, and we go up fast. My ears pop, and the nausea from the sedative hits me in a fresh wave. I can feel the pressurized thump as the lift reaches its top speed. We're ascending into the clouds, leaving the world of normal people and tax returns and lukewarm coffee far behind. High above the world, Victoria. It's better up here. You can't keep me. I already have. The doors open directly into a foyer that looks like it belongs in a museum. Marble glass and a silence so absolute, it feels like it's pressing on my eardrums. I catch a scent of ozone and expensive floor wax. There's a massive stylized sculpture in the middle of the room, all jagged metal lines that look like a cage if you squint hard enough. It's soundproofed, Victoria. No one will ever hear you. This is too much. It is exactly what you deserve. All of it. He carries me into a bedroom that is basically a glass box. Floor-to-ceiling windows look out over a city that looks like a toy set from this height. He crosses the room and drops me onto a massive bed. The sheets are high thread count silk, feeling like a whisper against my skin, which only makes the bite of the zip ties feel more violent. He kneels beside the bed and pulls off my pumps. I hear them hit the marble floor with a dull thud. He doesn't stop there. He runs a hand over the arch of my foot, his palm sliding over the nylon of my hosiery. It's a slow, possessive touch, purely voyeuristic. I feel a phantom tingle of arousal through the haze of the drug, and I want to vomit from the shame of it. These clothes are hideous. Too professional. When you wake up, we will start over. You won't need your shoes where we are going. My eyes are fluttering shut. The silence of the room is the last thing I register, its thick, reinforced glass. Total isolation. No sound, no escape, nothing but him. Rest now, my perfect little trap. When you wake up, I will teach you the rules. The drug finally wins. The last thing I see is Knox's shadow stretching across the bed as he pulls a chair over, settling in to watch me sleep. He doesn't look tired. He looks like a man who just finished a long day of work and is finally ready to enjoy his prize. Mine. Mine to break. Mine to keep. He just sat there. A shadow in a bespoke suit, watching me fade out like a broken screen. If I wasn't so high on whatever he'd put in my arm, I'd probably have found a way to be offended that he was already treating me like a piece of furniture he'd just finished assembling. But the silence in the room was too heavy to fight, and honestly, the silk sheets were the only nice thing that had happened to me all night. I let the quiet win, mostly because I didn't have a choice, and because I knew that when I woke up, the real audit was going to begin.
Chapter 6. Knox POV. I'm standing in the corner, tucked into the shadows of the structural pillar like a goddamn ghost, just watching her breathe. I've been here for 40 minutes, motionless, while the penthouse air conditioning hums its sterile little tune. Victoria Cole is sprawled out on my king-size bed, and honestly, she looks like a goddamn masterpiece of bad decisions. Her hair is the first thing you notice. This wild red gold fire fanned out against the black silk sheets like a spill of expensive whiskey. It's a hell of a contrast. She's still out from the sedative, her chest rising and falling in this steady, rhythmic way that's almost peaceful, if you ignore the fact that I snatched her out of her life 3 hours ago. I study her face, looking for a twitch, a dream, a sign of the fighter one saw in her apartment. She looks vulnerable as fuck like this, but I know better. This woman is a walking landmine for the Hennessey Syndicate. I run a finger along the jagged scar on my jaw, a habit I can't seem to shake when I'm contemplating something that's probably going to blow up in my face. This is what failure looks like, Marcus. A beautiful, breathing distraction that I should have erased the second I saw her eyes. But I didn't. She's far more interesting than a clean kill. Keeping her alive is the biggest risk I've taken in a decade, a total fuck-up on a professional level, but she's mine now. Whether she knows it yet or not, she belongs in this cage. I move away from the pillar, my boots silent on the glass floor. The city is a goddamn carpet of scattered diamonds beneath the floor-to-ceiling windows, 80 stories of pure status that she's never going to touch again. I check the digital clock on the wall, and then the security interface on my phone. Everything is green. The penthouse is a goddamn fortress, soundproofed and isolated. No interference. This cage is perfect. I adjust the temperature on the wall unit, dropping it a few degrees. I want it chilly in here. I want the cold to bite at her skin so that when I finally touch her, it's the only heat she can find. I flex my right hand, still feeling the phantom recoil of the suppressed pistol I didn't fire. I've bought myself maybe 24 hours to make her pliable before my old man starts asking why there isn't a fresh grave in the Jersey woods. Keeping her hidden means I'm an active enemy of the structure I spent my whole life building. It's a hell of a price for an accountant, but looking at her, I'm starting to think it's a bargain. A low, dry cough breaks the silence. Victoria's head rolls to the side, her fingers twitching against the remnants of the zip ties I used on her wrists. The sedative is finally losing its grip, leaving her in that messy, drug-heavy middle ground. She tries to swallow, her throat clearly raspy and dry as hell, making a shallow clicking sound. I move to the foot of the bed, looming over her, becoming the first thing she's going to see in her new reality. Wake up, little mouse. I want to see the fear return to those amber eyes. I want to see the moment she realizes her life didn't just change, it ended. The silence in this room is an enemy she hasn't met before, a total vacuum that's going to swallow her screams. Her breathing hitches, getting faster, more erratic. She's coming back to the world, and the world is me. Her eyes flutter open, unfocused and glassy. She looks at the ceiling, then the windows, her head spinning so hard I can practically see the room tilting for her. She pushes herself up on her elbows, her movements clumsy and weak, and grasps the black silk sheet like a lifeline. She's disoriented as hell, staring at the heights and the minimalist luxury of the room with a look of pure confusion. She rubs a hand across her forehead, leaving a smudge of residual makeup on the black silk. She's counting the floors, I can tell. Looking for an exit. Trying to figure out if she's in a hospital or a morgue. The view outside costs more than she makes in a year, and the realization that she isn't in a dream is starting to settle in. I stay silent, letting the confusion bloom into the kind of panic that makes people do stupid shit. The sound of her breathing is the only thing in the room now, fast and ragged, magnified by the soundproofing until it's all I can hear. She spots me then. I'm just a silhouette against the moonlight, the sharp lines of my suit and the broad set of my shoulders cutting through her hazy vision. Victoria lets out this low, choked scream that never quite leaves her chest, her breath hitching in a way that sounds painful. She sees the scar. She sees the man who broke into her sanctuary at 3 a.m. I intentionally step forward, letting the light catch the polished toe of my shoe before it defines my face. Welcome to the cage, Victoria. There is no escaping me here. Stop struggling, Victoria. That doesn't work here. My voice is a low growl, pure authority. She recoils, scrambling back until her spine hits the headboard with a dull thud. She looks like a goddamn wreck. Your terror is wasted energy. The cost of defiance is high, cunt. I watch her lips move, her throat working as she tries to find her voice. She's checking her wrists, finding the angry purple indentations where the zip ties were. She looks back at me, her eyes clearing, the hyper-intelligent accountant trying to process a situation that has zero logic. Where am I? What is this? Your new home. I demand an explanation. You can't just Your demands ceased being relevant hours ago. Silence when I am speaking to you. I sit down in the leather chair by the bed, crossing my legs and settling in like I'm watching a show. The leather creaks under my weight, a slow, deliberate sound that seems to make her flinch. She's looking for leverage. She's looking for a way to talk her way out of this, but I'm not here to talk. I'm here to possess. She's got nothing left to trade, and the sooner she figures that out, the easier this is going to be for both of us. I reach into my jacket and pull out the tactical folder. The snick of the blade locking open is sharp as hell, echoing off the glass walls. Victoria freezes instantly, her amber eyes going wide as she stares at the steel. I approach the bed, moving slow, like a predator who knows the prey has nowhere to run. I let the surgical steel catch the ceiling light, reflecting it right into her eyes for a split second. She flinches violently, probably expecting me to open her up right then and there. Look at the blade, Victoria. See how sharp this is. How easily it cuts. Don't worry, little one. This isn't for your throat. I grab her wrists. She's shivering, her skin cold and clammy from the drugs and the fear. I slide the blade under the remaining plastic on her left wrist and snap it with one practiced motion. A microscopic droplet of blood beads where the tip of the blade barely grazed her skin, a tiny red dot against her pale wrist. I press my thumb right over the bruise, feeling the frantic thud of her pulse. See how precise I can be, Victoria. I free you only to remind you who holds the chain. The second her hands are free, she tries it. She's fast, I'll give her that. She tries to scramble off the opposite side of the bed, heading for the door like she's actually got a chance. It's clown behavior. I lunge across the mattress, my weight sinking into the silk, and snag her around the waist. She's light, but she fights with this desperate, drug-addled strength, pushing at my chest and kicking out. Her knee catches the water glass on the nightstand, sending it rolling across the glass floor with a loud, ringing sound. I pin her flat, my heavier weight crushing the air out of her lungs. Stay. Where? You. Are you learning anything yet, little mouse? I own the door, Victoria. I own the cage. The smell of her sweat is everywhere, fresh, panicked, and sweet. She's panting, looking up at me with this raw defiance that makes my blood run hot. I've got her wrists pinned above her head now, staring down into that red gold fire in her eyes. I like the fire, Victoria. But I'll choke it out, if necessary. Defiance is not leverage. It is foreplay. Do you understand the severity of your situation now? She doesn't answer. She just glares, her jaw set tight. I reach into her silk pajamas, searching the hidden pocket I saw her messing with back at the apartment. She gasps, her eyes filling with a new kind of dread as I pull out the encrypted USB drive. I hold it up, the cold plastic gleaming in the dim light. Her only bargaining chip. Her life insurance. Looking for this, accountant. This is what bought your life. The ledger belongs to me now. Not the Syndicate. Me. The genius lies in the execution, not the concealment. I snap the drive into my breast pocket. Game over. Now it's time to strip away the rest of the lies. We need to remove these uncomfortable lies. You are not an accountant here, Victoria. Only the skin underneath matters. I pin her wrists again with one hand and start working the buttons of her professional blazer. It's starched and crisp, the sound of the fabric loud as hell in the silence. She tries to pull away, clutching at the fabric, but I don't give an inch. I peel the blazer off her and toss it onto the white rug where it looks like a piece of trash. Then the silk robe. It slips off her like water, pooling on the floor. I've been called a bastard before. She spits the word out like it's supposed to hurt, but it doesn't move the needle. I've been called worse, little mouse. The silk is nice. But you don't need modesty here. This is my domain. You own nothing. Up. Look at the room you live in now. I force her to stand. Her legs are shaky, nearly buckling, but I grip her arm to keep her upright. I pull the silk pajama top over her head, leaving her blind for a second before throwing it aside. She stands there shivering, completely exposed, trying to cover herself with her hands like that's going to stop me from seeing every goddamn inch of her. I walk a slow circle around her, my eyes scanning her body. She's lithe, taut, and absolutely perfect. Untouched. Perfect. You are functional, Victoria. That is all that matters. Don't try to hide yourself from me. It's pointless. I stop behind her and place a hand flat against the small of her back. She jumps at the touch, her skin jumping under my palm. I trace the deep purple bruises on her wrists with my thumb, feeling a strange dark spike of possession. I hate that the plastic marked her. If there are going to be marks on this woman, they're going to be mine. I will replace these marks, Victoria. I'll use my hands next time. You're softer than I anticipated. I step back, giving her a bit of space, but the threat is still right there in the air. Listen close, because I'm only saying this once. These are the rules of the cage. You speak when spoken to. You eat when I tell you to eat. And you belong to me, until I decide otherwise. Your voice is unnecessary, unless I request it. You are here for my pleasure, Victoria. Start acting like it. Submission is currency here. Start paying your debt. What if I refuse? Her voice is a whisper, barely there. I lean in, my breath hot against her ear, my suit jacket brushing her bare shoulder. The Syndicate assumes the hit was clean. Don't ruin my paperwork. If you refuse, I'll make you beg for the end. I didn't save you to kill you fast, Victoria. Don't test me. I walk over to the window and gesture to the vast, empty sky. No one hears you here. Scream all you want. The glass is reinforced, the room is a vacuum. You belong to the silence now. You are entirely dependent on me for noise, light, and air. I pick up a sheer black silk slip from the foot of the bed and toss it at her. It lands on her stomach, and she brushes it off like it's poisonous. No armor, Victoria. Only silk and skin. You are decorative now, nothing more. Put it on. Before I put it on you. I move toward the heavy armored door, pausing at the threshold to look back at her. She's standing there in the middle of that vast cold room, looking small and wrecked and completely mine. The city lights are shimmering over her skin, reflecting in the glass walls like she's part of the display. Don't try to break anything. You'll just hurt yourself. I'll be back when I'm ready for you. I step out, and the door locks with a digital hiss and a heavy final clunk. I stand in the hallway for a second, straightening my jacket and checking my cuffs. I've crossed a line I can't uncross. Marcus is going to ask questions, and the lie has to be flawless. I feel the weight of the USB drive in my pocket, a cold reminder of why I'm doing this. She's worth the trouble. She has to be. I walk toward the living area, leaving her to the silence. Inside the cage, she's already mine. Outside, the real war is just getting started. I need a goddamn drink.
Chapter 7. Victoria POV. My brain feels like it's been put through a fucking wood chipper and then soaked in battery acid. That's the first thing I process. The second is the metallic, copper-tinged tang on the back of my tongue. A calling card I recognize from my obsessive deep dive into forensic pharmacology during the Adler audit last year. High-dose benzodiazepines. Midazolam, probably. It explains the motor lag in my fingers and the way my vision is currently vibrating like a cheap speaker. I try to squeeze my eyes shut and open them again, but my eyelids feel like lead weights. I'm an investigative accountant. I deal in hard facts and cold numbers, and the fact right now is that my nervous system is failing the vibe check. My pulse is elevated, a frantic staccato against the pillow, but my reaction time is easily 3 seconds slow. I need to calculate leverage points. I need to find the exit. I need to stop feeling like I'm floating in a vat of expensive sterile gelatin. I grip the silk sheet beneath me so hard my knuckles turn white, trying to ground myself by identifying the fabric. It's Egyptian cotton, maybe an 800 thread count sateen weave. High-end. Expensive. The kind of luxury that usually masks a complete lack of soul. I shift my legs, trying to get some sensation back into my toes, and the realization hits me like a physical punch to the gut. I'm naked. Completely, utterly stark naked beneath the heavy duvet. My skin feels hypersensitive, every nerve ending screaming as it rubs against the cool fabric. I test my limbs, expecting the bite of the heavy zip ties that had been digging into my skin during the extraction, but they're gone. In their place is a different kind of pain, raw friction burns on my wrists, and deep pulsing soreness around my ankles where I must have fought the restraints until I blacked out. The room is dead silent, the kind of silence that feels engineered, like I'm trapped inside a recording studio or a tomb. The air smells like ozone and high-end filtration, devoid of any human scent except for the faint lingering chemical trace in my mouth. My corporate armor, the charcoal gray blazer, the tailored trousers, the sensible heels that made me feel 6 feet tall, is gone. I'm just meat in a high-rise cage. My hand shakes as I bring it up to my neck, my fingers searching for the source of the heavy cold weight I feel pressing against my windpipe. I find it. Cold, smooth surgical steel. It's a collar, but not the kind you find in some shitty basement dungeon. This is bespoke, customized to fit the curve of my throat with terrifying precision. I run my thumb along the surface, searching for a seam, a hinge, a lock, anything. Nothing. It's a solid band of metal, locked with a mechanism I can't feel or see. The realization of what this means hits me harder than the kidnapping did. This isn't just about the Hennessey Syndicate wanting their ledger back. This is beyond kidnapping. This is absolute symbolic possession. It's a mark. He didn't just take me, he branded me. I try to twist the metal, the steel clicking softly against my clavicle in the silence, but it doesn't budge. I will not wear this bastard's leash. I won't. But as I tug at it, the reality of the situation settles into my bones. It's surgical steel. It's meant to be permanent. I look toward the corner of the room, my eyes finally adjusting to the low, mood-lit shadows. He's there. Knox Hennessey. He's sitting in a high-backed designer chair, one leg crossed over the other, perfectly still. He looks like a fucking statue of a god nobody wants to worship. He has a glass of amber liquid in his hand, whiskey probably, something that costs more than my first car, and he's just watching me. He doesn't say a word. He doesn't move. He just stares with those steel gray eyes, clinical and detached, like I'm a specimen under a microscope. He's analyzing my reaction to the collar, watching the panic bloom in my chest. He's a perfect, geometric predator. The ice in his glass clinks rhythmically as he slowly swirls the liquid, a metronome counting down the seconds of my life. I flinch at the sound, the tiny click echoing like a gunshot in the soundproofed room. He's been waiting for me to wake up. He's been sitting there in the dark, just watching me breathe. I force myself to sit bolt upright, clutching the duvet to my chest like it's a shield. My voice is shaky, but I force it into the measured, professional cadence I use when I'm dismantling a CFO during a tax evasion audit. Let's be rational about this, Mr. Hennessey, I say, my voice cracking slightly. I know where the missing 80 million went. I know exactly which shell companies were used to obfuscate the trail. This is a risk assessment for you. You need the full data stream, not just the fragments you found on my laptop. I'm listing numbers, names, coordinates of secondary encrypted servers in Geneva, trying to turn this nightmare into a business transaction. If I can make him see me as an asset, he won't see me as a liability to be discarded. I point a finger at him, my hand trembling despite my best efforts. I can give you the coordinates for the Geneva server. We can settle this. You don't need to do whatever this is. I up the ante because the silence is starting to make me want to scream. 50 million, I say, my voice getting louder, more desperate. I can move $50 million to an offshore account of your choosing right now. Clean, untraceable. You let me walk. You drop me at a remote airport, give me a 20-minute head start, and the money is yours. You're a professional, Knox. Every asset has a price. This is my final offer. I'm talking as if I have any power at all, as if I'm not a naked woman in a locked room with a steel band around her neck. I wait for a reaction. A nod. A counter offer. Anything. Knox slowly drains his glass, the movement of his throat visible even in the dim light. He sets the empty glass down on the side table, with unnerving, deliberate precision. The faint click of the glass hitting the wood feels like a judge's gavel. He stands up. He's massive, his black suit absorbing the little light in the room, making him look like a hole in reality. He closes the distance between us without making a sound, his polished shoes silent on the marble floor. He scoffs, a low gravelly rasp that vibrates deep in my chest. "Money is merely lubrication, Victoria," he says, his voice like grinding stones. "I assure you, the Hennessey Syndicate is well lubricated. I already own the keys to everything you just listed. I've had your servers mirrored since before I broke your apartment door down." He stops at the edge of the bed, looming over me, his shadow swallowing the mattress. "What I want cannot be audited, accountant. It must be taken. I didn't steal you to sell you back to the world. You're not a ransom. You're a prize." I instinctively recoil, flattening my back against the silk-wrapped headboard until the wood bites into my spine. He's not a calculating businessman. He's a collector. My numerical defense system is fucking useless against someone who doesn't care about the bottom line. He reaches out and I flinch, expecting a strike, a slap, something violent. But he doesn't hit me. He reaches out and gently, almost tenderly, wipes a single tear of frustration from my cheek with the pat of his thumb. The gesture is infinitely more menacing than a punch. It's the touch of someone who knows he has all the time in the world. He leans in closer, his scent, expensive tobacco, aged whiskey, and something sharp and masculine overwhelming me. "Rule 1, Victoria," he whispers, his breath hot against my face. "You don't speak unless I ask you a question. Your voice is mine now. Use it only when commanded. You wasted my time with that spreadsheet of yours. Don't do it again." "Go back to Marcus, you bastard," I snap, the defiance surging through me like a shot of adrenaline. "I don't care about the rule. I don't care about the consequences. You're just his lapdog. A glorified, sadistic hitman, hiding behind your father's money. You think this makes you powerful? Keeping a woman locked in a penthouse? You're pathetic." I expect him to blow up, to lose that icy composure, maybe to finally hit me so I have a reason to hate him even more. But he doesn't. He just adjusts the cufflink on his immaculate black suit, his expression unchanging. He leans in even closer, his body obscuring my entire view of the room. He looks at me like I'm a child throwing a tantrum, something to be managed rather than feared. The lack of anger is terrifying. It proves I have no power to provoke him. "Rule 2, he says, his voice dropping an octave, "you are never covered unless I allow it." Before I can even process the words, he reaches down and rips the silk duvet away in one swift, soundless motion. I'm left exposed, naked and shivering on the white sheets. I try to curl into a ball to hide myself, but he's right there, his eyes roaming over my body with clinical intensity. He's inspecting me like a new piece of furniture, checking for flaws. "I want to see every Mark 1 leave on you, Victoria. A cage asset should be visible at all times. Don't look away from your own shame. Look at what you are." The air conditioning hits my skin, making my nipples harden and sending a fresh wave of tremors through my limbs. The sharp, clean white of the sheets makes the flush rising across my chest look like a bloodstain. I can't take it. The exposure, the silence, the way he's looking at me like I'm property. In a frantic surge of adrenaline, I lunge for his eyes, my nails aiming for the gray depths. I want to leave a mark. I want to hurt him. But he's faster than any human has a right to be. He catches both of my wrists in one hand before I'm even close, pinning them above my head against the headboard with shocking, effortless strength. The pain is sharp as my wrist bones grind together, but it's the ease of it that breaks me. He didn't even breathe hard. "That was unwise, Victoria," he says, his face inches from mine. "You don't fight me. You endure me. I am much stronger than you. Don't forget that again." I struggle, kicking out at him, but he just shifts his weight, his heavy body pinning my hips into the mattress, rendering me completely immobile. Rule 3: obedience earns comfort. Defiance earns focus. He leans his full weight onto me, crushing the air out of my lungs. The heavy buckle of his leather belt presses into my lower abdomen, an abrasive, constant reminder of his presence. You're being very loud, Victoria. I think you need to focus on what's real. Your noise means I must use my hands to quiet you. I try to swallow, but the steel collar shifts against my throat, making me choke. My mind is screaming, calling him every name in the book, but my body, my fucking traitorous body, is starting to react. The heat from his suit jacket, the weight of him, the sheer aggressive proximity, it's triggering something visceral and dark. A spark of heat flickers between my thighs, and I hate myself for it. I hate that my body is interpreting this terror as arousal. Look at me, Victoria, he demands, his free hand gripping my jaw. His thumb digs into the muscle below my ear, forcing my mouth slightly open. Don't you dare close your eyes. You will watch every move I make. I want to see the moment you stop hating me. I strain every muscle in my neck to try and look away, to look at the ceiling, the floor, anything but him. But the pressure of his thumb is agonizingly precise. I'm forced to stare into those gray eyes, seeing the cold satisfaction reflecting back at me. He knows. He can smell the adrenaline, the fear, and the slickness that's starting to pool between my legs. The predator recognizes the arousal of the prey, and he's going to use it to dismantle everything I am. This penthouse is soundproofed, Victoria, he whispers, his lips brushing against the shell of my ear. Triple reinforced. You could scream for days, you could beg for mercy until your throat is raw, and only I would hear you. The glass cage is your entire universe now. There is no outside. There is no rescue. He taps the wall behind the headboard once, the sound dying instantly in the perfect, suffocating silence of the room. It's a dead space. I am completely alone with a monster. I try to recite the Fibonacci sequence in my head, a grounding technique my therapist suggested for panic attacks. 1 1 2 3 5 8. I need to keep the numbers. The numbers are the only thing he can't take. He releases my wrists but doesn't pull away. Instead, he shifts, his hand sliding down my stomach with agonizing deliberation. His palm is rough, tracing the lines of my ribs as if he's mapping out the territory he now owns. By the time I'm done, you won't even remember how to count past 3, he growls. His fingers move lower, finding the dampness he knew was there. He circles me once, a heavy, demanding pressure that makes my breath hitch. Feel that, Victoria? That is the only fact you need to process. Not your ledgers. Not your shell companies. Just this. I try to stay in my head, to focus on the next number in the sequence, 13, 21, 34, but the friction is relentless. Stop hiding in your perfect little head, accountant, he says, his voice becoming a dark caress. He increases the rhythm, his hand becoming more aggressive, more demanding. This is real. Where's your calculus now? He bites my shoulder, hard enough to leave a mark, the sharp sting jolting me back into the moment. I try to turn my head, but he grips my jaw again, forcing the eye contact. Look at me. Say it. Say fuck for me. Say Knox. You are my silent little cunt. Say it. He stops abruptly, his hand pulling away just as I feel the first wave of release starting to build. I let out a whine of pure, desperate frustration before I can stop myself. The sound is pathetic, humiliating. No. Not yet, he says, his eyes dark with a voyeuristic hunger. I decide when you break. Tell me what you need, Victoria. Use your words. Obey the rules. I'm trembling, my body arching off the bed in search of the touch he just took away. The silence of the room makes my ragged breathing sound like a thunderstorm. I hate him. I want to kill him. But the need is more powerful than the hate. Please, I choke out, the word tasting like ash. Please, Knox, you bastard. He smirks, a jagged, beautiful expression that makes my heart stutter. Good girl, he whispers, and then he's back, his hand more violent and relentless than before. He drives me over the edge, with a brutal, focused intensity that incinerates my analytical defenses. I shatter under his hand, my body bucking against the mattress as a heavy, pulsing climax takes over. I cry out his name, not a curse this time, but a jagged, raw sound of total surrender. My head thumps back against the headboard, and for a few seconds the world is nothing but white noise and the click of the steel collar against my skin. When I finally open my eyes, he's still watching. He hasn't moved an inch. He looks completely composed, his suit not even wrinkled, while I'm a mess of sweat and shame on the bed. He withdraws his hand and reaches for a small white towel on the side table, wiping his fingers with the same clinical detachment he used to swirl his whiskey. He stands up, adjusting his jacket, the predator returning to his natural state. "Tomorrow, the training begins in earnest," he says, looking down at me as if I'm an interesting project he's finally started. "You need practice in obedience. Get some rest, acid." I expect silence until I return. He turns and walks toward the door, leaving me naked and shivering in the center of the massive bed. As he reaches the door, he pauses, looking back one last time. "Don't forget how quickly I can quiet you." The door clicks shut, and the silence returns, heavier than before. I'm naked on a $3,000 mattress wearing a steel leash, and I just realized I'm well and truly fucked.
Chapter 8. Knox POV. She's still there, curled up on that oversized bed like she's trying to disappear into the fucking mattress. I'm leaning against the console in the monitoring station, the only light in the room coming from the grid of screens showing me every angle of her cage. She's tracing the edge of that steel collar with her fingertips, over and over, like she's trying to memorize the weight of it. It's permanent. She hasn't realized that yet, or maybe she has and she's just waiting for the reality to sink in. She looks like a fucking masterpiece under those LED lights, all red gold hair and pale skin, but there's a restlessness in the way she moves. She's looking for an exit. Deadass. Like I'd build a high-rise vault and leave a window cracked. Still looking for an exit, red gold. I whisper it to the screen, watching her chest heave. The collar looks good on you. It looks like ownership. I'm enjoying the view, really fucking savoring the way that silk slip is hiked up her thighs, when the perimeter alarm starts bleeding red across the bottom left monitor. A flicker. Small, persistent, and annoying as hell. My solitude is being violated, and that's a quick way to get on my bad side. I zoom in on the subterranean feeds, my fingers flying over the glass console. The hum of the ventilation is the only thing keeping me company until I tap the comms. Rowan's voice crackles in my ear immediately, sounding just as pissed off as I feel. "Miller," he says. Some freelance private investigator, mid-40s, thinks he's a fucking hero. He's a ledger specialist, probably hired by Victoria's firm before I snatched her off the board. He's trying the service entrance in the D-level garage like a total amateur. Rowan tells me to take him clean, no noise, but he's dreaming. I don't feel like being clean. I feel like being a fucking statement. Marcus is already breathing down my neck, and if I let some bargain bin detective sniff around my prize, my old man will use it as an excuse to send a cleanup crew to my front door. I can't have that. This isn't just business anymore. It's proprietary. Anyone trying to reclaim her needs to be erased so thoroughly that the world forgets they ever breathed. I check the feed one last time. Victoria is pacing now, sensing the shift in the air even through the glass. She's smart. Too smart. I ignore her for a second, focusing on the logistics of the kill. No noise. No. Noise is exactly what I need. I walk over to the armory wall and look at the P320. It's suppressed, efficient, and boring as fuck. I leave it in the holster. A bullet is too fast for a guy like Miller. He deserves to see who he's trying to steal from before he hits the dirt. I grab the heavy combat knife, the serrated one with the matte black finish, and strap it to my forearm. I'm adjusting the cuff of my bespoke shirt, making sure the silk won't snag when I draw the steel, feeling that familiar crawl of adrenaline under my skin. "I'm going loud, Rowan," I mutter into the earbud as I head for the private elevator. "Get the team ready for disposal in 10. I need this. I need the rush that comes from close quarters violence, the kind that reminds me I'm the apex predator in this concrete jungle. I walk past the glass cage without looking at Victoria, but I can feel her eyes on my back, a weight of pure, unadulterated terror. She knows I'm going out to do something monstrous. She should. It's all for her. The elevator ride down is silent. The pressurized hiss of the door is the only sound. I'm grounded, my palm flat against the cold metal, counting the seconds. The sub-level parking garage is a fucking tomb, stale air and the smell of expensive car wax. I move between the Rolls-Royces and the Astons like a ghost. I see him. Miller. He's sweating, fumbling with a cheap lockpick set at the service door, looking over his shoulder every 3 seconds. Clown behavior. He smells like cheap aftershave and panic, a combination that makes my lip curl. I could have ended him from 50 feet away, but I want to see the light go out. I run the back of my hand over the hood of a neighboring car, leaving a trace in the dust, drawing out the hunt. This guy is a mosquito trying to bite God. He has no idea what he's stepped into. I step into the strip lighting directly behind him. He spins around, eyes blowing wide, reaching for a side holster like he's in a fucking western. I'm faster. I'm always faster. I intercept his arm, the sound of his ulna snapping echoing off the concrete like a gunshot. He tries to scream, but I've already got my hand around his throat, slamming him back against a concrete pillar with enough force to rattle his teeth. I lean my full weight into him, listening to the desperate, shallow gasps trying to escape his crushed windpipe. Quiet little mouse, I whisper, my face inches from his. Did you think she was worth dying for? He's pathetic, kicking his legs, his eyes pleading for a mercy I don't possess. I draw the blade. The serrated edge catches the overhead light, a wicked, silent promise. You shouldn't have looked for her. She's mine. This is what happens when you touch what doesn't belong to me. I don't wait for an answer. I drive the knife into his carotid and twist, angling it so the spray is unavoidable. The heat of the blood is the first thing I register. It's hot, copper-smelling, and immediate, splashing across my face and the white collar of my shirt. Miller's body hitches, his heart doing its final frantic work of emptying his life onto the floor. I hold him there until the twitching stops, until he's just dead weight in my grip. I let him drop like garbage. The wet, heavy thud satisfies something deep in my gut, a dark electric high that immediately translates into a sharp, physical need for the woman upstairs. I'm vibrating with it. I wipe the blade on his cheap blazer, not even caring about the crimson staining my cuffs. Rowan. 5 minutes. Dump the vehicle and clean the slab, I say, my voice sounding like it's coming from the bottom of a well. I need to see her now. I'm not careful, I'm inevitable. She needs to understand the currency of survival. I walk back to the elevator, my leather shoes clicking on the blood-slicked concrete, feeling like a fucking king returning from a conquest. I stare at my reflection in the polished steel of the elevator car. My eyes are blown wide, the pupils swallowing the gray. I look like a goddamn nightmare. There's a smear of blood near the scar on my jaw, and my shirt is ruined, but I don't feel like changing. I want her to see this. I want her to smell the iron on me. She needs to know that the world she lived in, the one with HR departments and tax codes, is dead. I'm her world now. The elevator ascends silently, and I flex my fingers, feeling the residual tremor of the kill. You belong to me, Victoria. And I kill for what is mine. By the time the doors open into the penthouse, I'm a live wire. I enter the main room, and the silence is a physical weight. Victoria is standing by the glass wall, looking out at the city lights like she's searching for a sign of life. She turns when the door hums open, her face shifting from that weary defiance to absolute paralyzing terror the second she sees me. She takes in the blood on my shirt, the smudge on my jaw, and her hands fly to the steel collar at her throat. It's a reflexive move, trying to protect the only thing I've left her. Knox, she whispers, her voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. Did you kill someone? I don't answer. I just walk toward her, moving slow, a predator closing the distance. The sterile air of the cage is suddenly charged, metallic and heavy. I use my foot to kick the soundproof door shut, the hydraulic hiss sealing us in. Look at me, Victoria, I growl, my voice low and dangerous. Don't turn away from the consequence of your resistance. She backs away until her heels hit the edge of the bed, her breath catching in a silent choke. I'm towering over her now, the adrenaline radiating off me in waves. I reach out and tilt her chin up, forcing her to look at the smudge of crimson on my jaw. I take my thumb and wipe a bit of the sticky residue from my skin, then smear it deliberately across her pale cheek. I claimed you, Victoria. Does it feel real now? This life? She's shaking, a sob building in her chest, but she can't look away. I killed your hope, Red Gold. Just like I'll kill anyone else who looks. I lean in close, my mouth inches from her ear, explaining exactly what happened to the man who tried to find her. I tell her he's being dissolved in a chemical vat right now, that he's been erased from the face of the earth. You don't get rescues, Victoria. You get me. Now you know what I will do to keep you. Her amber eyes fill with tears, and she shakes her head, trying to deny it, but a strand of her hair sticks to the blood on her cheek. It's a dark baptism. We're the only people left in your world. Cry. It's what you were born to do for me. I can feel her pulse, thrumming against my palm as I slide my hand down to her throat, my fingers brushing the cold steel of the collar. She tries to push my hand away, but her grip is weak, her body betraying her. I see her pupils dilating. It's not just fear. It's the raw response of an animal, cornered by something it can't fight. Her body is reacting to the adrenaline I'm carrying, the pheromones of the kill mixing with her terror. Heart's racing, isn't it? Like a rabbit cornered by a fox, I mock her, leaning my chest against hers, transferring the heat of my body through her thin silk slip. Your body doesn't listen to your good little accountant brain. You smell that, don't you? You know what I just did, and you're fucking leaking for it. She cries out, calling me a bastard, a monster, saying she hates me. I laugh, a low, dark sound that fills the room. I'm your monster, Victoria. And you'll learn to love the cage. Hate is close enough to lust for me. Show me your fear, little cunt. I shove her back onto the bed, pinning her wrists over her head with one hand, enjoying the way the metal frame squeaks under the impact. I'm grinding my hips into hers, forcing her to feel the hardness of my arousal through my trousers. You're going to take this fear, and you're going to turn it into submission. Tell me you belong here. Tell me you like the smell of my work. I grab a handful of her hair, pulling her head back to expose the collar, biting the sensitive skin of her neck just above the steel. I bite hard, marking her, wanting to leave a bruise that will remind her of this moment every time she looks in the mirror. Mine. Stained by me. She cries out, the sharp pain breaking her remaining resolve, her sobs turning into ragged, desperate breaths. I demand she look into my eyes, and I see it. The moment her fight dissolves into a terrifying, visceral hunger. Good girl. Now submit to the consequences. You are the most beautiful thing I've ever ruined. I reach down and rip the delicate silk slip right down the center, the sound of the fabric tearing like a scream in the quiet room. You don't deserve silk, Victoria. Only the cage. Let me see what you risked a man's life for. I stare at her pale breasts, exposed and heaving, and I use my bloody fingers to trace the curves of her skin, leaving crimson streaks across her nipples. She shudders violently, a low moan escaping her that she tries to swallow. Open your eyes. Look at the color. That is your new currency. Does it feel like death, Victoria? Or does it feel like possession? I capture her mouth in a brutal kiss, tasting the iron and the salt of her tears. I demand her tongue, dominating her until she complies with a whimper that vibrates through my entire body. Taste the price. Swallow my authority. I break the kiss and slide my hand down her torso, my palm heavy and flat, moving with agonizing slowness over her thighs. I can feel her heat through the remnants of the silk. You want me to touch you, don't you? You want the monster to prove his strength. I find her already wet, her slick readiness a betrayal of everything she thinks she stands for. I growl into her ear, calling her a good little cunt for reacting to the scent of death. You're betraying yourself. Look how wet you are for the man who just murdered for you. Your mind, cunt. Already yielding. I start a rhythmic, aggressive pace with my fingers, burying two of them deep inside her while my thumb circles her clit with bruising pressure. This feeling belongs to me. This pain. This pleasure. Ride the fear, Victoria. Let it break you. She arches her back against my hand, her fingers digging into my shoulder, her breath coming in frantic pants. She's reaching the precipice, her body shaking with the force of it. Say my name. Say it like you mean it, slut. Beg. I want to hear the fear in your surrender. She's close, I can feel the tension in her muscles peaking, but I stop. I slow my pace to a crawl, demanding she look at me. I want her to register her own degradation. You look beautiful when I break you. You will climax for the bastard who stained your face with blood. Look at the man who owns you. The look in her eyes is pure desperation, a pleading that I thrive on. I ramp the speed up suddenly, driving my fingers deep, and she shatters. Knox, she screams, her voice echoing in the soundproof cage as she curls inward, her body racking with violent spasms. She's gripping the steel collar like a lifeline, her eyes squeezed shut as the release washes over her. I stay there, fully clothed and hard as a rock, hovering over her like a dark god who's just taken his tribute. I wipe my bloody hand on the pristine white sheets, the stain spreading like a map of her new reality. That's the last time I ask nicely, Victoria. I stand up, looking down at her naked, sobbing, and smeared with another man's blood. The interrogation starts in 10 minutes. Get clean. Welcome to my world. It's messy, isn't it? I turn and walk toward the bathroom sink, not looking back. The adrenaline is still humming, but the job is done. She knows now. There is no one else. There is only the cage and the man who keeps the key. I turn on the tap and start scrubbing the copper from my skin, the sound of the water masking her quiet, broken breaths. It's just another Tuesday in the Syndicate. Deadass.
Chapter 9. Victoria POV. The sun was hitting the glass of the penthouse like it had something to prove, making the Chicago skyline look like $1,000,000, while I felt like a spent nickel. I stood there, my forehead pressed against the cool-tempered glass, watching the ants down below pretend they had control over their lives. I kept focusing on this one tiny, near-invisible chip in the glass, right at eye level. I picked at it with my fingernail, over and over, until my tip was raw. It was the only thing in this high-rise cage that felt flawed, and God, I related to it. My brain was a goddamn mess. I kept replaying the image of Knox coming back last night. He hadn't been the polished, corporate hitman then. He'd been a butcher. He had dried dark blood smeared across his knuckles, and a splash of it on his jaw, and the worst part, the part that made me want to jump out of my own skin, was that I hadn't just been terrified. I'd been wired. My body had recognized the predator in him, and decided to throw a party, instead of running for the hills. I need to be sick, but my stomach won't move. It's like it's frozen in some kind of perpetual state of, what the fuck happens next? He didn't wash the violence off. I smelled it. Copper and rain and something primal. How can I be turned on by the man who just butchered someone outside this door? It's unhinged. It's total clown behavior, and I'm the one wearing the makeup. The electronic lock chirped, a sharp digital sound that made me jump so hard I nearly brained myself on the glass. I lost my footing for a second, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs as the door slid open. Knox stepped in, and for a second, I thought I'd hallucinated the blood from the night before. He looked like he was heading to a goddamn deposition. Bespoke black suit, crisp white shirt, charcoal tie knotted with lethal precision. He looked clean, expensive, and entirely cold. The shift in his persona was a total mindfuck. One minute he's a feral animal, the next he's the CEO of Murder Inc. It unsettled me more than the blood had. The suit was a mask, a way of pretending he wasn't a monster, which made the monster inside feel 10 times more calculated. You look like you just left a board meeting, not a murder scene. Knox didn't even blink. He walked over to the small table in the center of my glass box, carrying a slim titanium laptop. The suit fits too well for a butcher. Stay over there, Victoria. He didn't look at me. He set the laptop down and pulled a microfiber cloth from his pocket, meticulously wiping the screen as if a single fingerprint would ruin his entire day. It was such a sterile, sociopathic gesture. He turned the screen toward me. The login prompt for the Hennessey Group data vault stared back at me, its blue glow reflecting in his steel-gray eyes like a neon sign for my own funeral. This is what you traded your freedom for, accountant. You stole from the wrong wolf, Victoria. Every digit is another day I live, Knox. The password, Victoria. It's a string of characters, not a negotiation. I've got all the time in the world, and you've got a room with a view you're never going to leave until I get what I want. I'm not giving it to you. Not unless I have a guarantee. I want out. I want a flight, a clean slate, and your word that I won't end up in a ditch the second the upload hits 100%. Knox let out a laugh. It wasn't a real laugh. It was a dry, humorless sound that sent a literal chill down my spine. Freedom? That's for children and fools, accountant. You think you're in a position to barter? Try to use that brilliant mind for compliance, not cleverness. I am not trading you. I am possessing you. There's a difference. He stood up, the movement fluid and predatory. He didn't rush, but suddenly he was just there, invading my space, forcing me back until my spine hit the cold glass wall. I focused on the tiny, jagged scar along his jawline, just to avoid looking into those dead eyes. He smelled like expensive soap and sandalwood now, the scent of the butcher completely scrubbed away, but the intent stayed. I could feel the heat coming off him. A heavy, oppressive wall of masculine energy that made my breath turn shallow and jagged. I don't need your permission to take what I want. That's a concept you'll need to absorb. Are you cold, Victoria? Or is that just fear? It's both, you bastard. Knox reached into his jacket and pulled out a black silk tie. It was brand new, the folds still crisp, the fabric shimmering under the recessed lighting. He held it up, looking at it like it was a scalpel. We're past talk. Now we see what parts of you are truly loyal to your own pathetic pride. You're going to give me the numbers, accountant. But first, you'll give me your shame. I stared at the silk, my throat tightening. This isn't business. This is possession. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. My hands started to shake, and I tried to tuck them behind my back, but he was faster. He grabbed my wrists in one hand, his grip like a pair of iron handcuffs. He spun me around, slamming my front against the glass. I let out a sharp gasp as the cold surface bit into my skin. He pulled my arms up high behind my back, the silk tie wrapping around my wrists before I could even register a struggle. He jerked the knot tight, a controlled, expert movement that made me hiss in pain. Relax or the silk will cut. Submission is quieter. Fuck you. Don't waste your energy. You can't break the silk, Victoria. He didn't stop there. He pulled another strip of black silk from his pocket, a blindfold. He slid it over my eyes, plunging me into total suffocating darkness. My world narrowed down to the sound of my own frantic breathing and the heavy rhythmic thud of my heart. I instinctively tried to jerk my head away, but the darkness followed me. I couldn't see the threat, and that was 1,000 times worse than watching him. Silence the noise. Listen for the truth. Don't fight the dark, Victoria. It only shows you what you truly desire. I stayed frozen, listening. I heard the soft rhythmic click of his Italian leather shoes on the marble floor. He was circling me. I could track him by the scent of his cologne and the way the air shifted as he moved. He was like a shark, just waiting for the right moment to strike. I shifted my weight, trying to figure out where he was, but the acoustics in the penthouse made the sound echo. I felt like prey. I felt exposed. Then I felt his breath. It was hot against my earlobe, a sudden searing contrast to the cold air in the cage. Dismantle. That's what I do best, Victoria. I take things apart until they beg to be put back together. I want the numbers, but I need the scream. Which will you give me first? My head jerked away, but his hand was already on my throat. His fingers were cold, tracing the sensitive line of my neck where my pulse was jumping like a trapped bird. I tried to stay still, to be a statue, but a traitorous, involuntary shiver escaped me. He felt it. I knew he felt it. Do you feel that? The heartbeat, Victoria? It's lying to you. You're alive, but you're not free. The cold pressure of steel hit my sternum. I froze, the air leaving my lungs in a rush. He was using the flat of a blade, pressing it against the center of my chest. I heard the tiny, loud scrape of the metal against the silk of my chemise. Slowly, with agonizing precision, he sliced upward. I felt the fabric give way, the cool air hitting my bare skin as he exposed me. This knife is for enemies. Are you my enemy, Victoria? Or just my asset? Look what happens when you refuse me. Everything comes apart. I'm naked in the dark, and he knows it. I bit my lips so hard I tasted the metallic tang of copper. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of a plea. Give me the first 4, accountant. Or I start teaching your body to obey. Your silence is expensive. Let's start the liquidation. I said nothing. My hands were clammy in the silk bindings, and I dug my nails into my own skin. Knox moved behind me, his body pressing into my back. His suit jacket was rough, the wool abrasive against my bare shoulders. He gripped my hips, his thumbs digging into the bone with a possessiveness that made my knees weak. The cold, heavy steel of his belt buckle pressed into my spine, and for a second I forgot how to breathe. You feel it, don't you? The heat. It answers my presence. I can feel your pulse through your bones. It's pounding for me. Knox didn't wait for an answer. He moved me forcefully, his hands guiding me toward the high-backed velvet chair near the table. He pushed me down into it, ensuring the bindings on my wrists were caught over the back so my chest was pushed forward, exposed and vulnerable. The rough velvet of the chair bit into my back. Hands bound, tongue silent. Good girl. He leaned down, his tongue tracing the shell of my ear. Listen to me, Victoria. That's what I require. Every word. Every filthy thought. His hand slid up my inner thigh, slow and deliberate, pausing just an inch below the lace of my panties. I arched my back, trying to escape the touch, but the chair and the bindings held me fast. Tell me, accountant. Does that feel like freedom? He found the center of my heat through the lace, his palm pressing flat. He started to rub in a slow, agonizing circle, generating a deep internal pressure that made my brain go fuzzy. I let out a choked sound, the blindfold making every sensation 100 times more intense. I could hear the damp friction of the lace against my skin. Then came the snap. He hooked a finger into the waistband and tugged, the fragile lace tearing away. The sudden cold draft on my skin made me whimper before I could stop myself. I see your secret now. Read on the inside, Victoria. Just like the rest of the ledger. He used his thumb then, finding me directly. The pressure was rhythmic, punishing, and so goddamn expert it felt like a violation of my own biology. My hips bucked instinctively against the seat, a desperate rhythmic rocking I couldn't control. One letter. Just one and I'll make that feeling explode. Jesus bastard, stop. Knox leaned in and bit my shoulder. The sharp sting of pain grounded me, just as I was about to spiral, pulling my focus away from the edge. Focus. Or you'll lose this. Which is worse, Victoria? Pain or the loss of this exquisite feeling? He didn't give me time to answer. He inserted 2 fingers deeply, stretching me as he demanded the next character. He was hitting my G-spot with every stroke, his touch relentless and clinical. My heels lifted off the floor, my whole body trembling with the weight of it. First character. Now. You want this, but I own it. Pay the toll. Your body is already talking. Give me the words. I couldn't think. I couldn't remember the fucking numbers. All I could hear was his ragged breath and the rushing sound in my ears. I was at the absolute precipice, my head falling back against the chair, tears leaking out from under the silk blindfold. Almost there. Let it break you, Victoria. Let it go. I can't. I can't. And then, at the very second I was about to shatter, he stopped. He didn't just stop, he pinched me, a sharp, hard squeeze of sensitive flesh that turned the pleasure into a jolt of pure, frustrating pain. He pulled his hand away entirely. The absence of his touch was like being dropped into a frozen lake. My muscles spasmed, my body screaming for the release he'd just stolen. That's a gift I don't give freely. You haven't earned it. Look at you. Broken and wanting. I sat there gasping for air, the heavy, agonizing weight of frustration making me feel physically sick. I could feel his fingers just inches away, the heat from his hand mocking me. Do you hate me, Victoria? Good. That hatred belongs to me now. He withdrew completely. I heard the slick sound of his fingers, and the faint rustle of him wiping them clean. You're wasted, Victoria. All that heat and no release. Only I can fix that. He took the ruined silk tie and used it to roughly wipe the corners of my mouth and my throat, a mocking gesture of care that smelled like his cologne. Filthy girl. Keep yourself clean for me. He knelt between my legs then, his face inches from me. I will not simply fuck you, Victoria. I will ruin you. I will make you beg to be claimed. Think about that ruin. When I come back, you will be open for me. He gave my swollen center one last heavy brush of his thumb, a brand that felt like it was seared into my skin before standing up. I heard him straightening his suit, the corporate monster returning to the surface as if the last 10 minutes hadn't happened. 1 hour. He ripped the blindfold off. The harsh light of the penthouse hit me like a physical blow. I blinked rapidly, my face tear-streaked and flushed, looking down to see my ruined chemise and the moisture on my thighs. Knox was looking at me like I was a line item in a ledger he was about to audit. Do you see the truth now, Victoria? You are nothing without me. Your body is a liar. It says yes while your mind says no. I'm an impatient man, Victoria. Next time, I won't stop until I hear the password or your knees buckle. 1 hour. Use it wisely or lose the right to choose your pain. He turned and walked toward the door. Lock? The door slid shut with a heavy final thud. The second the lock clicked, my legs gave out. I sank to the marble floor, my hands still bound behind my back, my forehead resting against the velvet of the chair. The silence was deafening, the cool marble a mockery of the heat still pulsing through me. I was empty. I was violently empty, and the worst part, the part that made me want to scream until the glass shattered, was that I was already waiting for the hour to be up. He didn't need the password. He just needed to know I could be broken. And God help me, I was in pieces.
Chapter 10. Knox POV. The city looks like a goddamn trash fire from up here, all flickering yellow lights and white streaks of traffic that don't mean a fucking thing. I'm standing by the floor-to-ceiling glass with a triple measure of peaty scotch in my hand. The kind of top-shelf shit that usually burns the edge off, but tonight it's just fueling the fire. My head is a fucking mess of numbers and red gold hair. I keep seeing Victoria's pulse hammering against the side of her neck, that tiny, frantic beat I felt under my thumb during the interrogation. She's lying. I know she's lying. She's got the digital backups tucked away somewhere in her head, or on some cloud server I haven't cracked yet, and she's sitting in that room thinking she can outlast me. It's a debt I can't afford to carry, a loose end that's eventually going to wrap around my own throat and choke the life out of me, but I keep the fucking ledger open. My professional instinct is screaming at me to just put a bullet in her brain and be done with it, clip the liability before Marcus finds out I'm playing house with a witness, but I can't. I want to see how much more she can take. I want to see what happens when the composure finally snaps, and there's nothing left but the raw, visceral truth of what she is when she's mine. I'm tapping the crystal tumbler against the edge of the granite desk, a sharp, percussive sound that's starting to grate on my nerves, but I can't stop. She's a flaw. A beautiful, hyper-intelligent flaw in the middle of a perfect liquidation, and for the first time in my life, I'm not sure I want to fix it. The secure line on the desk starts vibrating, the metallic buzz cutting through the quiet like a fucking saw. I don't even have to look at the ID to know it's Rowan. I pick it up on the second vibration, turning my back to the window. My voice is a goddamn sandpaper growl when I answer. Talk to me. Marcus is restless, Knox. He's asking for the body bag. Rowan doesn't waste time with small talk. He knows better than to fuck around when the old man is on a warpath. The internal audit is moving faster than we thought. He's cleaning house, and he's doing it with a goddamn sledgehammer. The heat is on, boss. You need to close this file. He's asking for disposal coordinates for the accountant. I rub the jagged scar on my jaw, feeling the tension coiling in my gut. My old man isn't known for his patience, and he's definitely not known for mercy. If he suspects I'm stalling, he won't just send a cleanup crew for Victoria, he'll send one for me too. I can't let that happen. Not yet. Tell him the keys are proving resistant, I say. The lie tastes like copper in my mouth. She's got the encryption layered. If I kill her now, we lose millions in unsecured funds. I'm not letting that much capital walk away, because he's got an itchy trigger finger. I need another 48 hours. I will deliver the solution, not a messy cleanup. The accountant is useful, Rowan. Don't let him question my methods. 48 hours, Rowan repeats, sounding like he's already counting down the seconds until my funeral. I'll tell him. But Knox, deadass, if you don't have those numbers by then, I can't stop him from sending the heavy hitters to your front door. I end the call without saying another word. The phone hits the desk with a heavy thud. I'm deep in it now. I've officially lied to the Syndicate, lied to my father, and put a target on my own back just to keep a girl in a glass cage for a few more days. I walk over to the monitor, the screen glowing blue in the darkened office. I zoom in on her. Victoria is sitting on the edge of the bed, her fingers rubbing that bruise on her wrist where I gripped her too hard. She looks fragile, yeah, but there's a look in her amber eyes that's pure defiance. She's composed. Controlled. It fucking infuriates me. Words aren't doing it. The interrogation was a stalemate. She thinks she's playing a game of chess, but she doesn't realize I'm about to flip the goddamn table. She needs a hammer to break that silence. She needs to understand that her corporate identity is dead, and the only thing that exists now is the reality of my hand on her skin. The walk to the cage feels longer than usual. I can feel the heat building in my chest, that dark voyeuristic need to see her shatter. I don't knock. I don't give her the courtesy of a warning. I punch the code, and the pneumatic lock hisses, a sound that usually means death in my line of work. I step inside and the door slams shut behind me, the sound echoing in the soundproofed room until the air feels heavy and pressurized. Victoria snaps to her feet, her eyes locked on mine. She looks like she wants to run, but there's nowhere to go. She hasn't touched the water I left for her. Typical. She thinks she's making a statement. Rowan just told me your time is up, accountant, I say, circling her like a shark. I want her to feel the floor shrinking. I want her to look at me and see the end of her world. Marcus is already looking for a place to put your body. Every minute you keep those secrets, I'm risking my own head. You understand the price of my time, Victoria? You think this is a fucking negotiation? I stop directly in front of the overhead light, casting a shadow over her that makes her look even smaller. She's breathing fast now. I can see it in the way her chest moves under that oversized shirt. You're a bastard, she says, her voice raspy but sharp as a fucking razor. She's not crying. Not yet. I gave you everything I had. The ledger is backed up offline, and you won't find it with threats. Go ahead. Kill me. You lose everything if you do. You're just a fixer, Knox. You don't have the balls to blow a multi-million-dollar recovery just because you're pissed off. The audacity of this girl. She's standing in a cage wearing my clothes, and she's trying to call my bluff. I reach out and catch her chin in my hand, my fingers digging into her jaw. I force her to look up, force her eyes to stay on mine. I want her to see the scar. I want her to remember exactly what I'm capable of. Then we need collateral, Victoria, I growl, my thumb brushing against her lower lip. She flinches, but I don't let go. Your silence is getting expensive. If you won't give me the numbers, I'll take payment in flesh. I came here to kill an accountant, but I think I'm gonna leave with a whore instead. Her eyes go wide, the first real crack in the mask. She tries to pull away, but I'm a fucking wall. I tighten my grip on her arm, the skin turning white under my fingers. Mine, I whisper. It's not a term of endearment. It's an absolute declaration. It's a middle finger to my father, and a death warrant for the girl she used to be. I feel the tremble run through her, a fine, frantic shaking that tells me the message finally hit home. The intellectual battle is over. Now, we're down to the blood and the bone. I shove her back toward the bed. She stumbles, the edge of the mattress hitting the back of her knees and sending her down onto the sheets. I'm over her, before she can even think about crawling away. Silence bought with terror is temporary, I tell her, my voice low and abrasive. Silence bought with submission lasts forever. You're gonna learn the difference tonight. Go to fucking hell, Hennessey, she spits at me, her face flushed with a desperate kind of rage. She tries to kick out at my shin, a useless, pathetic gesture that just makes me smile. It's a dark, ugly thing, but I can't help it. You'll never break me. You can do whatever you want, but you won't get a goddamn thing. I stop talking. There's nothing left to say. I reach for my belt, the leather creaking as I pull it through the loops. The metallic click of the buckle hitting the floor is the loudest thing in the room. Victoria freezes, her gaze locked on my hands as the reality of her situation finally sinks in. The scent of my cologne and the ozone from the air vents are the only things filling the space between us. I grab her wrists. She fights me, trying to twist away, but it's like a bird fighting a mountain. I'm careful not to snap her sprained wrist, but I don't give an inch. I grab the silk pillowcase from the bed and rip a long, thin strip of fabric. It tears with a sharp, aggressive sound that makes her gasp. I bind her wrists together, securing them to the cold steel of the headboard above her head. You think I'll be distracted by a broken wrist? I lean down, my breath hot against her temple. You misunderstand your value, Victoria. You are a stubborn little cunt. And I'm going to make you forget the ledger, the numbers, and every other man who ever looked at you, until I'm the only thing left in your head. I grab a handful of her red gold hair, pulling her head back until her throat is exposed. She's panting, her amber eyes darting around the room, as if a door is going to miraculously appear. I reach down and grab the hem of the nightshirt I gave her. I don't bother unbuttoning it. I just rip it. The cotton gives way easily, exposing her pale, trembling skin to the cool air of the cage. I can see the goosebumps rising on her torso, see the way her nipples are already hardening despite the fear. I scan her body, looking at the marks I've already left, the bruise on her wrist, the shadows under her eyes. She's my creation now. The only beautiful thing I've ever chosen not to destroy, and I'm going to mark her until there's no doubt who she belongs to. She tries to say something, her mouth opening to beg or negotiate, but I don't want to hear it. I silence her with a kiss that's more like a collision. I grind my mouth against hers, tasting the mint on her breath and the iron of her desperation. It's a violent rejection of her intellect. I don't want the accountant. I want the woman. The kiss is brutal, territorial, and I can feel her hands twitching in the silk restraints. She's pushing away, but then something shifts. A traitorous little tremble. I feel it in her lips, in the way her body arches instinctively toward the heat of mine. The cold accountant is a ghost. The fire beneath is all that matters. I move my hands down her body, mapping out my property. My signet ring scrapes lightly against her inner thigh, a cold, heavy reminder of the world I come from. I'm not being gentle. I don't have gentleness in me. I'm claiming every inch of her, ensuring there's no space left untouched by my mark. I unzip my trousers and position myself between her legs, the weight of my body pinning her into the mattress. You belong in the dark, Victoria, I growl into her ear. You belong to me. and I'm taking what's mine. I use my knee to force her legs wider, asserting my space and making sure she knows exactly how vulnerable she is. She lets out a choked sound, her hips trying to clench closed, but I don't give her the option. Don't fight what is inevitable, I tell her, and then I enter her with a sudden forceful thrust that bottomed out. She let out a sharp, pained gasp, her eyes squeezing shut as a single tear escaped and tracked down into her hair. I held myself still for a second, buried deep, letting her feel the full weight and depth of me. I wanted her to feel the invasion, the absolute dominance of it. I pressed my chest down against hers, forcing her to regulate her breathing to match mine. Feel that, Victoria. That's the only answer you're getting for your silence. I could see her back arching against the restraints, her nails digging into my shoulders even though her wrists were bound. She left faint red crescents in my skin, a physical record of her resistance turning into something else. I started a slow, agonizingly deep rhythm, my eyes locked on hers, demanding she look at me. I wanted to see the moment the fear turned into need. Look at me. Watch yourself surrender. I leaned down and bit the sensitive curve where her neck met her shoulder, hard enough to leave a mark that would be purple by morning. I ran my tongue over the bite, tasting the salt of her skin before I started moving faster. The sound of her breath was getting ragged, hitching in the back of her throat. Say my name, cunt, I whispered, my voice thick with a hunger I couldn't control. Not bastard. My name. You belong here beneath me. Tell me who owns you. I was losing my clinical detachment. The professional fixer was gone, replaced by something primal and starving. The pace turned rough, punishing. The bed frame started knocking against the glass wall, with a rhythmic heavy thud that echoed through the penthouse. Victoria's head tossed back against the pillows, her refusal dissolving into high-pitched, desperate sobs that sounded more like prayers than protests. She was straining against the silk, her body a tight bowstring of pure sensation. I flipped her over roughly, the silk tearing away from the headboard as I forced her onto her hands and knees. She grasped the sheets for support, her head hanging low as I gripped her hips with bruising force. Get up, I commanded, my hands digging into her skin. Show me who owns your throat, Victoria. I drove into her from behind with a relentless speed that demanded everything she had left. I pulled her back against my chest until there wasn't a millimeter of space between us, my hands roaming her front, finding the friction she needed. The sound of our shared effort was the only thing in the room, a raw, animalistic noise that had drowned out the city outside. Victoria reached her limit first, a high-frequency, shattering climax that left her spine rigid and her body trembling with a power that pulverized the last of her mental walls. I followed her over the edge seconds later, my own release violent and possessive. I surged into her, my jaw tightening until it ached, a low growl tearing out of my throat. Mine. Mine, fuck. You're mine. I stayed inside her for a long time after, my heavy body keeping her pinned to the sheets. I wasn't finished with the possession, even if the act was over. I reached out and moved a stray lock of red gold hair from her face, the gesture entirely about ownership, not comfort. Her heart was hammering against my arm, as her breath slowly returned to normal. I finally pulled away, the movement cold and decisive. I didn't look at her with anything resembling tenderness. I stood up, adjusted my trousers, and looked down at her trembling, conquered form. I pulled the sheet over her, covering her nakedness without a word of softness. Sleep, I said, my voice returning to that flat cartel chill. You talk when I tell you to talk. That was compensation, Victoria. You will remember it. I walked out of the room, the pneumatic lock hissing shut behind me. The debt was paid for tonight. I'd bought myself 48 hours and I'd claimed my prize. The accountant was gone. Now, I just had to figure out how to keep us both alive.
Chapter 11. Victoria POV. I stayed perfectly still on the silk sheets, staring at the recessed lighting in the ceiling and trying to catalog every single way my body had betrayed me in the last hour. The air from the vents was hitting my skin, cool and clinical, but my core was still radiating this heavy, disgusting heat that I couldn't scrub off. Every joint felt loose, every muscle heavy, like I'd been dismantled and put back together by someone who didn't care about the original blueprints. Knox was over by the floor-to-ceiling window, a dark silhouette against the shimmering grid of the city, dressing with a precision that was honestly terrifying. He didn't fumble with buttons. He didn't look tired. He looked like a predator who just finished a light snack and was ready for the main course. I traced the intricate stitching of the duvet with one fingertip, noting the luxury of my prison. It was a joke. I was surrounded by five-star amenities, while my soul was being systematically stripped for parts. I felt the urge to cry, that hot prickle behind my eyes, but I locked it down hard. Tears were just another currency Knox would exploit. He'd see them as a sign of a crack in the foundation, and he'd drive a wedge right into it until I shattered. I wasn't going to give him that. I wasn't going to give him anything else tonight. I tried to sit up, moving too fast because I wanted to feel some semblance of control, but the room did a sickening tilt. My head spun, and I felt the bile rise in the back of my throat. I looked down at my chemise. The silk was torn, a jagged reminder of how easily he'd handled me. The bindings he'd used earlier were gone, but the ghost of them was still there, a phantom pressure around my wrists and ankles. I compulsively tried to smooth the wrinkles in the fabric, a pathetic, futile gesture of the corporate professional I used to be. My mind was a chaotic loop of bastard and never again, but my skin was still humming from his touch, generating this toxic mix of shame and a visceral, feral hunger that made me want to throw up. I pushed the weight of my red gold hair off my shoulder, feeling like the hair itself was too heavy, like every part of me was being weighed down by the sheer audacity of what he'd done. I won't break for him. I told myself that over and over, trying to build a wall around the memory of the climax he'd forced out of me. It was a strategic weakness, nothing more. A biological glitch. I winced, a sharp, throbbing pain radiating from my sprained wrist when I tried to brace myself against the mattress. Knox's head snapped toward me instantly. Those steel-gray eyes were razor-sharp, tracking my every flinch. He stopped halfway through adjusting his cuffs, watching me struggle with a look that wasn't even close to sympathy. It was analysis. He was checking the structural integrity of his prize. My physical vulnerability was a constant, tangible reminder of the violence he represented, the ledger's ghost. He wasn't just a man, he was a goddamn eraser. I quickly tucked my wrist under the sheet, trying to hide the weakness, but it was like trying to hide a fire from a thermal camera. Stop moving. You'll strain it further, Victoria. He started walking toward the bed, moving with the kind of grace that belonged to a wolf or a high-end assassin. Probably both. He was fully dressed now, back in that black bespoke suit that made him look like a king of the underworld, his physique making the expensive fabric look like it was straining to contain him. I tensed, pulling the ruined chemise over my breasts in a reflex of modesty that felt stupid given what we'd just done. He didn't care about my modesty. He reached out and gripped my chin, his fingers cold and precise, forcing my head back so I had no choice but to look up at him. He searched my eyes, looking for the exact moment the psychological breaking point hit. You're quiet now, Victoria? No more screaming? I didn't answer. I kept my throat tight, my jaw locked. I gave him the hardest, most defiant glare I could muster, refusing to drop my gaze, even though my heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I ask you a question. Why the silence, cunt? The word hit like a slap, but I didn't flinch. I felt the cool metallic touch of his signet ring against my jawline, a brand of ownership that felt heavier than lead. There's nothing left to say to you, Knox. You got what you wanted. What more is there to say? Go back to counting bodies. I'm counting my assets. You're merely one of them, Victoria. The most enjoyable one. He let out a low, vibrating chuckle that made the hair on my arm stand up. It was the sound of a man who knew he held all the cards. He let go of my chin and ran a hand over my hair, smoothing it back with a gentleness that was 10 times more threatening than his violence. It was a good dog gesture, and it made my skin crawl. He told me I needed sustenance, his voice gravelly and calm, like he was discussing a maintenance schedule for a Ferrari. The rules of the cage were changing. Apparently, since I'd broken the silence, my obedience was now expected to be absolute. The negotiation phase is over. We begin training now. A valuable asset must be maintained. You need strength for what comes next. Training. I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated hatred. I wasn't a goddamn animal. But the look in his eyes told me he didn't see the difference. He exited the bedroom to fetch a tray, leaving the door unlocked for a moment. It was a test. Or a taunt. I managed to get out of bed, my legs shaky as I planted my feet on the cool marble floor. I stood there, clutching the bedpost, scanning the security cameras in the corners. I knew he was watching from whatever screen he used to monitor his little glass cage. I hesitated near the door, the possibility of freedom a cruel joke. The rest of the penthouse was a fortress, and I was naked in a torn rag. Bastard. I hate you. I whispered it to the empty room, pressing my hands against the glass wall. The height was dizzying, the city lights below looking like a world I'd been kicked out of. I focused on the encryption keys in my head, running through the numerical sequences like a rosary. It was the only thing I had left that was mine. If he got the keys, I was disposable. I had to use my brain to survive this physical prison, even if my body was currently failing the mission. The door opened and Knox returned, carrying a heavy silver tray. The scent of grilled lamb and herbs hit me like a physical blow, overwhelming the sterile smell of the room. I turned to face him, wrapping my arms around my waist, already anticipating whatever cruelty he had planned for dinner. He set the tray down on a low, polished black table in the center of the carpeted area. He didn't offer me a chair. He didn't even look at the plush armchair in the corner. He stood there, hands in his pockets, perfectly relaxed. Kneel. And don't look at the food, look at me. I froze. My eyes widened, a hot flash of rage and shock surging through me. The audacity of this man was actually limitless. He was serious. He wanted me on the floor like a fucking servant. I am not a dog, Knox. Dogs are loyal. You are merely prey that has been caught. Kneel or the tray goes back to the kitchen and you starve. I won't tell you twice, Victoria. Kneel. Say the word. We stood in a silent standoff that felt like it lasted a decade. My pride was screaming, telling me to tell him to go to hell, but my stomach was cramping with hunger, and my body was so exhausted I could barely stand. He slowly shook his head, a gesture of deep disappointment that punctured my resolve more than anger would have. He knew he had me. He knew survival would win eventually. Prove you still have pride and starve. Or obey and live. I sank slowly to my knees. The plush carpet felt soft, but the act of kneeling felt like a second, deeper violation than the sex. I kept my head down, letting my hair veil my face, trying to hide the single tear of frustration that escaped before it could hit the floor. This was what it felt like to be nothing. To be a possession. That wasn't so hard, was it? He lifted my chin again, forcing me to look at him, then at the food. I was trembling, a mix of low blood sugar and pure unbridled shame. He picked up a fork and began to feed me small, perfect bites of steak. He was methodical, his fingers occasionally brushing my lips to clean away a smudge of sauce. The food was delicious, which made it 10 times worse. It was a forced, twisted form of care. I tried to close my eyes to block him out, but he tapped my chin. Eat what you are given. Look at the hand that feeds you. Don't waste it. He set the fork down and took my sprained wrist. I tried not to flinch as he handled my arm, focusing on the pain to distract from the humiliation of being fed like a toddler. He applied a cool, medicated ointment with clinical precision. He was healing his asset, making sure his tool was functional. His thumb grazed the inside of my forearm, and a faint shockwave of sexual awareness hit me. I hated myself for it. I hated my body for responding to the man who was currently treating me like a prized animal. I need your mind, Victoria. I need your hands to work for me. Don't damage my tools. He watched me swallow the last bite, his expression unreadable. Good girl. You're learning your place, Victoria. Quickly. The good girl hit me like a physical punch. I wanted to spit at him, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by the obedience that had taken root the second my knees hit the floor. Jesus, Knox. That wasn't Jesus. That was me. And you will use my name when you speak. He shifted his position on his chair, so he was right in front of me, forcing my knees apart with the tip of his expensive leather shoe. He nudged them wide, exposing me in the torn chemise. Open your knees for your master, Victoria. I like the view. I gripped the edge of the low table for balance, my knuckles white. The cold leather of his shoe against the sensitive skin of my inner thighs was a jolt of pure electricity. I felt the friction of the rough carpet against my bare knees, the discomfort adding to the focus. I bit the inside of my cheek to stop from whimpering. Knox reached down, his large rough hand sliding inside the torn silk of my chemise. His palm was abrasive against the tender skin beneath my breast, and I shivered violently. He knew exactly where to touch me, to invoke the memory of what he'd done earlier. He circled my nipples with his thumbs, slowly, relentlessly, watching my face as my back arched involuntarily. Tell me you like that, Victoria. Tell me your brain is irrelevant now. Keep your eyes open for me. I need to see the moment you forget everything but this. He leaned down, his mouth near my ear, and I was suffocating on his scent, expensive cologne and raw, dangerous man. He bit the sensitive cord of my neck, a sting that grounded me in the physical reality of his possession. I let out a low guttural noise, and his hand slid lower, finding the hidden slickness between my thighs. Such a wet little truth, hiding underneath all that indignation, Victoria. You're begging already. Look at what a good little whore you are, kneeling and slick for me. I gripped the thighs of his trousers, seeking purchase in the sudden rush of sensation. He was using 2 fingers, rhythmically teasing and pressuring me until I was shaking on my knees. I wanted him to finish it. I wanted the release so I could stop feeling the shame. But he pulled his hand away sharply, just as I reached the brink. Not yet. You haven't earned it. He reached into his jacket, pulled out a silk handkerchief, and wiped his hand clean while I sat there, ruined and aching. He whispered a filthy promise in my ear about how I'd learned to beg for release every night. Then he stood up, leaving me on the floor. The immediate sense of abandonment was worse than the touch. He told me he had business to attend to, a call with someone named Rowan O'Shea. He told me to stay exactly where I was for 20 minutes. If I moved, he'd assume I wanted to resume the breaking session. The door locked behind him with a heavy, authoritative click. I stayed. I counted my breaths, focusing on the numbers to ignore the ache in my knees. I looked at my reflection in the glass wall, a woman kneeling, disheveled, marked. I didn't recognize the investigative accountant anymore. She was dead. There was only this new, resilient creature trying to survive a monster. I listened to the muffled sound of his voice through the door, picking up bits about asset retention and security audits. My mind was still working, searching for a vulnerability. When he came back 20 minutes later and saw me still on my knees, a dark, victorious smile touched his lips. 20 minutes, Victoria. Perfect. I hated that the word perfect felt like a reward. Bastard. Mine. He placed a hand on the crown of my head, a gesture of absolute ownership, and guided my head up. He helped me stand, but not because I was free. He was moving me. Get up, acid. You're moving quarters. I stood, my legs stiff, my wrist throbbing. I wasn't free, but as he led me out of the glass cage and into the main penthouse, I clutched the secret of those encryption keys like a blade hidden in my sleeve. He owned my body, but the math was still mine. For now.
Chapter 12. Knox POV. The blue light from the monitors is the only thing keeping the shadows at bay in my office, and honestly, I'm about 2 seconds away from putting around through the middle of the main screen just to stop the goddamn blinking. 48 hours. That's the window Marcus Burke gave me before he sends in the cleanup crew to do what he thinks I'm too soft to manage. My father. The old man is a fucking delusional fossil if he thinks I've developed a heart overnight. But he's right about one thing. The clock is ticking, and the silence in this penthouse is starting to sound like a goddamn funeral march. I'm looking at the encryption log on the left screen, endless strings of code that Victoria is supposed to untangle, and on the right screen, there she is. My little ghost. She's curled up on the floor of the glass cage like a piece of discarded silk, and every time she shifts, I feel that familiar jagged itch under my skin. It's not just the sex, though the sex is a fucking religious experience. It's the possession. It's the fact that I have the most dangerous accountant in the tri-state area locked in a box, and the rest of the world thinks she's already been fed to the Atlantic. Marcus can wait. He can pace around his mahogany office and choke on his own bile for all I care, because right now this is more pressing. I need her broken in a way that doesn't involve a bone saw, and I need it done before the Hennessey Syndicate decides my penthouse is a liability. I'm looking at her on the feed, and it's pure clown behavior, the way I'm obsessing over the curve of her spine, but I can't look away. The asset has to be secured. I have to lock her down so tight, she doesn't even remember her own fucking name before the professionals show up at the door. I reach for the glass of bourbon on the edge of the desk, my fingers brushing against the cold crystal, and for a second I just want to crush the fucking thing. I can feel the tension radiating out of my shoulders, a dull throb that matches the pulse in my jaw. I zoom in on the feed, the camera grain sharpening until I can see the faint, dark discoloration on her hip from where I gripped her too hard. She's trying to move her wrist, the one she sprained when she thought she could actually fight me, and she hisses, the sound distorted by the mic but clear enough to make my blood run hot. Her hair is a fucking disaster, red gold strands tangled and dull, and she looks like a broken doll that someone threw in the trash. It pisses me off. Not because she's hurt, I've done worse to people for much less, but because she's still got that look in her eyes even when she thinks no one is watching. That tiny flickering spark of fuck you. I need to snuff it out. I need to replace it with the kind of dependency that makes her crave the air I breathe. She's fragile, sure, but she's still fighting, and I fucking hate that. I need her physically intact enough to do the audit, to find the holes in Marcus's laundering scheme that'll give me the leverage I need to bury him, but I also need her mind to be mine. A broken mind works better than a broken bone in this game. I click the feed off with a sharp, violent gesture, the screen going black, and the silence in the office is suddenly too loud. Watching her isn't enough anymore. I need to feel her skin. I need to smell the terror and the sweat, and the way she starts to unravel when I get within 5 feet of her. The hallway is a fucking tomb as I walk toward the cage, my boots making a rhythmic heavy sound on the marble that I know she can hear. She's probably counting the steps. Smart girl like her, she knows the difference between the staff's gate and the man who owns her life. When I reach the door, I don't hesitate. I punch in the code, and the hiss click of the seal breaking is the loudest thing in the world. I step inside, and the air hits me immediately, stale, smelling of fear and the sharp metallic tang of the sex we had the night before. Victoria flinches, her whole body jerking like she's been shocked, and she tries to scramble backward into the corner. Her amber eyes flick up to mine, wide and blown out, and there it is, that minute desperate spark of defiance. It's pathetic and beautiful, all at once. Look at me, Victoria. The floor is no place for my property. She doesn't move, her fingers digging into the glass floor, her knuckles white. She's trying to cover herself, pulling those oversized rags I gave her closer, but it's a waste of time. I've seen every inch of her, and she knows it. Still angry? Good. Anger keeps the blood warm. I cross the space in 2 strides, filling the cage with my shadow. The door seals behind me with a heavy thud, trapping us in this transparent hell, and I can see the exact moment her resolve starts to fracture. She knows she's trapped. She knows there isn't a single soul in this city who's coming to pull her out of this hole. I'm the only god she has now, and I'm a vengeful bastard. I kneel down in front of her, a move that's supposed to look tender but feels like a threat, and I reach out, grabbing her injured hand. She hisses, her breath hitching in her throat, and she tries to snatch it back. I tighten my grip, my thumb tracing the line of her wrist bones, pressing just hard enough to make her gasp. I want her to feel the pain. I want it to be the only thing she focuses on. Does it hurt? Good. It reminds you of who owns your pain. You're a bastard, she whispers, her voice raspy and thin. Jesus, Victoria, tell me something I don't know. No tears. Tears are worthless currency in this house. You want to survive? You want to stay out of the incinerator? Then you listen to me. The cage was just the trial phase. We're moving on to the audit, and that means you need to start acting like you belong here. I can smell her now, that scent of skin and desperation, and it's cutting through my expensive cologne like a knife. She's shaking, a fine tremor that starts in her hands and works its way up her arms, and I feel a spike of savage satisfaction. I'm breaking the defiance, layer by layer, and now I'm going to forge the attachment. I stand up, towering over her, and reach into my jacket pocket, pulling out a bundle of black silk I grabbed from the dressing room. I toss it at her face, and it hits her with a weightless rustle, sliding down her chest to the floor. This is your uniform now. A reminder that you are high-end property. The cage served its purpose. Now you will learn what it means to be displayed. She looks down at the slip. It's a negligible piece of designer silk, thin as a spiderweb and probably cost more than her first car. She looks at it like it's a coiled snake. I'm not wearing that. You are. Or you can stay here naked while my cleaners come through to hose down the glass. Your choice, Victoria. But you're leaving this room, and you're moving into my quarters. No more walls between us. She stares at the silk, her jaw clenched so tight I can see the muscles jumping. She knows she's lost. Her world is expanding, sure, but her freedom is shrinking to the size of my thumbprint. She reaches out with her good hand and fumbles for the fabric, her fingers clumsy and trembling. I just stand there, arms crossed, watching her struggle. I don't offer to help. I want to see her work for it. I want to see her deal with the reality of that swollen wrist while she tries to slide the garment over her hips. Struggle. I enjoy the view. That wrist belongs to me, Victoria. It heals when I allow it. She manages to get the slip over her head, the black silk sliding against her skin with a sound like a secret, and it's exactly what I wanted. It hides nothing. It just frames the marks I left on her, highlighting the bruises and the pale soft curves of her body. She looks like a goddamn masterpiece of ruin. When she's finally standing, wobbling a bit on her bare feet, I reach out and grab the back of her neck. My hand fits perfectly there, my fingers digging into the nape, steering her toward the door. I propel her across the threshold, and the transition is instant. The hallway is vast, shadowy, and the air is chilled by the industrial-grade AC. Victoria stumbles, her bare feet hitting the cold marble, and she lets out a small, disoriented sound. After days in that bright, cramped box, the scale of the penthouse is probably blowing her fucking mind. She looks around like she's expecting a firing squad, her breath coming in short, shallow puffs. Walk. You are no longer confined, but you are still mine. Look around, Victoria. This is the new edge of your world. I lead her toward the main living area, my grip on her neck never loosening. I want her to feel the weight of my hand every second she's out here. We reach the floor-to-ceiling windows, and I don't stop until I've pressed her back against the cool glass. The city is laid out below us like a grid of dying embers, millions of people living their boring, safe lives, and here she is, 300 feet above them, a ghost in a silk slip. Look down, Victoria. That world is dead to you. You exist only here with me. The glass cage is just larger now. I am the walls. I can feel her heart hammering against my chest as I pin her there. She places a hand flat against the glass for balance, her breath fogging the polished surface, and for a second I think she's going to scream. She doesn't. She just stares out at the lights, the realization sinking in that she's utterly abandoned. I'm absorbing every vibration of her fear, every frantic pulse. Knox. The voice comes from the far end of the room, and I don't even have to look to know it's Rowan. He's my only trusted lieutenant, The only one who doesn't look at me like I'm a ticking bomb. But right now, I want to rip his throat out for the interruption. He stops dead when he sees us. Me, with my hand on Victoria's throat, her dressed in nothing but a scrap of black silk and looking like she's been wrecked. I don't move. I don't pull away. I want him to see. I want the word to get back to the rest of the crew that the girl isn't a hit anymore. She's a fixture. The old man is asking questions about the retrieval timeline, Knox, Rowan says, his voice neutral, but his eyes linger on Victoria a fraction too long. It makes my blood boil, a hot, primitive spike of possessiveness that I haven't felt in a decade. Don't look too long. She bites, I growl, my voice low and dangerous. I lean into Victoria's ear, my breath hot against her skin. See. You are not invisible. You are mine to see. Rowan lowers the secure tablet he's holding, acknowledging the unspoken "fuck off" in my tone. He's increasing surveillance on all assets. He wants a status report on the liquidation by morning. Tell him I'm auditing a crucial asset. The delay is unavoidable. Now get out. Handle the logistics and stay the fuck away from my floor, unless the building is on fire. Rowan doesn't argue. He's a pro. He just gives a curt nod and turns on his heel, his footsteps fading into the distance. The silence that follows is heavy, thick with the tension I just projected. Victoria's shoulders slump, and she stares at the closed door where he exited. No heroes here, Victoria. Only monsters and their assets. Did you think they would save you? I am their boss. You are their boss's toy. The hope dies out of her eyes then, replaced by a hollow, dark acceptance that is much more useful to me than anger. I turn her roughly, leading her toward the kitchen. The island is a massive slab of white marble, cold and lethal looking under the recessed lighting. I lift her up and set her on the counter without a word. Her legs dangle, her silk slip riding up her thighs, and she looks so small against the scale of the room. If you are going to walk through my house, the staff needs to know who you answer to. Every inch of you is inventory, and inventory must be marked. The marble is shockingly cold beneath her skin, and she trembles, her hands gripping the edge of the counter. I spread her legs, stepping between them, my steel-gray eyes locking onto hers. I want her to see the predator before he takes his bite. Open for me, Victoria. I want to see exactly how much you tremble. I reach out and peel the silk straps down her shoulders, the fabric pooling at her waist. Her chest is pale, her collarbones sharp, and I can see the marks from the previous night already turning a faint, sickly yellow. Not good enough. I need fresh colors. I need the kind of marks that scream ownership from across a room. I grip her chin, my thumb digging into the hinge of her jaw, forcing her to look at me. Watch the predator take his bite. I lean in, my mouth inches from her neck, right along the sensitive tendon where her pulse is thrumming like a trapped bird. I use my teeth first, grazing the skin, scraping just enough to make her gasp. I can feel her breath on my cheek, frantic and hot. Then I sink them in. I bite down hard, feeling the skin give way, and she lets out a raw, strangled cry. I don't let go until I know the mark is deep, until I know it'll turn a dark, violent purple by morning. I press my mouth against the wound, tasting the salt of her skin and the faint coppery hint of blood. Claimed, I mutter against her skin. Don't scream. Savor the burn. She's arching her back now, her fingers digging into the marble, her knuckles white. She's making this low, whimpering sound that's driving me absolutely insane. I move lower, methodically bruising the skin along her collarbone. A receipt for ownership, Victoria. Read the fine print. My scent, my color. No one else touches what I have marked. I'm kneading her breasts now, my hands rough, my thumbs circling her nipples through the silk that's still draped around her waist. She's caught between the pain of the bites and the heat I'm building in her body betraying her mind with every shudder. I bite her opposite shoulder, a sharp, punishing nip, and she leans into it, seeking stability in the violence. It's a fucking trip, seeing her come apart like this. This is your life now, pleasure and pain inseparable. My hand slides beneath the silk, finding her wet heat immediately. She's drenched, her body voting against her dignity with every slick contact. I enter her with 2 fingers pushing deep, and she gasps, her head falling back. Liar. Your body votes against your mind. Tell me who makes you wet. Use my name, Victoria. Knox, she sobs, her eyes wide and unfocused. Please. Please what? Please more. Please stop. You don't get a vote anymore, cunt. Spill for me. Show me your gratitude. I'm aggressive with her, my fingers dominating her, pushing her toward a jagged, humiliating climax while I lean down to mark her inner thighs, right where the silk slip ends. I want the bruises to be visible if she walks, a map of my possession. She starts to shake uncontrollably, her breath hitching in a way that tells me she's right on the edge. I don't let up. I want her to break. I want her to pour herself out on my marble counter like an offering. When the release hits her, it's violent. She shakes, her eyes rolling back, her voice catching in her throat. I keep my hand heavy on her hips, keeping her upright, making her experience every second of the shame. Her face is red, swollen with the effort of it, and she looks utterly wrecked. That belonged to me. Every shudder. I pull her slip back up, meticulous about it, making sure the neck and chest marks are clearly visible above the black fabric. She's shivering, her skin cold from the marble but her core still radiating heat. I look at her, my red gold asset, and I feel a peace I haven't felt since this whole goddamn mess started. She's marked. She's mine. Marcus can send his whole fucking army. They'll have to go through me to get to what's mine. I lean down one last time and lick the mark on her pulse point, a final predatory claim. She shivers, her eyes closing, her will finally blessedly broken for the night. Perfect. I slide her off the counter, my grip on her hips firm as I guide her out of the kitchen. We're walking toward the master bedroom now, leaving the glass cage behind for good. It's tactical. It's securing the perimeter. But as I tuck a stray strand of her hair behind her ear, I know I'm lying to myself. This isn't just about the audit anymore. I'm down bad for a woman who should be a corpse, and I'm gonna burn the whole syndicate to the ground to keep her in my bed. Come, acid. Time to sleep where you belong. She doesn't fight me. She just walks, her steps heavy and silent on the rug as we enter the dark expanse of my room. The city is still burning outside the window, but in here, the only thing that matters is the weight of her body against mine. I lead her to the bed and push her down, watching her sink into the expensive linens. She looks like a ghost, but she's a ghost with my teeth marks on her neck. That's enough for tonight. I've got 48 hours to figure out how to kill my father, but right now I've got a ledger to balance, and she's the only entry that matters. I strip off my jacket, the weight of the pistol a comforting pressure against my ribs, and I lie down next to her. She doesn't move away. She doesn't have the energy left. I pull her back against my chest, my arm heavy over her waist, my nose pressed into the crook of her neck where the bruise is already starting to bloom. Mine. It's the only word that makes sense in this fucked up world. The audit has officially begun, and I'm the only one who knows the final score. I close my eyes, the scent of her fear and her sex finally letting the static in my brain go quiet. Marcus can wait until morning. Right now, I'm busy owning what's left of Victoria Cole. And honestly, the view from the top of the food chain has never looked better.
Chapter 13. Victoria POV. Waking up in Knox Hennessey's bed feels like waking up in a goddamn vault. It's too expensive, too quiet, and I'm pretty sure the air is recycled to the point of being sterile. I sat up, the silk sheets sliding off my skin like liquid, and I immediately felt the ache. It wasn't just the soreness in my joints, it was the psychological weight of the room. I walked over to the massive mirror in the master suite, my legs a little shaky, and stopped. My hair was a disaster, red gold tangles everywhere, but it was my neck that caught my eye. The purple marks were blooming like dark orchids against my skin, Knox's signature written in bruises. I traced the edge of one with my index finger, watching the white pressure fade back into that deep, angry violet. The ledger of violence written on my skin. That's what it was. Every mark was a line item, a physical record of the fact that I didn't belong to myself anymore. I should have been disgusted. I was disgusted, but there was this traitorous little spark in my chest, a weird, dark pride in the fact that I was still breathing after what he'd put me through. I was being overwritten, my corporate identity being scrubbed away and replaced by his branding. And the worst part was that I was starting to recognize the girl in the mirror. She looked different. Softer around the edges maybe, or just more feral. My amber eyes looked wider, more alert. I looked like a cared-for possession, an asset that had been thoroughly audited and found valuable enough to keep. It made me want to puke and scream and fucking crawl back into his arms all at the same time. Getting dressed was its own kind of hell. My sprained wrist gave a sharp, nasty twinge every time I tried to pull the silk robe around me, a reminder of the night I'd tried to fight him and lost. My knees were a mess too. Fading yellow and green bruises from where he'd forced me to stay on the floor, reminding me of my place. My body speaks a language my brain refuses to translate, honestly. My mind was screaming for a way out, but my skin was still humming from his touch, a low-frequency vibration that I couldn't shut off. I caught my reflection again as I tied the belt of the robe, knotting it tight enough to hurt. I looked refined, but underneath the silk I was a map of submission. Every movement was a chore, a slow-motion playback of my own degradation. I hated how the silk felt against me. It was too soft, too luxurious, a mocking contrast to the raw way Knox treated me. He was dressing me in things that cost more than my first car, while he systematically stripped away every piece of dignity I had left. I snagged the hem of the robe on the edge of the nightstand and hissed out a breath, the frustration bubbling up in my throat. I wasn't just his captive, I was becoming his project. And the audacity of him to think he could just mark me up and expect me to play the part of the dutiful consort was actually unhinged. I stepped out into the main penthouse, moving like a ghost. I'd been in the glass cage for so long that the open space felt terrifyingly exposed. The floors were polished marble, cold as ice, and the floor plan was massive. I started mapping it out immediately, my brain switching back into auditor mode. I wasn't looking for hidden accounts now, I was looking for exits. Security blind spots. Vulnerabilities. Every foot of this penthouse is a zero in Knox's ledger, and I needed to find the one place the math didn't add up. The silence was profound, the kind of quiet you only get when you're 40 stories up and the glass is thick enough to stop a bullet. I deliberately walked on the plush rugs to keep my footsteps muffled, testing the noise level. Near the kitchen, I spotted a security panel disguised as some abstract art piece. A bunch of jagged metal lines that probably cost 50 grand but served as a high-end lock. This place wasn't just a home, it was a fortress. And I was the prize, locked in the center of it. I rounded a corner and nearly walked right into one of Knox's men. He was standing by the panoramic windows, looking out at the city like he owned a piece of it too. I froze, my heart doing a frantic little tap dance against my ribs. He turned his head, his eyes scanning me with a kind of professional disinterest that was somehow worse than if he'd glared at me. He looked at my throat, his gaze lingering on the bruises Knox had left there, and then he gave me a curt, assessing nod. They know I'm the master's property. That was the look. I wasn't a guest, and I wasn't a prisoner anymore, I was a localized asset. I pulled the robe higher, trying to hide the marks, but it was pointless. The metallic click of his radio, as he adjusted his belt, sounded like a gunshot in the quiet room. He wasn't a threat to me, not directly. He was a protection of Knox's investment. If I tried to run, he wouldn't kill me, he'd just catch me and hand me back to the man who owned me. The realization made my stomach flip. I was being watched by everyone, a public display of Knox's dominance. I kept moving, my feet leading me toward the one room I knew I shouldn't enter. The study. The door was heavy oak, carved with some intricate Celtic knots that looked like snakes eating their own tails. It was ajar, just a sliver of light spilling out into the hallway. I slipped inside before I could talk myself out of it, my pulse thudding in my ears. The room smelled like him, wood smoke, expensive leather, and that high-quality ink that usually meant someone was signing away a fortune. It was the heart of the monster. Walls of leather-bound books, a massive mahogany desk that looked like it weighed a ton, and a sense of power that was almost suffocating. I reached out, my fingers trembling as they brushed the dark leather of his executive chair, and I pulled back immediately like I'd been burned. Being in here felt like a violation, like I was trespassing in his brain. I started rifling through the desk, looking for anything, a phone, a tablet, a goddamn carrier pigeon, but it was all organized with a terrifying clinical precision. Then I saw it. Resting on a stack of files was an antique silver-hilted letter opener. It was long, slender, and wickedly pointed. I picked it up, the weight of the silver surprising me. I tested the edge with the pad of my thumb, and a thin, bright line of red appeared instantly. It was sharp. Sharp enough to do some real damage. My analytical mind shifted gears, dropping the escape plan and moving straight into murder. I knew the anatomy. I knew where the carotid was. The steel is cold. The math is simple. If I couldn't get out, I could at least balance the ledger. I held the opener with both hands, gripping the hilt until my knuckles turned white. I could see Knox standing there in my mind, his head tilted, that arrogant smirk on his face. One clean hard thrust. No hesitation. This is the line item that balances the ledger. I practiced the motion in slow motion, aiming for the spot right under the jaw where the skin is thin. I wasn't even afraid anymore. I was focused. I was an investigative accountant, and I'd finally found the error in the system. The rhythmic click of Italian leather shoes on the marble floor outside hit me like a physical blow. Tap. 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 His steps are the countdown. I panicked, my brain short-circuiting for a second before I shoved the letter opener behind my back, the cold metal biting into the skin of my waist. I stood there, rigid, trying to breathe like a normal person while my heart tried to kick its way out of my chest. I subtly kicked a loose rug back into place, trying to erase the fact that I'd been snooping. The silver was an Arctic shard against my spine, a secret weight that made me feel like I was finally holding a winning hand. The door swung open and Knox walked in. He looked tired, but in that way that made him seem even more dangerous, like a predator that had just finished a long hunt. He shed his black suit jacket, tossing it over the chair I'd just been touching, and he didn't even look at me at first. He just moved with this predatory calm that made the air in the room feel heavy. Then he stopped. He looked at me, his steel gray eyes narrowing as he took in my flushed face, and the way I was standing like I had a rod made of ice shoved up my spine. "Didn't take you long to trespass, Victoria," he said, his voice a low, vibrating rumble. He didn't sound angry. He sounded amused. "Did you find what you were looking for, cunt?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I just watched as he slid his heavy gold watch off his wrist and placed it deliberately on the corner of the desk. The soft jingle of the chain hitting the wood sounded final. He ran a hand through his dark hair, exposing the jagged scar on his jaw, and I felt that familiar sickening pull of attraction mixed with pure, unadulterated terror. "Your new cage is bigger, Victoria, but the rules are the same," he said, stepping closer. He smelled like rain and ozone, the scent of the city clinging to his clothes. He was so close I could feel the heat radiating off his chest, a wall of solid muscle and bad intentions. He reached out, his hand moving toward my neck, toward the bruises he'd put there. "Go ahead," he whispered, his eyes locking onto mine. "Show me what you really are." I snapped. The week of degradation, the cage, the way he looked at me like I was a thing to be used, it all boiled over. I swung the letter opener around with everything I had, a desperate fluid motion aimed right at his fucking throat. The silver flashed in the light, a streak of lethal intent. He didn't even flinch. With terrifying speed, his hand shot out and caught my wrist. He didn't pull back. Instead, he leaned forward, pushing his neck right into the point of the blade. I froze. I watched paralyzed, as a single vivid drop of blood welled up where the tip nicked his skin, staining his white collar. He maintained eye contact the whole time, his expression completely blank. "Beautiful attempt." "Predictable," he said, his voice like gravel. "You could have had me and you froze." The realization hit me like a freight train. I had him. I could have pushed, could have twisted, could have ended it. But I didn't. My body had betrayed me again, refusing to kill the man who held my life in his hands. He twisted my wrist, not enough to break it, but enough to make my fingers go numb. The letter opener clattered onto the mahogany desk, the sound echoing through the room. "You lost your right to mercy the moment you raised that," he growled, using his body weight to pin me back against the desk. The wood was hard and cool against my spine, a sharp contrast to the heat of him. "Now you will pay the price for insolence." He picked up the letter opener, holding it by the blade as he looked at me. He used the flat of the cold silver to trace the line of my jaw, then slid it down the hollow of my throat, right over the spot I'd tried to pierce. I shivered, my breath hitching in my chest. He used the very tip of the blade to push the silk robe open, the cold metal dragging across the slope of my breast. "Such a tiny thing to kill a man," he whispered, his eyes dark with something that wasn't just anger. It was hunger. "You should have been ready to commit, Victoria. You had the angle, but you didn't have the heart." He hiked the silk robe up, the fabric bunching at my waist, and then he did something that made me gasp. He used the opener to carefully slice the delicate silk where it gathered at my hips, the sound of the ripping fabric soft and definitive. It hung open now, leaving me exposed and shivering. "You think that word means anything to me?" he asked when I called him a bastard, his voice dropping an octave. He grabbed a handful of my hair, pulling my head back until I was forced to look up at the ceiling, my stomach pressed hard against the cold desk. He used the handle of the opener then, applying deep, focused pressure to the inside of my upper thigh, right near my sex. It hurt, a grounding sharp ache, but it immediately bled into this electric, terrifying arousal. I involuntarily pressed back against the metal, my body arching in a way that made me want to die of shame. "This tool belongs to the master now," he said, stripping away what was left of my underthings. The cool air of the study hit my skin, making my nipples peak. He swept his hand down my back, his palm heavy and warm, and then he leaned down to whisper in my ear. "Say it. Tell me what you wanted to pierce." "I wanted to kill you," I whispered, the words trembling. "Then you'll have to try harder than that, cunt," he growled. He didn't wait. He drove into me with a raw, dominant surge that knocked the breath out of my lungs. The desk slid a few inches on the carpet from the force of it, a loud, heavy scrape that felt like the sound of my final surrender. I cried out, the sound swallowed by the mahogany under my face. "You are mine to own, Victoria," he said, his rhythm fast and punishing, driven by the adrenaline of the near miss. "I defy you to try and take it back." I gripped the edge of the desk, my nails scratching the polished wood, trying to find some kind of anchor in the storm. The rhythm was savage, a physical manifestation of his victory. Every thrust felt like he was reclaiming the territory I'd tried to steal back. I bit my lip to stifle a scream, tasting the metallic tang of my own blood. "Look at what you become when you fight me," he panted, his hand reaching around to grip my throat. His thumb pressed against my carotid, the very spot I'd aimed for. He held the pressure right at the edge of too much, forcing my eyes wide. I couldn't breathe, and for a second, the world started to blur at the edges, the lack of oxygen making the pleasure spike into something dizzying and transcendent. "This belongs to me. Not even your hatred can touch it." I arched violently into his touch, my body giving up the fight. I reached a desperate, screaming climax that felt like my bones were melting, my muscles convulsing around him in a way I couldn't control. It was a betrayal of the highest order, a total confirmation of his dominance. Knox followed me over the edge a second later, his release forceful and long. He buried his face in my hair, his weight pinning me to the desk, heavy and absolute. We stayed like that for a long time, the only sound the ragged hitch of our breathing and the ticking of the clock on the wall. "Mine. Always mine," he muttered against my skin. "Even when you hate me." He slowly pulled out, and I felt the cold air rush back in, leaving me weak and shaking. He picked up a silk handkerchief from the desk and gently wiped the tiny bead of his blood from my collarbone, his touch almost tender. Then he cleaned the sweat and sex from my thighs with a clinical, detached precision that was almost more insulting than the act itself. He left the letter opener on the desk, right within my reach, a silent dare. "See how cleanly I can heal the wounds you inflict?" he asked, standing up and adjusting his trousers. He looked completely composed, like he'd just finished a business meeting instead of a fuck on a mahogany desk. He retrieved his jacket, looking at me one last time. "We have business later. You will wait." He paused at the door, his eyes like flint. "Next time you try to kill me, make sure you succeed, Victoria. Because the punishment for failure is eternal possession." The door closed with a heavy final thud. I stared at the letter opener, my hand trembling so hard I couldn't even pick it up. I tried to push myself off the desk, but my legs were like jelly, and I ended up sliding back down, my elbow the only thing keeping me upright. I looked at the silver blade, the tool of my failed revolution. "Jesus," I whispered, the word hollow. I should have slit his throat when I had the chance. But I knew the truth. As I reached out and pushed the letter opener away, sending it sliding harmlessly across the desk, I realized I was done fighting the inevitable. The knife wasn't the way out. Compliance was the only currency I had left, and I was officially bankrupt. I belong here now. The thought was a cold, hard fact, the final audit of my life. And as I wrapped the ruined silk of my robe around me, I knew Knox was right. I was his. And I wasn't going anywhere.
Chapter 14. Knox POV. I stood there by the edge of the bed, the coffee in my hand gone lukewarm while I watched her sleep. The morning light in this place is artificial. Everything is controlled, every photon adjusted to my specifications. But it hit the red-gold mess of her hair like it was trying to set the silk pillowcases on fire. I looked at the nightstand. The heavy crystal paperweight was sitting right there, dead center, exactly where it belonged. She'd thought about using it. I saw the way her eyes tracked it yesterday, the way her fingers had twitched like she was measuring the weight of it against the density of my skull. But she didn't do it. She's a calculator, through and through. She looked at the odds, realized that cracking my head open would only leave her trapped in a soundproof tomb with a corpse, and she chose to stay my prisoner instead of a prisoner of her own stupidity. That's not Stockholm Syndrome. That's just being fucking smart. Most people in her position would have swung and ended up face down in a ditch by noon. Victoria? She's different. She's built for the long game. I tapped the ceramic rim of my mug against the crystal, a sharp little clink that echoed in the sterile air. Her breathing hitched, shallow and ragged. She's exhausted. Good. A tired asset is a compliant asset, and after what I did to her last night, she should be sleeping for a week. But we don't have a week. We don't even have an hour. The phone in my pocket gave that low, heavy buzz that meant it was an encrypted priority. I didn't even have to look at the screen to know it was Rowan. The frequency was set to a specific vibration that usually meant the world was ending or someone was about to get a bullet in the neck. I pulled it out. "The bloodhounds are out," the text read. "Marcus's team is hitting the ledger for the HK shells. They're looking for the leak." I felt the scar tissue along my jaw tighten. My father. The old man never fucking sleeps. He's like a goddamn shark that smells a drop of blood in 100 miles of ocean. He knows I didn't finish the hit. He doesn't have proof yet, but he's auditing every cent I move, looking for the receipt for the air Victoria's breathing. I've been careful, but Marcus Burke invented careful. If he finds a single thread, a line item for the high-end groceries, the premium filtration system, the medical supplies, he's going to realize I'm keeping a pet. And then he'll send a cleanup crew to turn this penthouse into a slaughterhouse. My margin for error just hit 0. "Good morning, Asset," I said, my voice sounding like gravel being crushed in a tin can. I didn't wait for her to open her eyes before I grabbed the edge of the silk sheet and ripped it back. She flinched, her body coiling into a ball as the cold air hit her skin. She looked like a fucking wreck, beautiful, but a wreck. The purple marks I'd left on her neck and the insides of her thighs were vivid against that pale skin, receipts of exactly what she'd been doing since I snatched her. Her wrist was still swollen, the one I'd sprained when she tried to fight me. I didn't feel a goddamn bit of remorse. Remorse is for people who can afford to be weak. Did you sleep well, knowing how close you came to freedom? You had the weight. You had the opening. And you choked. Go to hell, Knox, she croaked, her voice thick with sleep and spite. She tried to cover herself, her good hand flying to the cluster of marks near her collarbone. The audacity of her, trying to hide what I've already claimed. Hell's full, sweetheart. They're sending the overflow here. I reached down and grabbed her by the arm, the one with the good wrist, and hauled her upright. She stumbled, her legs shaking. The leash is getting tight, Victoria. Time to earn your keep. My father's forensic team is currently digging through my shell corporations. He's looking for you, and he's looking for the hole in his pocket I used to keep you alive. If they find so much as a digital footprint, your corpse is going to be found in a ditch, not my bed. Move. Now. She looked at me, her amber eyes finally focusing, the fear starting to bloom behind the defiance. She's smart enough to know I'm not exaggerating. Marcus Burke doesn't do warnings. He does executions. She swung her legs off the bed, shivering as her bare feet hit the marble. She was wearing the black silk slip I'd picked out for her. It was barely a garment, more of a suggestion. It showed off everything, the curve of her hips, the way her nipples were hard from the cold, and the bruises that marked her as mine. What do you want me to do? I'm an accountant, not a magician. You're an investigative accountant who found a $1 billion laundering scheme in a fucking afternoon, I said, pushing her toward the door. You're the best there is. Now you're going to prove it by making yourself disappear. Those marks on your neck, they're temporary receipts, Victoria. I need you to forge the final invoice. I led her down the hallway, my hand gripping her injured wrist just tight enough to remind her who was in charge. She winced, but she didn't scream. She's learning. We passed the guest rooms and the gym, heading toward the back of the penthouse where the reinforced paneling looked like just another mahogany wall. I pressed my thumb to the scanner and whispered the code. The air pressure shifted, a sharp hiss as the door opened into my sanctum. The room smelled like ozone and new machinery. It was cold, colder than the rest of the place, to keep the server racks from melting down. Victoria stopped in the doorway, her eyes scanning the triple monitor setup and the tiered racks like she was seeing the controls of a spaceship. This room is for numbers and death, I told her, shoving her toward the high-backed leather chair. You will respect both. Keep up. This is where I hide the truth, and now you're going to help me bury it. She sat down, her professional persona sliding over her like a suit of armor. It was the weirdest fucking thing I'd ever seen. 1 second she's a terrified girl in a slip, and the next she's looking at the monitor height and adjusting the mousepad. She looked at the code scrolling on the side screen and frowned. You're using obsolete Chinese encryption modules. Why? This is basically a kick-me sign for any decent forensic auditor. Focus on the goal, not the hardware, I snapped, leaning over her. I could smell her now, that warm, musky scent of a woman who'd spent the night in my bed. It was distracting as hell. I pointed at the primary screen. Marcus is tracing the operational funds for the lease on this place. He's checking the offshore accounts in the Caymans that feed into the local holding company. The moment my father finds the receipt for your oxygen, he knows I broke protocol. You eliminate the trail. If the trail leads back to me, you die first. Understand the parameters? She didn't even look at me. She was already clicking through the directories. I need the whole picture, Knox. Half measures fail audits. If I'm going to ghost this, I need access to the root directory and the encryption keys for the parent company. I can't hide the tail if I can't see the head. I hesitated. Giving her the keys was like handing a prisoner the combination to the armory. If she was as good as I thought she could do a lot more than just hide her own existence. She could burn me to the ground. But the clock was ticking, and I could practically hear Marcus's goons scratching at the digital door. Trust is a knife, Victoria. I just handed you the blade. Don't cut me. I reached over her, my chest brushing her bare shoulder, and punched in the master bypass. I retracted my hand quickly, like the keyboard was hot. I didn't like how much I wanted to touch her right then. She looked alive again. That sharpness I'd seen when I first tracked her through her office window was back. It shouldn't have turned me on, but seeing her dominate the data stream was more potent than any submission play. Her fingers started flying. It was a rhythmic, mechanical sound, the clicking of the keys filling the room like a goddamn machine gun. She was tracing the money lines backward, her eyes darting between the monitors. I stood directly behind her, caging her in with my arms on the back of the chair. I wanted her to feel me. I wanted her to know that even while her mind was free in the digital world, her body was still in my cage. She winced every time she had to move the mouse with her sprained wrist, but she didn't slow down. "Don't slow down," I whispered into her ear. "My father doesn't take lunch breaks. He'll have the audit finalized by noon." "I need 2 more protocols opened if you want this ghosted effectively," she said, her voice tight. She was nibbling her bottom lip, a nervous habit I committed to memory. I liked that I could see her stress. It made her human. It made her mine. She stopped suddenly, her hands freezing over the keys. The screen was filled with a complex subroutine I hadn't noticed before. "Wait. What the fuck is this?" "What?" I leaned in closer, my jaw nearly touching her hair. "A logic bomb," she said, her breath hitching. "Marcus's team planted this in the ledger's subroutine. It's a tracking protocol designed to trigger a silent alarm if the funds are accessed without a specific Hennessey encryption key. Knox, if you had tried to move this money yourself, you would have tripped it. The alarm would have gone straight to his central hub. He didn't want you to survive. This was designed to trigger a mandatory cleanup crew the second you touched the cash." I felt a cold drop of sweat slide down my spine. That bastard. He didn't just suspect me. He'd set a trap to make sure I couldn't even run if I wanted to. He always preferred Bridget's clinical efficiency over my methods. He was ready to scrap me like a malfunctioning tool. Victoria turned her head sharply, looking at me over her shoulder. Her face was inches from mine. The tension in the room was so thick you could have carved it with a dull knife. "He tried to kill me," I muttered, my knuckles whitening as I gripped the leather of the chair. "He's always trying to kill me. Victoria, you just bought me a future. Or you bought us one." I leaned down further, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. She smelled like terror and triumph. "You just saved my operation, Victoria. That makes you priceless. That makes you mine, in a way that transcends the bed. You're no longer just a captive. You're my most valuable asset." "I am Victoria Cole," she whispered, her voice raw and defiant even as her body shivered against the chair. "I'm not an asset. I'm a person you stole. Fuck you, Knox. You can curse me all you want, sweetheart, but you work for me now. You're the red gold thread in my ledger. I mark what I own, Victoria. On the skin." I ran a finger over the deepest mark on her collarbone, tracing the line where the silk met her skin. Her breath hitched, not from fear, but from that traitorous response her body always gave me. She hated that she wanted me, and I fucking loved it. "Which ledger feels more real to you right now? The one on the screen, or the one I wrote on your body?" "Stop," she whispered, but she didn't pull away. She couldn't. She turned back to the screen, trying to regain her focus, but I saw her hands shaking. She started scanning the archived files, digging deeper than I'd ever gone. She was looking for a place to hide the rerouted funds, but she stumbled into a hidden directory. My private directory. The screen flashed with a file path, Omega Key ENC. It was a complete, encrypted secondary backup of the entire Hennessey laundering scheme, the very thing she'd been hunted for in the first place. She froze. She realized right then that I didn't just have a few shell companies. I had the blueprint to destroy the entire empire. "You're not just auditing," she said, her voice trembling. "You're building a war chest. You're going to burn him down, aren't you?" "I keep my options open," I said, using a voice command to close the window instantly. The screen went blank for a second before returning to the ledger. "Just like I keep my finest possessions close." Leave the war plans to the general, Victoria. You stick to the cleanup. The only trap you need to worry about is the one my father set for us both. I used the tip of my shoe to nudge her chair, forcing her back toward the primary monitor. I needed to reward her cooperation, but I needed to assert my authority first. She couldn't get too comfortable with the power I'd just given her. She had to remember that the only reason she was breathing was because I allowed it. She took a deep breath, her professional mask sliding back into place. She was ruthless when she wanted to be. She performed a complex, multi-layered maneuver, rerouting the penthouse expenses through a shell charity I'd set up years ago in Marseille. It was a zero-day exploit she must have been saving for a rainy day. It was brilliant. The trail didn't just go cold, it vanished into a sea of legitimate donations. Status ghosted, she said, blowing a stray strand of hair out of her face. There was a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. Tell your father to stick to legitimate bookkeeping. You're clear. Marseille. Nasty touch, I said, genuinely impressed. You think like a true criminal, Victoria. You didn't just delete the record, you created a diversion. Masterful. The screen flashed, transaction complete. Status clean. The external threat was gone, at least for now. But the internal threat, the hunger I had for the woman sitting in my chair, was about to explode. My professional focus snapped. I reached out and spun her chair around sharply, the momentum making her gasp as she faced me. The mind work is over, Acid, I growled, looming over her. The office felt smaller now, hotter. Time for your commission. I knew you wouldn't let me leave without a price, she said, her voice low. She was looking up at me, her amber eyes wide, filled with that dark growing hunger that she tried so hard to hide. She didn't fight me when I stepped between her knees. She just leaned back into the leather, waiting for the inevitable. We are bound now, Victoria. By blood debt, and by millions of ghosted euros. You chose my side when you saved my life. I don't forget loyalty. But loyalty in my world has a specific flavor. I grabbed the arms of the chair, pinning her in. Look at me. No numbers. Just us. This is the only equation that matters. You just committed your first serious crime. How does it feel to be an accomplice? It feels like I'm going to throw up, she whispered, but her hands were already reaching out, her fingers brushing the cold glass surface of the desk behind her. Good. That's the adrenaline. I'm going to give you something else to focus on. I reached for the straps of her silk slip, sliding them slowly down her shoulders. The fabric pooled around her waist, exposing her to the blue light of the monitors. She was perfect. A high-tech prize in a high-tech cage. I will hide your existence so deep that only I can find you. But in here, in this room, you're going to be exactly what I need you to be. I hauls her out of the chair, her feet barely touching the floor, before I hoisted her onto the edge of the mahogany desk. Tablet pens and printed spreadsheets scattered to the carpet. A heavy silver fountain pen rolled off the edge and hit the floor with a dull thud. I didn't give a fuck about the equipment. I wanted her. I forced her hips to the edge, making her vulnerable, making her look at me while I claimed her reward. I like you on this desk, I said, my voice dropping an octave. Beneath my ledger. This is where the real power is held, Victoria. And right now, I'm the one holding it. I hiked the silk slip up past her waist, throwing the fabric back. I used my thumb to trace the marks I'd left on her inner thighs yesterday, pressing into the bruises until she whimpered. Proof of purchase, Victoria. I never discard my receipts. You saved my life today. Now show me how an accomplice accepts payment. I grabbed her hips and forced her to look back at the monitors. The status, clean message was still glowing, a digital testament to our shared crime. I started applying pressure, my fingers finding the heat between her legs, demanding a response. She arched her back, her nails scratching against the polished mahogany. The contrast between the warm pressure of my hand and the cool digital light reflecting off her skin was fucking incredible. Look at the result, Victoria, I growled, biting into the side of her neck right over the existing bruises. We did this. Now feel the reward. Submit, analyst. The numbers are clean. Now you are mine. She let out a shaky sigh, her head falling back against the screen of the middle monitor. Her red gold hair spilled over the keyboard, a chaotic mess against the clean lines of the code. I didn't wait. I didn't have the patience for a slow burn. I threw my trousers to the floor and entered her in one sharp, dominant thrust. The impact was brutal. The desk creaked under our weight, the wooden frame vibrating with the force of it. Jesus, Knox, she gasped, her vision clearly tunneling as she took the full weight of me. I didn't give her a chance to recover. I adopted a rough, aggressive rhythm, my pace frantic. I wanted to ground her in this moment, to make her associate her intellectual triumph with this physical claiming. Every time I slammed into her, I whispered the truth into her ear. My accomplice. My whore. Mine. Say it, Victoria. Yours, she choked out, her heels scraping against the desk drawers as she tried to find purchase. I reached around her to the keyboard, my fingers hitting a key to refresh the main screen. The ledger entry flashed, the digital noise merging with the primal sound of our bodies meeting. That's your work, Victoria. This is mine. Both perfect. The electric scent of arousal mingled with the leather and the ozone of the server racks. It was a sensory overload. Victoria's control shattered. She reached her climax with a broken, desperate cry, her voice cracking the silence of the office. Her eyes rolled back, amber and unfocused, staring at the ceiling as the spasms took her. I held her hips tightly, watching her face intensely. I wanted to see every flicker of her surrender. Only when I saw the light start to return to her eyes did I let myself go, sinking my weight onto her with a final grounding thrust. Mine, I muttered, my forehead pressed against hers. Always. In every room, Victoria. We stayed like that for a long time, the blue light of the monitors casting a cold sheen on our sweat-slicked skin. My heart was thudding against my ribs like a trapped animal. I could feel her breathing slowly evening out against my chest. This was the only time she was ever truly quiet, in the aftermath of me breaking her. Feel that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. That is the quiet of total security. We're ghosts now, Victoria. Both of us. I pulled out slowly, the sound slick and loud in the quiet room. I picked up the discarded silk slip from the floor and used it to wipe her down. It wasn't a tender gesture, it was proprietary. I was cleaning my equipment. She kept her eyes fixed on the ceiling, her chest still heaving. She knew what she'd done. She hadn't just saved me, she'd signed the contract. I lifted her off the desk and stood her up, making her look at the papers scattered on the floor. You belong in this room, helping me rule just as much as you belong in my bed. The mind and the body. Both are now dedicated to my survival. That is your purpose. She finally looked at me, then at the screen where the crime was documented. She reached up and smoothed my jacket over my shoulder, a small subconscious gesture that told me she'd accepted the dark truth. There was no going back to the world of audits and offices. She'd helped me ignite the fire that burned the bridge to her old life. We're ghosts, she repeated, her voice steady now. Come on, Acid, I said, pulling her tightly against my side, my arm heavy around her waist. I led her back toward the bedroom, the reinforced door of the office closing behind us with a decisive, heavy thunk. I locked it, sealing our secrets away. Time for your next command.
Chapter 15. Victoria POV. The water isn't cold enough. It could be ice, it could be actual liquid nitrogen, and it still wouldn't be enough to scrub the phantom sensation of Knox's hands off my skin. I'm standing under the shower head in this marble-clad tomb of a bathroom, gripping the polished steel handles so hard the ridges are literally engraving themselves into my palm. I'm vibrating. It's not a shiver, it's the aftershock of what we just did. We didn't even touch, not really, but helping him scrub those digital trails, watching him work with that clinical, predatory focus while I pointed out the vulnerabilities in his father's laundering shell, it did something to my brain. I was never this good at my job when I was working for a legitimate firm. I was a drone. Now, I'm an accomplice to the devil, and the worst part, the part that makes me want to scream into the tile, is that the intellectual high felt better than any bonus check I ever cashed. I'm losing my goddamn mind. I'm losing my moral center, my edge, my sense of who Victoria Cole is supposed to be. I'm literally the CFO of my own Stockholm Syndrome at this point, and every time the cold spray hits my face, I'm just reminded that no matter how much I wash, his scent, his vibe, his entire terrifying presence is baked into my pores. I step out of the shower and don't even bother looking for a hairdryer. I grab a towel that probably costs more than my first car and start rubbing my skin raw, tracing the history of the last few days like a map I never wanted to memorize. There's a yellowing bruise on my ribs where his grip was too tight. There are friction burns on my hips that are finally starting to scab over. My body is basically a diary of Knox Hennessey's obsession, and I'm standing here cataloging the marks like I'm performing a year-end audit. It's unhinged. I should be crying, or looking for a way to sharpen a toothbrush into a shiv, but instead, I'm gingerly pressing the deep purple mark on my thigh, wondering if he looks at these and sees a woman or just a trophy he's successfully claimed. Every mark tells the same story, mine. It's a repetitive, one-word narrative that's starting to sound like a heartbeat. How long until I stop being disgusted? How long until I start looking in the mirror and seeing these as desirable scars? The clinical scent of the antiseptic lotion I've been using mixes with the expensive soap, and I hate how clean I feel when I know exactly how filthy this situation is. I drop the towel, leaving it in a heap on the floor because I don't give a shit about the housekeeping in this gilded cage, and reach for the silk slip laid out on the bed. It's new. It's red. It's the color of a warning light, and it's so sheer it's basically an insult. I slide it over my head, the silk catching on a rough patch of skin near my collarbone, and I feel it before I hear him. That weight in the air. That sudden drop in pressure that happens whenever he's in the room. I don't even have to turn around to know he's standing in the shadows of the seating area, watching me like I'm a specimen under a microscope. I know you're there, bastard. Stop hiding. That shade of red looks better on you than anything you own. His voice is like a low-frequency hum that vibrates in my chest. I turn around, pulling the silk down over my hips, my heart doing that annoying frantic kick against my ribs. He's leaning against the wall, perfectly tailored, perfectly calm, and looking at me like he's already decided exactly how he's going to break me tonight. He doesn't move for a long time. He just lets the silence stretch until I'm the one who feels awkward, which is exactly what he wants. He's a voyeur at heart. He wants to see the shiver. He wants to see me posturing for his approval even when I'm trying to look defiant. The air conditioning in the penthouse is set to morgue, and the cool rush hits my damp skin, making my nipples peek through the thin silk. I see his eyes track the movement. He isn't even hiding it. I brought you something, Victoria. He steps into the light, and I see the box. It's small, heavy, and covered in deep emerald velvet. He places it on the edge of the nightstand, with a precision that makes my skin crawl. He's not looking at me yet. He's adjusting the box, moving it 1/8 of an inch to the left, his movements meticulous and clinical. It's the same way he handles a gun. The same way he handles the ledgers. Is this a bribe or a trophy? Neither. It's an investment. The scent of his cologne reaches me. It's sharp, clean, and expensive as fuck. It cuts through the room, erasing the smell of my shower, erasing everything else. I stare at the box. It looks too heavy for its size. Whatever is in there, it's not a pair of earrings or a sorry I kidnapped you necklace. It carries the weight of a sentence. The time for resistance is over, Victoria. He finally looks up, and his gray eyes are like shards of flint. He gestures to his own neck, to the faint, jagged scratch I left there the night he dragged me out of my apartment. The scar of your last free moment. You owe me your silence and your obedience now. You think I'll forget who you are if you dress me up? No. I want everyone else to remember who owns you. I instinctively lift my chin, a move intended to be defiant, but it just exposes my throat. It's an invitation, and we both know it. The room feels like it just dropped 10 degrees. Knox reaches out, his fingers brushing the velvet, and with a practiced click, the box snaps open. I actually stopped breathing for a second. Inside, resting on a bed of black silk, is a choker. But calling it a choker is like calling a shark a goldfish. It's a thick band of heavy white gold, completely encrusted with pavé diamonds that catch the light and fracture it into 1,000 blinding needles. There's no clasp, no break in the circle. Just a tiny, ornate keyhole hidden in the back. It's a collar. A literal, high-end, permanent collar. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's a collar, Knox. It's permanence. A promise. The light from the diamonds hits me directly in the eyes, blurring my vision for a second. I take a step back, my hand flying to my throat, clutching the silk slip closed. It's the ultimate irony, protecting the skin he's already decided to brand. I am not your fucking pet. I'll tear it off. You are my asset. Untouchable if you wear this. He moves closer, his presence suddenly overwhelming, his voice dropping into that cold, urgent register that means he's done playing. My father suspects me, Victoria. He's sending fixers. They'll be here within the day to clean up the mess he thinks I've left behind. If they find you unmarked, they will assume you're disposable evidence. They will put a bullet in your head and dump you in a vat of acid before I can even finish my drink. Do you understand the difference? To the Syndicate, you are a liability. To me, you are an obsession. You wear this, and you are officially Hennessey property. They won't touch what belongs to me. Don't call this protection, bastard. Call it whatever helps you sleep, but you're putting it on. My defiance is crumbling under the weight of his logic. It's the accountant in me, the one who calculates risks and rewards. On one side, a bullet in a dark alley. On the other, a diamond collar and the man who currently holds my life in his hands. I hate him. I hate the way he makes me choose between my dignity and my heartbeat. I look at the diamonds, then up at him. Fine. I tilt my head back, exposing the line of my neck. My pulse is visible, hammering against the skin like a trapped bird. Knox reaches into the box. The gold is cold, unbelievably cold as he fits it around my throat. It's heavy. It's the weight of a shackle, but it feels like it belongs there. He slides the two ends together, and I hear it. Click. The sound is final. It's the sound of the door locking. It's the sound of Victoria Cole, investigative accountant, officially being erased. He takes a tiny silver key, smaller than my thumbnail, from the box and drops it into the breast pocket of his shirt, right over his heart. That key never leaves my body. Try to pull on the leash, I dare you. What do I call you now? Master? Call me yours. Call yourself mine. He adjusts the collar, turning it slightly until the diamonds reflect the overhead light perfectly. He's treating me like a piece of art he just bought at auction. He's not even looking at my face, he's looking at the gold. He steers me toward the full-length mirror, his hands heavy on my shoulders, forcing me to look at the result. I look like a stranger. A beautiful, ruined stranger. The diamonds are glittering violently against my pale skin and my red gold hair, and the contrast is sickeningly aesthetic. I hate how much I don't hate it. I hate that the vanity of the jewelry is already starting to blur the horror of what it represents. There's a tiny drop of water from my wet hair that traces a cold path down my neck, stopping right against the white gold. See how well I accessorize you? You look like the priceless possession you are. I hate you, Knox. I know. But you love the way I look at you. He runs his thumb over the line of diamonds, his touch feather light and terrifying. Then, without breaking eye contact with my reflection, he slides the silk slip off my shoulders. It falls in a shimmer of red, pooling around my ankles on the plush carpet. I'm standing there, naked, with nothing but $100,000 worth of diamonds locked around my throat. The diamonds match your eyes, Victoria, but the lock matches my soul. You are mine from the throat down. Take me now then and seal the lock. The words are out before I can stop them. They're feral. They're the sound of me giving up. He doesn't say anything. He just leads me back to the bed, moving with a crushing, agonizing slowness. This isn't like the other times. This feels heavier. Permanent. Like signing a death certificate for my old life. My knees briefly lock up, the sheer reality of the situation hitting me, but he just lifts me entirely, his strength effortless, reminding me exactly who is in control. He lays me down on the cool sheets, the light catching the collar flashing like a beacon in the dim room. This is forever, Victoria. Get comfortable with the weight. I am ready for the price, bastard. He pushes me onto my back, pinning my wrists above my head with one hand. He doesn't move. He just stands over me, his gaze fixed entirely on the collar. He reaches down with his free hand, using the pad of his thumb to push the diamond-encrusted section into my skin, grounding my awareness to the metallic weight. Look at you. Perfect. Claimed. I put that there. I own the key. His voice is thick, dark. He releases my wrists only to slide his fingers beneath the metal, feeling the frantic pulse in my throat. I let out a caught gasp, the sound muffled by the pressure of the gold. I could break you right here, Victoria. I choose to possess you instead. This cold metal tells the truth better than your lying mouth. He shifts lower, moving with that same agonizing slowness. He starts with my inner thighs, his mouth hot and wet against my skin, a stark contrast to the chilled air of the room. He's demanding I stay still, demanding I watch him own me. I'm gripping the silk of the pillowcase so hard I can hear the threads popping. Be still, acid. Watch me find the edges of your control. I am the only flavor you'll ever need again. I try to turn my head to look anywhere but at him, but he catches my chin, forcing me back. Your future is right here, cunt. With my mouth on you. Cry for me, Victoria. Show me the sound of your submission. I can't help it. A high-pitched, broken noise escapes my throat, and I hate myself for it. I taste like control, he says, and he's right. He stands up then, stripping his own clothes off while keeping his eyes locked on mine. He makes me reach out and trace the scratch on his neck. That scratch was a threat. This collar is the solution. You earned the right to touch me, acid. The heat radiating off him is like a furnace. He enters me with a single devastatingly slow thrust that feels like it's splitting me open. He pauses, letting me feel every inch of him, letting the weight of his body anchor me to the bed. It matches the permanence of the collar. It's deep. Deeper than any of the secrets we hid in those ledgers. Tell me what I am right now, Victoria. He starts to move, his pace grueling. Every time he thrusts, he grips the diamonds, using the collar as a handle to tilt my head back, demanding my focus stay on his face. He's applying just enough pressure on my throat that I have to gulp for air, my entire world narrowing down to the sensation of the metal and the rhythmic wet friction of him inside me. Look at me. Look at the man who owns you. Your obedience is beautiful when the diamonds catch the light. I'm never letting you go. My defiance is a ghost. It's gone. I'm clawing at his back, my nails digging into his skin, desperate for more, desperate for the tension in my gut to break. I'm twisting my hips, but he freezes, holding me prisoner until I beg. Beg for me to move, Victoria. Please, Knox. Fuck me hard. He growls, a low animal sound, and the pace explodes. He's whispering filthy promises into my ear, punctuating every word with a thrust that reaches my soul. My favorite little cunt. Always mine. You belong here, locked down, claimed by my seed and my word. I'm going to ruin you for anyone else. He rolls me onto my stomach, pulling my hips high. I'm face down in the pillow, my forehead pressed into the silk, but I can still hear the clink of the collar against the headboard. It's a rhythmic, metallic reminder of my status. Don't hide that pretty collar from me. Show me how well you wear my title. The peak hits me like a freight train. It's quiet, internal, and devastating. I'm shaking, my body collapsing under the weight of a release that feels more like a surrender. Yes, Victoria. Break for your master. Jesus Knox. I'm lost. I came because of the collar. I came because I'm a prisoner. I'm truly, fundamentally fucked. Afterward, he doesn't pull away. He stays heavy on top of me, his weight an anchor I've stopped trying to lift. He buries his face in my hair, his hand still closed around the diamonds on my throat. He lifts the collar slightly, then lets it drop back against my skin, testing the fit one last time before his breathing slows. Sleep, my asset. The world thinks you're dead, but you're just mine. Stay. The word is a whisper, more for myself than him. I listen to his heart calm down, steady and strong beneath my ear, while the scent of sweat and sex and expensive metal lingers in the air. I should be planning an escape. Instead, I'm wondering if the diamonds will leave a mark in the morning. Probably. Everything he does leaves a mark. I'm not even mad about it anymore. That's the scariest part.